What's up everyone, how are you all? Today we are back with another amazing Naruto story. What if Naruto was betrayed and gained godly power? If you enjoy, then please like, share and do comments. And also check the description box to original creator of this beautiful creation. The wave mission was underway and Team 7 was having a little trouble. The team was fighting the missing ninja Zabuza and his tool Haku. Kakashi was taking on the swordsman. Sakura was in the back protecting Tazuna, and Naruto and Sasuke were fighting with Haku. Sasuke is unconscious from Senbon needles. Shit, what do I do now? Naruto thought to himself. The sound of birds chirping filled the air. Naruto turned to face the sound, but it was a Chidori through the chest from his sensei, teacher, Kakashi. Why Senator? Say? Naruto asked in shock and pain. Because demon, you killed my sensei. And now he is avenged. He replied coldly as he threw his body over the railing. No, Haku yelled as Naruto's body was sent to the river. Who cares about some dead last? Kakashi stated coldly. He was holding Sasuke back. Zabuza was seeing red. He was holding him back? Growled an angered Zabuza. He did much better than these twerps, they were the ones holding him back. Without another word, Zabuza and Haku left. After a few minuets of silence, Sakura burst out laughing. We finally got rid of that loser. Sasuke was still cold, so he couldn't react. Kakashi smiled under his mask. I have avenged you, sensei, he thought. Tazuna the bridge builder was fuming. This so-called honorable team had betrayed one of its own. As the team left, Tazuna silently paid respect to Naruto and prayed for his soul to live a good life in the afterlife. Meanwhile, down the river, Naruto's body floated down the river until a red crimson dragon appeared in the sky and plucked him from the water with his large crimson claw. A large long crimson dragon flew through the sky. It was a thick body made up of crimson energy, large wings, a long neck, and a large tail, and a mouth full of razor-sharp crimson teeth. It had a deep scowl of anger on its face. She witnessed the betrayal of his team. What sickened her was that some mortals were ignorant that they killed what they call a monster. Bah! As she flew, she glanced at Naruto, who was currently gripped in her claw. She reached her destination. Later, the beast sat down and laid Naruto on its back. Her bright yellow eyes shined as it looked at the boy. It saw the Kyuubi inside Naruto's body. She guessed that was the reason his team betrayed him and why his wound healed so fast. The Crimson Dragon knew it had to act fast, so closing her eyes she turned into Crimson Chakra and flew into Naruto's body, entering his mindscape. In Naruto's mindscape, Naruto was fuming. Why did they do it? He asked. Kyuubi still in her cage answered. These mortals thought you was me, boy. They have been trying make me suffer, but in the end you was just suffering. Naruto was quiet, then threw his head back and roared in rage. I'll make them pay. I can help you with that kit, Kyuubi said. How? Naruto asked, interested in what he had to say. I can give you my chakra, merge it with yours, and you will be the most powerful to walk among the earth. Naruto was thinking it over when a flash of crimson chakra. Naruto and Kyuubi looked to see the crimson dragon that saved Naruto's life. Don't take her off her, young one. If you do, you will be corrupted, the crimson dragon spoke. Kyuubi snarled. The boy wants justice, and if he wants my chakra to get, so be it. The two continued to argue whether or not Naruto should take the power. That is until Naruto has enough. Hey, he yelled to get the attention of both deities. I think we can reach a compromise, Naruto said in a much calmer voice. Both listened, and what the idea was. Naruto continued. How about I absorb both of your powers? That way I can get balance and I won't get corrupted. It was quiet until the dragon spoke, breaking the silence. He has a point. Kyuubi nodded and they both faced Naruto. Then the ceremony began. I, Kyuubi, Queen of the Foxes, bestow my chakra and powers to you, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I, Rias Gremory, Queen of the Dragon, bestow my power of the sacred gears and the power of the Saiyan race onto you, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Do you accept our power? Naruto answered, yes. As he answered, Rias and Kyuubi each sent a blast of all their chakra at him. Rias' aura was crimson light red with little tints of black, blue, and green. Kyuubi's chakra was dark violet red. As they hit, Naruto lost consciousness. Later, more like 5 hours later. From this point on, imagine his voice as Goku Black's voice when he is in Rose. Naruto groaned as he came to. Those memories and knowledge of the destruction magic, boosted gear and the Saiyan race gave me a headache. Hey, my voice is now deeper and wire baby, take that Sasuke you emo fuck bucket. He cheered. He looked around to see he was in a cave. He saw a mirror on one side and decided if the new chakra had changed him. When he looked in the mirror he jumped back in surprise. His face was flawless, perfectly heart-shaped and symmetrical. He was 2 inches taller, making him as tall as Sasuke. He noticed his eyes had changed. His right eye is gold with a serpent silt in the middle, while his left eye is ice blue with a serpent silt as well. Naruto nodded as he continued to observe his new body. His body was slimmed down, giving his body a feminine-like appearance, but you still could see the muscles he had. His hair changed from short and blonde to black shoulder length, with his hair cut into a bob and long bangs that reach his chin, covering the right side of his face. On his neck was a black choker. I must look like this cause of both Rias and Kyuubi, not that I'm complaining. He thought as he looked at the rest of his body. I'm a badass now, he thought. He notices that now his third leg now reached his knee. What the hell? Why is it so long? He screamed. That would be because of me. You're welcome, so stop screaming. Kyuubi commented. Aro Kitsune, Naruto whispered to himself with an amused smirk. He looked down and noticed his right hand was in a white gauntlet with red streaks. On the back of his hand was a sea green orbs, along with a set halfway up the forearm. Must be a mix of Drake and Albion, he thought. Naruto smiled at his new self, then realized that his clothes were too tight. He looked around to see a new thing of clothes neatly folded. A white jacket reaching his abdomen with a black Uzumaki clan crest on the back, a white tank top, black pants with a white belt, and white boots. After putting on his new clothes he quickly fled from the cave. As he left the cave he noticed that there was a sword against the wall pulsing with power. It was a crimson blade with a black hilt. The 2 red orbs on the hilt, and it also had leather wrapped around the handle. On the bottom of the hilt there was a red crystal that was made to absorb sweat to avoid loosening one's grip. He looked to see a note was next to it addressed to him. He picked it up and as it read, "Take care of this weapon, Naruto-kun. Love, Rias." He puts the note down as he activates his sacred gear, which to his surprise it absorbed the sword. Merge, the gauntlet called out. He smirked as he took hold of the handle of the sword, thus absorbing it into the gear. As he did he felt a sudden surge of power throughout his body. As the sensation faded his eyes started to glow with power. His eyes glowed with power. Get ready, traitors. He spoke to no one in particular as 2 black mechanical wing frames shot from his back and blackish purple energy formed the rest of the wings. Cause it's time, he starts to float off into the air. To Payy, he took off to his location flying at speeds faster than Metaguy. Tazuna's village Team 7 was currently training, or Sasuke was training and Sakura was just staring. Meanwhile Naruto watched annoyed that he was on a team of such idiots. Naruto was about to come out and get revenge when he saw something that caught his eye. He saw teams 8 and 10. What the heck are they doing here? He thought. They must be here for backup, Kyuubi said in Naruto's mind. Naruto growled angrily. This really makes things harder. Naruto, said Rias, I know a way to split them up, summon the sword and focus our chakra into it. Naruto did just that, and as it did there was a flash. As it faded Naruto saw 2 women holding the corresponding sword. The first woman holding a golden version of the sword belonged to a beautiful young woman who appears to be in her late teens with white skin and a buxom figure. Her most eye-catching feature is her long beautiful crimson hair that reaches down to her thighs, with a single strand sticking out of the top, while the remaining strands lay over her forehead. She is wearing a belt-like choker on her neck, a black t-shirt, light blue ripped jeans, with shinobi combat heels. She also had Dragon Queen in kanji tattooed on her right arm. The second one with a red version of Naruto's sword has the same beauty as the red-haired girl. She looks to be in her late teens as well. She has brown skin with a beauty mark under her left eye. Short dark crimson hair with a lock reaching down to her collarbone, and red eyes. She wears a purple choker around her neck that contains numerous small pins. She is wearing a small pink kimono reaching her thigh, black skinny jeans, and the same combat heels as the first girl. Naruto didn't need a degree to know who they were. Rias and Kyuubi? In the human flesh, said Rias. So what's the plan? Naruto asked. 20 minutes later, Rias and Kyuubi made their way over to the two training teams. The first one who noticed was Kiba since he could smell them. Who are you? He gawked at the two beauties of the two newcomers. They didn't answer. Kyuubi walked up to Kurenai and whispered something into her ear. Rias just looked at Kakashi. So you're the famous copy ninja, huh? She asked, getting a nod from said ninja. How disappointing. Kakashi just stared at her. What? You copied almost every technique in your arsenal. You're just a lazy fool who trains a worthless Uchiha. Hey, Sakura screeched. You can't talk about Sasuke like that, you skank. He's better than you two ever will be. Kyuubi glared at her. He's a spoiled brat with a god complex. The only one who actually had talent on this team was that blonde kid. Really? Kiba asked, hearing that part. Rias smirked. Yeah, he always held up a mask to hide his true strength. And he never really liked the pink banshee over there. The Hyuga girl had a special place in his heart. Hinata turned red hearing that Naruto had feelings for her. Kiba noticed this and silently growled since he had a crush on Hinata ever since the academy. Ha, Sasuke laughed, that Dobi would never have been stronger than me. Kiba laughed too. Besides, even if that punk did live, he would never get Hinata. She's my girl. Hinata's eyes narrowed at that declaration, as did Kurenai. Shino's face remained stoic, but you could hear a slight buzzing, meaning he was annoyed. Kyuubi smiled slightly. Well then, why don't you put your money where your mouth is? As soon as she said this, the two started to glow with chakra. Soon they both turned to chakra completely and flew into the sky, swords in tow. The two converged in the sky on a figure which flew down at them. As it landed, it formed a massive crater. As the smoke cleared, it revealed a figure some of them never thought they would see again. Naruto! Hinata yelled out as she ran up and hugged him tight. Upon realizing what she was doing, she let go, blushing extremely. The blush only got worse as Naruto hugged her. Unfortunately, Kiba had to ruin the moment. Get off of my Hinata! He growled, charging only to run into a wall of bugs. Naruto smiled. Thank you, Shino. You're welcome, he replied. How are you alive? Asked a shocked and slightly nervous Kakashi. I had help, Naruto answered coldly. Sasuke was eyeing his sword. Where did you get those sword, Dobi? None of your business, he replied. The answer of course got Sakura angry. How dare you not tell him? He's better than you, Baka, so tell him. Sakura ran and tried to punch, but to everyone's surprise he dogged and chops her neck, knocking her out. So what's for dinner? He casually asked as everyone's sweat dropped. Zamasu's Xenoverse 2 grabbed that bitch. Later, the teams, Naruto, and a still unconscious Sakura arrived at Tazuna's house. They were met with the sight of Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter, cooking some really good-looking stuff. She noticed Naruto and blushed. Oh, who is this? She asked in a sweet voice. Naruto held out his hand. Naruto Uzumaki, nice to meet you. Tsunami shook his hand. At this time Tazuna walked in. As soon as he saw Naruto he freaked out. Ghost, he screamed. Tsunami stared at her father. What do you mean, Dad? That kid was the one that the silver-haired guy's team betrayed and killed. Almost instantly all eyes were on Kakashi and his team, who were sweating bullets. Kurenai had fire in her eyes. You are so dead when we get back to Konoha, she growled. After things calmed down and everyone had gotten the explanation of how Naruto was betrayed, killed and had been healed, they sat down to eat, and a small boy in a fisherman's hat joined them. They all sat and ate in silence until the boy decided to speak up. Why do you try so hard? He asked. Everyone stared at him. You just come in here without a scratch on you, and we've been suffering all our lives. Why don't you just leave now? Inari, gasped Tsunami. Kid, Naruto said slowly, you don't know the meaning of pain. I don't know pain? Inari asked. I don't know pain? My entire life has been pain. That demon Gato forced this suffering on all our lives. Naruto just stood there with his head down, with his hair covering both his eyes. Everybody outside, I'm going to show you guys a watered-down version of my life, then let's see who's had the most suffering. With a couple of hand signs he yelled, Memory, No, Jutsu. Flashback 6 years ago. Naruto, age 6. Naruto was tied up and had a bag over his head. He was being thrown into every object that was within any feet of him. His body had deep cuts, and the bone of his upper right arm and lower left leg were jutting out of his skin at grotesque angles. Naruto couldn't see, but he could hear a group men laughing. Then he heard what sounded like birds chirping, Chidori. He heard and he felt a stab on his stomach. With the on he could see a glowing light on stomach. Goodbye demon, the mysterious man laughed. Memory, No, Jutsu, Kai, Inari, Tazuna, Tsunami, Kurenai, Hinata, were crying their eyes out. Shino remained stoic, but you could see tears falling down his face. The ones who didn't cry was Kakashi, Sakura, Kiba, and Sasuke, cold-hearted MF. When Tazuna, Inari, and the girls was done crying, everyone's eyes were darted at Kakashi with a hateful glare, with the killer intent backing them up. Kurenai spoke, Kakashi, you are not going to walk when I'm done with you. Kakashi gulped. Well. Kakashi trying to lighten the mood up. Get to bed everyone, tomorrow we continue training. Kakashi said as everyone went inside the house. I'm going out, Naruto said. After he spoke his wings came into view and flew away. Naruto woke up the next morning in the spare room Tsunami offered him after he came back from training. He was refreshed after last night. He walked down to see that everyone was gone. Damn, how long did I sleep in? He asked. A few hours now, Tsunami answered. Naruto washed up, grabbed his clothes and vamoosed. He found the teams in a field a mile from the bridge Tazuna was building. When everyone saw him he noticed some were annoyed. Sakura however walked up and started screaming. You idiot, she hollered. What the heck took you so long? You made Sasuke waste time waiting for you. She drew back her arm and slammed her fist into his jaw. Naruto however held a calm face. She felt satisfied when she felt a strong hand on her shoulder. He turned her around only to see his fist in her stomach blasting her to the nearby lake. Naruto smiled slightly. I'm going to train somewhere else. And with that he walked to a different direction of the forest. He made 1,000 shadow clones. He sent 4 to guard the house while the others go in training the forest. A few hours later at the bridge. The teams had been seen better days. They were currently surrounded by thick mist courtesy of Zabuza. Sakura, Hinata and Shino were all guarding Tazuna. Actually Hinata and Shino was guarding him. Sakura abandoned her post and was currently outside the dome made of ice mirrors. Haku made begging Sasuke to be safe. Typical fangirl. In the dome Sasuke was having trouble standing. Kiba was unconscious next to him filled with senbon needles. Sasuke used him as a human shield to protect himself. Haku was extremely disappointed at that. Zabuza was going 2-on-1 with Kakashi and Kurenai. The mist was keeping Kakashi from using the Sharingan Eye and Kurenai from using Genjutsu. As all hope seemed lost, figures entered the mist. One went into the dome of ice mirrors and shattered each one, and when Haku came out knocked out cold. The figure next drove towards Zabuza and beat him like a drum. Kakashi could have sworn he'd seen him somewhere before. The figure turned out to be Naruto. Looks like I made it just in time for the main course. Naruto said. So the old man swordsman failed, huh? Said a new voice. Those who were conscious turned to see a old midget man with a tux and a cane with an army of thugs behind him. You never planned on paying this, did you? Zabuza asked weakly. Nope, Gato said. You missing ninja are a real pain sometimes. When you do your job I just take care of you and turn in your head so I can profit off it. At that moment the villagers, led by Inari, arrived on the bridge with a bunch of makeshift weapons. I don't think so, you corporate fat cat, Inari said. He had heard his grandfather call him that. That was probably one of the few times that he was sober. Kill them all, Gato yelled at his mercenaries, but leave the women. I could use some entertainment, shut up. Gato was interrupted by Naruto getting more angrier at every sentence. Omi saying that women are toys for men to be pleasured anytime they want. Too bad boy, once you guys are all dead I will be very rough with them. That did it for Naruto. All he thought about now was destroying Gato and his army. He gained a purple-ish black aura. You're going to regret telling me that, Gato, cause now I'm mad. I'm really mad. And now it's time to pay for your crimes, to make things better for the world. He floated in the air and powered up angrily. You'll die today, he roared. His voice was powerful, it sounded like his but at the same time godly. As his aura exploded, Kakashi was seething. The demon is getting too strong, I'll have to take this up with the council, when we get back, Kakashi thought as he watched his student. Naruto-kun, focus all your negative emotions into that blast, and say, destruction, now. Rias commanded Naruto. As he was done powering up, Doing what he was told by Rias, he held out his hand. A solid blackish-red sphere-shaped key blasted into his hand. For not only angering me, but saying you will rape women here. You will experience a terror worse than hell. He deathly said in deep gruff voice dull of emotion. Xenoverse 2 base form Goku black voice. Destruction. He yelled godly again. With that a wide beam of purplish black shot from his hand and engulfed all the thugs and Gato as well. When the beam stopped and the smoke cleared, all of Gato's thugs and himself were nothing but red sparkles floating up in the sky. The bridge itself received no damage. Afterwards Naruto's aura resided back into him as he fell to the ground exhausted. Hinata ran to his side to check to see if he was hurt. Sidelines. After all that was over. I'll have to force Naruto to give Sasuke all that power of his so he can kill his brother, Kakashi thought. Make sure to never anger him again. Were the thought of everyone else's mind except Sasuke's mind. With that power I can kill Itachi. Yes, I will take your power, Dobi. If you won't, then I'll get the civilian council on you. The villagers who saw the whole thing cheered Naruto's name over and over. After everything calmed down, the teams including Zabuza and Haku took Naruto back to Tazuna's house. And everyone got a good night rest. Naruto and the rest of the teams were at Tazuna's house resting and healing up. A revived Haku and Zabuza were waking up to find themselves on a couch and under the eye of the black-haired kid. You! Zabuza yelled out in surprised, but the copy ninja killed you. Naruto chuckled. I had some help from two powerful friends. What do you want with us? Asked a slightly unnerved Haku. If you two can come back with us, join the Hidden Leaf and become ninja there. Leave behind this lifestyle. Both of them were shocked. They were being offered a new home and a chance to live in peace. They accepted eagerly. Naruto smiled as he left. That is until he ran into a certain emo monkey and his pink whore. Dobi. Sasuke ordered, give me your power now. He demanded. Not on your life, Teme. He sneered. What? Here comes Ms. Flatty, Sakura screeched. Why won't you give him that power? He deserves it more than you do, Baka. I'm going to torture and kill this useless bitch, just wait. She shot his fist forward to hit him to catch it and then lift her into the air and smash her head into the wall. Naruto faced the Uchiha, his eyes glowing red. You won't get this power. He growled, making Sasuke move back slowly in fear. The next day, the teens along with the missing ninja were walking home. As they crossed the bridge, Naruto caught the sight of a plaque that read, inspired by the one who returned hope to this place, the Great Naruto Bridge. Naruto smiled at that, but continued walking with the rest of the group. They all walked toward home until they reached the gate to Konoha. The guards at the gate were going to stop them to get Haku and Zabuza, but they stopped dead when they saw Naruto. They made their way through the village, getting stares from everyone who was shocked to see the missing ninja and another black-haired teen, wearing the Uzumaki crest on his back shirt. They reached the Hokage's office and the old man was shocked to see Naruto had changed. I guess the mission was a success? He asked. Here is the document I made while I was on the mission, old man. Naruto said as he gave the Hokage the documents. When he finished reading the report, he gave out killer intent on Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke. You three out of the room, I'll talk to you after I talk to Naruto. For the rest of you, you will receive your pay later. They nodded and went out. So Naruto, tell me all about the mission. 25 minutes later. The Hokage was beyond pissed off at the beginning and the middle of the mission progress, but surprised to know that Naruto was the holder of the legendary sacred gears. He looked like he was going to have a heart attack when Naruto told him he's part alien but also access to a power just like chakra but more destructive, and telling him about the Kyuubi and Crimson Dragon sealed into him. After that he called back Zabuza. He instantly promoted Haku Chunin and Zabuza Jonin. When he called Hiyashi to the tower at 8 sharp. Old man, can I go to Elite Genin with Enko Mitarashi as my sensei? Asked Naruto. Yes, you are here promoted to Elite Genin. Naruto nodded and flew away to Training Ground 7 to train. Later, Naruto was at the training field with his clones doing techniques. Naruto was getting the hang of it when a certain Uchiha showed up. What do you want now, Teme? Naruto asked, annoyed. That power, that gauntlet on your arm and that sword. He demanded. Naruto answered back. You're not having either. Sasuke rushed forward. Then I'll take them. He nearly reached Naruto when the boy brought his knee into Sasuke's stomach, knocking him into the air. Naruto screamed godly. Balance breaker. His body gained a red dragonic armor with blue highlights. He got into a taijutsu stance and said, Dragon Fist style. Dragon Crusher. Naruto vanished and reappeared above. Sasuke, he slammed his fist into Sasuke's gut, causing him to fall down like a meteor. He dived down after covered in purple chakra and smashed down Sasuke, causing an explosion of energy. Naruto deactivated his armor and stood over his enemy, a victorious sadistic smirk on his lips. Considering that you represent your clan, this is a poor showing for you, boy. He spoke before walking away from the crater he made. Now that was youthful, yelled a deep voice. Naruto turned to see a witness of the fight. And what he saw freaked him out. The large man had with a bowl cut, round eyes, huge eyebrows, a green jumpsuit with orange leg warmers and a chunin vest. Who are you? Naruto asked, very freaked out. I am the Leaf's leading taijutsu specialist, my guy, he yelled, smiling, revealing a mouthful of white teeth that shone brightly. Now I must know that style you used to beat the Uchiha? Interested in his style. Oh, I call it dragon style. Naruto answered. Guy smiled. Then I would like you to test that style against one of my students sometime. Do you accept? Guy asked our anti-hero. Sure, any chance of me getting stronger, the better. He smirked. Then I look forward to your battle. Guy said as they shook hands and went their separate ways. Later that day, an Anbu agent came to Naruto's door saying he was summoned to the council. Naruto knew it had to do with Sasuke. Naruto arrived at the council chamber to see the Hokage's face that read, "Ask questions later." He also saw Teams 7 and 8 along with Haku and Zabuza. What have you done, brat? Growled a civilian councilman. You beat the great Uchiha with incredible power you do not deserve. Naruto narrowed his eyes, knowing what they are about to ask. No, he growled. Then we will. Silence, yelled the angered third Hokage. Naruto, can you show us your new bloodlines? Sure, old man. Then Naruto yelled out, sacred gear. His gauntlets transformed onto his left hand, showing the magnificence of it. Then he dismissed it. Next he showed his power, his white aura covering his body. Think Goku powering up in Resurrection F. This power is called ki or kai, as others would say. With this we can manipulate ki energy very easily. We use it to fly and create attacks that are energy-based. They can also lend energy to fellow fighters when needed. They can regain their lost energy in a short time. My race, the Saiyan race, has always been a very violent. They are constantly getting into fights with other races and taking over. The legend of the first Super Saiyan is the oldest tale told by the Saiyan race. 1,000 years before the Namek Saga, a Saiyan held the Super Saiyan form only while in the Big Ape transformation. He gave in to his primitive self and destroyed everything in sight. He destroyed himself in the end. In the age of 550, Saiyans had found a planet worth calling home, Planet Plant. They shared this planet with the Tuffles. While the Saiyans stayed in the wasteland areas, the Tuffles were better fitted for city life. The Saiyans may have become jealous and eventually attacked the Tuffs, vowing to take their city and destroy their race. This war lasted 10 years. King Vegeta was the commanding hero who brought the Tuffles down. The planet was renamed to Planet Vegeta. After the war with the Tuffles, the Saiyans were approached by the Arcosian race. They came to them to hire them to take over a suitable planet for them. In exchange they gave them money and taught them how to use the Tuffles technology. Over the years the Saiyan race became smarter, but still held onto their destructive lust. The planet Vegeta came into Frieza's control about a year after the war with the Tuffles. They became part of Frieza's military. Since they were an extremely powerful and destructive race, Frieza used them as mercenaries in important missions. Frieza became concerned with their ability to become powerful quickly. Even worse, he feared the legendary Super Saiyan. This eventually led to the Saiyans' destruction in the age of 737. The 3 known survivors were lied to and told an asteroid took out planet Vegeta. Naruto paused to let everyone adjust to what they just heard. He looked over at the civilian council and the advisors and they was sweating. The reason why is because the so-called demon brat was getting powerful. The shinobi side, however, was calm. Anything else? Asked Naruto. Sarutobi raised his hand. What is this, Super Saiyan, and Super Saiyan God? Are they some kind of transformations? Naruto nodded. The Super Saiyan is a very powerful state. Their speed, energy, and strength all increase when they transform. There are several different Super Saiyan stages, each stronger than the last. The stages have different appearances as well, mostly in hair. I haven't unlocked it yet. But the secret to higher power and getting stronger is the emotions. I'm half human, so my potential is so great, but Super Saiyan God, however, is a Super Saiyan transformation that grants the user divine ki, providing them with a power boost beyond Super Saiyan 3 and its predecessors. It is initially obtained through a ritual involving 6 righteous Saiyans or special divine training. But I could do that with shadow clones to do it, but that's a emergency case only. Despite its name, this form is separate from the Super Saiyan transformation line. Trained users can further combine this form with the first Super Saiyan transformation, attaining the more powerful Super Saiyan Blue or Super Saiyan Rosé. Naruto stopped flexing his aura as his explanation is over. I haven't unlocked that yet either, but anything else before I leave? Naruto asked, bored of this meeting. Well, it has come to our attention that the demon broke Sasuke-sama's arms. Simply put, we want compensation for the damage he did to Sasuke-sama. Maybe the death of the demon will suffice? Sukuna Haruno told Sarutobi with a glare towards Naruto. Naruto shook his head and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Naruto started to laugh but was interrupted by Hiyashi Hyuga. Naruto, what's so funny? That is a serious request, even if they are very harsh. Naruto, I would like to meet you correctly, after all you're dating my daughter. Hiyashi told Naruto with a smile while everybody sneered at him. The civilian side all shouted at once. Hyuga-sama, how can you allow the demon to date your daughter? Hiyashi was annoyed, but couldn't rebut because Naruto started to speak. Regaining his composure, to answer your question, Hyuga-sama, it's just to think that the civilian side can demand things from me is ridiculous. You know what? I quite honestly would like for you to try to capture and kill me. Naruto told everybody, giving them a cold stare. Demon, how dare you speak to us like that? A random civilian roared out before being stabbed in the chest by Naruto's hand, surrounded by a purple aura, falling dead instantly. Now if I'm not mistaken, there's a law stating that anybody who calls me a demon is to be put to death immediately. Naruto told everybody calmly while smirking from the gasps and slack-jawed people as he pulled his hand from the man's chest and walked back to Sarutobi as he dismissed his aura. Demon brat. Anbu, arrest him. Sukuna screamed too. Anbu hated him, so gladly took a chance that would allow him to hurt the demon. While the rest understood he wasn't the demon and knew of the law which told anybody calling Naruto a demon is to be killed no matter the circumstances. Naruto smirked and disappeared, only to reappear behind the two Anbu. Naruto had a shit-eating grin as swept one of the Anbu's legs out from underneath him, leading into a drop kick, making contact with his face, knocking him unconscious. Leading from the drop kick, Naruto placed his hands on the ground while pushing himself off the ground using his hands, allowing him to get in air upside down. In mid-air, Naruto spun around, kicking the other in the face with momentum, knocking him unconscious also. Naruto laughed and corkscrewed, landing on his feet. Wow, weak, Naruto said to himself, though most of the council heard. Naruto, how did you move that fast? Hiyashi asked very curiously, though a bit afraid. Very simply, Hiyashi-sama, Naruto spat out with disdain. I have been training with my two Sans gravity jutsu for the past 7 years. I am at a speed that, well, you know what, never mind. It's a secret, Naruto told them with a wide smile. Tell us, brat, we could use that for training of our shinobi. Sukuna screeched out. Everybody had to plug their ears from the sheer annoyance of that screech. This bitch, just like her daughter, can't shut her fucking mouth for no reason. Ah, daughter like mother. And to answer that question, no, you cannot force me to reveal clan jutsu, Naruto told her while laughing at her and everybody's reactions besides Sarutobi, who smirked at the display. Naruto, you know of your heritage, right? Naruto nodded. I just ask, because your father and I were very close before he passed. I'm sorry that I could never tell you. He made me swear to not tell you his name or anything about him till you were right. Hiyashi told Naruto. Naruto nodded while smiling. Hiyashi-sama, I really would like it if you stopped speaking to me, but to answer your question, I do know of my heritage. I am the heir to the Namikaze and Uzumaki clan, son of the 4th Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto told him. Instantly everybody roared out, but the clan heads, who simply looked at the boy and had to admit he looked like a miniature Minato before his transformation. How dare you? You the demon, the Kyuubi. How dare you even put your name in the same sentence as our old glorious leader? The civilians all yelled as one. Sakuno Haruno spoke up again. He can't be the fourth never married. She smiled thinking she proved the lie before the Hokage cleared his throat. He did marry in fact but in secret. We all know that the fourth has many enemies outside our walls and should it be known he had a wife or son they would be targeted. The certificate is here should you wish for proof. He married that harpy Kushina. Sakuno screamed. Naruto exploded at this. Do not insult my mother you screeching whore. You are more of a tramp than she ever could be. Everyone looked on in fascination as Sakuno was left speechless at the outburst from Naruto. Shikaku then spoke up from nowhere. Why didn't anyone see it? His mouth is just like hers and now he looks like her. At this Choza Akamichi barked out in laughter agreeing with him. Now that is cleared up I would like to add that Naruto has now inherited everything left to him by his parents. Now on to the second reason we are here and the whole point of his heritage being revealed. Naruto has inherited his father's bloodline. Once again everybody was wide-eyed and the civilians were Orochimaru pale, except for a screeching bit Haruno. He should be mated to my daughter. She roared, yep torturing this bitch very soon. I will not put Naruto on CRA. Yelled Sarutobi, shutting her up. Also why are missing Nin here? Asked another council member asked. Well, Naruto said, as the old man probably already told you they came here for a place to stay. I mean they do have a few things that they could contribute to the village. And what could they contribute? The same councilman asked. Why don't they tell you? Naruto asked. Gladly, Zabuza said, I have incredible skill in swordsmanship. I can also teach a new generation of sword fighters the silent killing technique. The demon brothers here have skill in assassination and a basic knowledge of poisons. The council was quiet for a moment. They were considering the pros and cons of this like the Hokage had been doing before. They knew that this man would make a good teacher for the Uchiha and with skill like that they could kill the demon child. Then their eyes fell on Haku. What can she do? A pink-haired councilwoman asked. She, Zabuza said, starting to get a bad feeling, has an incredible aim and has a bloodline that give her the ability to control ice. The council perked up at this. They could always use a new bloodline. Plus if they could get her to breed with the Uchiha then they could get a stronger Uchiha clan. The demon had just brought their dreams closer to being fulfilled. We proposed, the pink-haired councilwoman began, that Zabuza and the demon brothers teach the Uchiha all that they know and that the young girl be betrothed to the Uchiha and become his wife when he turns 16. Motion denied, the Hokage said shocking the council. What do you mean, denied? The pink-haired harpy screamed. I mean, Sarutobi said, I'm the one in charge and I call the shots. Not some civilian pricks who've let a little bit of power go right to their heads. The civilian council all paled as they heard this. If the Hokage got all his power back then they would never be able to get their hands on the demon brat. The Hokage sank back in his chair as he thought about what brought on this change in him. Hokage-sama be reasonable, said a councilwoman, they can help the Uchiha grow stronger. Enough, the old man growled, I don't care. We are not having them teach the Uchiha and we aren't marrying the girl to him either. And before you say anything we aren't putting the girl under the CRA either. I'm with you on that, Zabuza growled, I'm not having my daughter turned into a breeding machine for a bunch of greedy old farts. On another note, said Hiashi, not liking this part, we have received complaints from the Uchiha that he was denied weaponry from young Uzumaki. What's he whining about now? Naruto asked. He said that you stole a sword from him. Sume said. She knew that that was a complete and total load of crud. I have weapon in my possession yes, Naruto said, but I did not take it from him. It were given to me by some allies of mine. May we see it? Asked a man who was completely wrapped up in bandages. Naruto shrugs and unsealed his sword. What the hell is that? A council member laughed. Oh this right here? He grinned. Well, I call this beauty Golden Rose, Naruto announced, as he summoned his sword. Everyone was in shock at the workmanship of the sword. Zabuza admired it since he didn't get the chance to earlier. Kakashi, Sakura, Haku, the demon brothers, and pretty much all the shinobi clan heads gazed at the beauty of the weapon, and Sasuke. He just looked at them greedily along with civilian council. Child, the bandaged man said, it is obvious that you have stolen the sword from the Uchiha. You are to return them to him immediately. Not on your life, you mummified weirdo, Naruto growled. This made the civilian council glare, the shinobi council hide snickers, and pretty much everyone else laugh, except Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi, who was glaring at Naruto for denying him weapon. The pink-haired whore woman growled and was about to start yelling when the Hokage stopped her. That is enough, Lady Haruno, the Hokage said, stopping her. Naruto will not hand over the sword as it is clearly his. The civilian council was seething and so was Sasuke. If he won't give me that sword, I'll take them, Sasuke thought. Sasuke ran across the council room and tried to make a grab for Naruto's scythe. He managed to grab onto the sword's handle, but as he did he felt his hand burn as a bright red chakra flared around the handle. Sasuke yelled out in pain as his hand burned and he stepped back. His hand was now red and had a scorch mark on his palm. He could still use his hand, but it would be a while before he could use his fist. What was that, loser? Sasuke asked through gritted teeth. That, Naruto said, was a security measure. If anyone other than me touches my sword, they get burned. Rias sent Naruto a little more information regarding it. And that was a low setting, so unless you want your entire hand burned off, I suggest you not do that again. Sasuke glared at the boy as if a glare would make him submit. Man, this guy is a total imbecile. Now that is out of the way, Naruto said, can I go home now? Naruto asked as he yawned. Go ahead, Naruto, the old fire shadow said. I'm sorry that we wasted all of your time. They all nodded and left soon after. Konoha Park. So boring, Naruto said as he sat on a bench at the park. He still has his choker on and was wearing his training outfit, which was a black tank top, black sweatpants, and black high-top Vans. He watched people walk by while giving him glares, mostly from the male population. Hell, some of them even had perverted thoughts and threw catcalls at him. The female population was too busy drooling or blushing at the sight of him. Perverted assholes, Naruto quietly said, annoyed. I know, right, Naru? Two feminine voices said. Oh, hey Ku-chan. Ria-chan, how are you been doing since I changed my mindscape? Naruto asked. Other than being in my den, it's boring. Kurama said. I enjoy my cave. I am your mindscape, but it gets dull sometimes. Rias said innocently. That's great, Naruto said sarcastically. Idiot, Kurama said. Naruto pulled out a bottle of water to drink. It's been boring waiting for the stupid exams to begin, so Naruto lay his back on the bench to take a little nap, not noticing a person that's approaching him. Era, hello Naruto-kun. A woman voice said. Naruto opened his eyes to see a very beautiful red-haired woman with dark violent eyes looking down at him. She wearing a dress that's good looking on her and a headband with a musical note on it. Her long red hair reached down to her butt overall. Naruto never seen anyone in Konoha coming close to match this redhead beauty. Ah, hi? Naruto said as the woman gave a creepy grin on her face. Naruto was little freak out due to seeing her grinning, but he spoke again. Who are you, lady? Naruto said, still figuring out who this woman is. My name is Shukunashi. I'm from the Sound Village. The now named Shukunashi introduced herself. Never heard of it, Naruto said. It's a recently formed village where people with their unique skills come to. Even Jinchurikis are accepted. You happen to be the host of Nine Tails, am I right? Shukunashi said, smiled at Naruto, whose eyes widened while in his head, Kurama and Rias growled, thinking this woman will use their Naru as her weapon. Seeing Naruto not responding, Shukunashi gained silence. Era, did the cat got your tongue? She said. Rias stayed silent as she heard the conversation. She reminds me of a Kano too much, she thought as the conversation went on. Now Naruto is on edge as he sat up and back away from her little bit. You seem to know a lot about me, he said using caution. Era, everyone in the Sound Village, or Otto as it called, knows about you and the fox you carried. Ketsuya said. Naruto, be on guard, she up to something. Kurama said as she sensing something familiar about Shukunashi, like she knows her somehow, but also the power she giving off is very strong and evil. I mean, hell, you even got the attention of Lady Otokage. Shukunashi said. Naruto was shocked. He gotten the attention of a cage, how the hell he did that? But still he not trusting this woman's words at all. How the hell I did that, if I got her attention that much? Then you probably want to use me as your village weapon, Naruto harshly said. He started to give off a purple hue. Lady Otokage will never do that. Matter the fact she and I know that your mother is actually alive. Shukunashi said, grinning at Naruto's expression on his face. What? Naruto said, speechless from the info this woman gave him. He was told his mother and father was dead. That's right, Naruto-kun, your mother is alive in Otto. She missed you so much, Shukunashi. If she there, then why hasn't she come to see me? Naruto said angrily as his purple aura engulfed him. Think Baru's aura when he was at Earth fighting everyone. Shukunashi sighed. The reason is that Konoha will kill her if they see her here. Shukunashi said with venom. Why will this village kill her if they see her? Naruto said, wondering why Konoha hates his mother. They think she committed treason in this village and banished her from entering the village ever again. Shukunashi said with venom in her tone. I see. Naruto said sadly, as he powered down. I have to go, Naruto-kun. You can see your mother again if you accept my offer? Shukunashi asked. And what offer is that? Naruto said curiously. Join me and you will see your mother again. Also during the second part of the exams I will be testing your strength. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you one more secret. Shukunashi said as she disappeared while Naruto looked around for her. He felt two hands on his shoulders. He turned his head to see Shukunashi behind him with her mouth close to his ear and whispered. I am the Otokage Kukuku. She said as she licked her lips, which given Naruto a freak-out moment. Think about my offer, Naruto-kun. She said as she disappeared. Naruto didn't know what to think about other than his mother being alive. Kit, I don't trust her. Her chakra feels familiar but evil at the same time. Kurama said, trying to figure out why she felt familiar. Who is she, Kurama? Naruto said as he wants to know this woman. I don't know, but her chakra feels similar to yours but not at the same time. Kurama, as she remembered seeing her get angry sometimes. Will, at least I know what her name is. But anyways, I should get ready for the exams, Kurama, so see ya. Naruto said as he cut the link and heads off to the building where the Chunin exams set to begin while thinking over what Shukunashi said to him. In Naruto's house ceiling room. Na-kun, what is this ceiling room? Asked Rias, interested in the room her host stepped in. This room looked like a basic training room except the fact that the walls were all black with neon lights, making it a cool with a punching bag, and training dummies, and wooden weaponry on the side. All in all, epic training room. This room, dear Rias, is my training ceiling room. It's the most perfect room ever. This room is made with gravity seals, the strongest repair seals and simulation seals. With this, it's the perfect training room. Naruto stated proudly. Now to seal my strength up for tomorrow, and for my intense training to begin, but first a scene merry change. Naruto made a hand seal. Something amazing happens. The whole room changed from a simple workout room to a different place. He was standing on water, but it was reflecting the sky, which was clear with clouds. All in all, it looked like heaven. Now to seal up my power, if I'm correct, one has to be pushed to limits, achieve this so-called ultra instinct. I heard from that bushy eyebrow dude, but now sealing. He thought. Seal style. Key sealing. Sealing matrix start coming from mirror-like ground crawling up to Naruto's forehead, forming a lifeless tree. Naruto feels his strength sapped. Gone. He feels tired and falls on one knee. Shit, I didn't expect to feel this. I feel as if I'll go unconscious at any moment. He thinks as he stands up. Good thing I didn't seal my chakra, now multi-shadow clone just to. He calls out as many loans pop into existence surrounding him. It will be me versus all of you, and I need all of you to come at me with the intent to kill now. He commanded as all of them start to attack. Let's go. Both sides charge at each other in an ultimate class to achieve power. Training Ground 7. Naruto scowled as he and his team waited for their tardy sensei. The black-haired boy wore a sleeveless black shirt with the Gremory crest on the front, and a big Uzumaki clan crest on the back. Black wristbands with the Uzumaki clan crest. Black pants that reached his knees. Black socks and high-top Vans. He had combed out the spikes out of his hair, letting it fall to his shoulders, and having one bang covering his left eye, boosting his feminine look more. Tuka hairstyle. His kunai pouch was on his right thigh. He also had moved the storage seal from his back to his hand. So he will be able to summon his sword during battle. Sakura was swooning over Sasuke as usual, and the Uchiha was in his normal brooding pose. Naruto was thinking back growing up. His life was not a very happy one. He was tormented in the academy and treated like shit. Even after he graduated it didn't get much better. He was placed on the absolute worst team ever. He was with the two top students Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. They treated him lower than dirt. Their own sensei Hitaki Kakashi ignored him when Sakura beat him and wouldn't teach him anything. Instead he would leave and take Sasuke for secret training. Sakura would join them to watch Sasuke train. Deluded, pink-haired weakling bitch, Naruto mused full of disgust. Naruto growled as he thought of his ungrateful team. He should have just let Sasuke die, but of course Sakura would murder him or at least try to, and Kakashi would probably whine to the fucking council about how the demon cost the life of their precious Uchiha-sama. Naruto wished Itachi would come back to finish the job. Yes, he's not as stupid as others believe. He's pretty smart and can come up with very unique strategies right on the spot. Also, he's much stronger than he lets on too. Naruto is strong enough to match most elite jonin without his powers. Today was a day off for them, as they found out when their sensei came later only to tell them this. Sasuke went off to train alone, like it will do anything for him, and his little fan went with him. Soon, very soon she will die. Naruto thanked Kami he wouldn't have to deal with them until tomorrow. He celebrated by flipping them both off while they left. Unfortunately now, he had to deal with the stupid civilians sneering at him. He was taking a stroll until a mop of villagers appeared around him. TTE villagers started to mock him, because Sakura had to open her big mouth and tell about Sasuke awakening his Sharingan. Now the entire village knows and will now worship Sasuke even more. Hey demon, Uchiha-sama has awakened his godly eyes. I guess that means you'll have to watch your back even more. Hey, hopefully you'll die on a mission, demon. Yeah, or do us all a favor and kill yourself. Surrender yourself and we will treat you just right. I saw we jump him and have some fun with the brat. He looks like a girl, so why not? Yeah, I agree, he looks prettier than my wife anyway. My wife wouldn't give me any ass, I'm getting some today. Naruto held his head down. The villagers smiled full of cruelty and lustfully, thinking they broke the demon. Unfortunately they had, but not the way they hoped. Naruto was becoming more and hostile toward the village each day. They all stopped laughing when they heard Naruto chuckling. They were stepping away from him slowly. Reason why is because he had a murderous look on his face, and his killer intent was directly at the villagers, and emitting yellow lighting from his body. Well, are you mortals not going to show me, to learn my place, as you foolish people call it? I bet your foolish loved one are rolling in their grave. 'Cause you can't the so, Kyuubi incarnate. Naruto taunted. That caused the villagers to look angry. Naruto blushed and put up a sadistic face that was full on sadism and lust, or as Rias calls it, Akano mode. Ah, your faces are so amusing. Well, are you not going to attack? If not, I'll go first. Both sides clashed, only thing is that Naruto was laughing and things got pretty shocking. Hehehe. Hokage Tower. Sarutobi watched Naruto brutally beat down some of the villagers with his crystal orb. Sadly, oh Minato, you'd be ashamed of everyone, especially Kakashi and her. The council forced me to place Naruto with Kakashi. Your student blames your son for your death, and I can't find her anywhere. I fear she abandoned Naruto out of hate. Jiraiya's spies tell me of a new village called Otogakure. I have a feeling it was made by Orochimaru. Oh, how little he knows. Otogakure. Otokage's office. The Otokage was easily doing her paperwork with ease. I can't believe no one else ever figured out that cage bushins were the answer. Well, I suppose the Yondaime did. Just then the Otokage sneezed. Kabuto asked, Otokage-sama, are you alright? Don't worry Kabuto-kun, it is nothing. The Otokage wiped her nose with a tissue. I wonder who was talking about me? Kabuto asked his leader. So when do we attack Konohagakure? During the Chunin exams. Kabuto-kun, I sense the village's security has grown lax since Kushina left that village. Her eyes changed from yellow to dark purple and back again. I'm looking forward to it. Now go and secure our alliance with Sanagakure. Kabuto bowed. Yes, my lady. He turned to leave. Oh, and Kabuto-kun? The Otokage called. Yes, Otokage-sama? Kabuto turned back. Do keep an eye on Naruto-kun's progress for me, the Otokage asked. Of course. Kabuto bowed one more time before standing right and leaving towards Sanagakure with the Auto Nin 5 in tow. We find our hero Naruto sitting on his father's head on the Hokage mountain. Every morning he would sit on the fourth Hokage's head and watching the sun rise at the dusk of dawn. But he looked troubled, thinking about the incident that took place. Hinata, what you did was unforgivable. But why me? He thought to himself. Flashback. The next day after the council meeting. Naruto was waiting for Hinata so they could go on their date, and he was nervous. Of course they hung out but didn't really go on a date. This would be his first date so far. Naruto was waiting by the fountain patiently for his date to arrive. He had thought long and hard on what he was planning for the date in his head throughout the weekend and was ready to put his plan into action. Okay, first shopping, then movies, then going out to eat, and I'll end it with a nice walk through the park. Naruto nervously thought. Naruto, is that you? Said a voice behind him. Naruto turned to see Hinata looking stunning in a revealing clear top and short black dress, blushing madly. Hey, Hinata, you look amazing, said a grinning Naruto. Thanks, she smiled back at him. So, do you know what we're doing today? She said as she latched onto one of his arms, unconsciously pushing it into her. Oh yes, I have the whole day planned out, he exclaimed, trying to keep his cool. We're going to have a really good time today. Well, let's get to it, he said happily and pulled him into the shopping district. Time skip, Konoha Forest entrance. All according to Naruto's plan, the duo were having a nice walk through the park as their last activity for the day. The date went well for Naruto. They went shopping for clothes together. He had to keep from staring at Hinata too long in the different outfits she tried on. Ate at a nice restaurant where they actually had great conversation. Enjoyed 2 movies because they couldn't decide between an action movie or a chick flick, so they decided to see both, and now the two were taking a comfortable stroll through the park. So what is your dream, Naruto? Hinata asked. To get stronger to protect my precious people, and achieve peace in the elemental nations, and live happy with a big family, due to CRA that was secretly placed on me from the old man, but that's it for me. Naruto answered, staring at the sky as they walked. What about you, Hinata? What do you wish to achieve in life? Naruto asked. My dream is to combine both main branch and side branch of my clan together and spend my life with you, Naruto. Hinata declared as they stopped in front of the fountain. Hinata suddenly hugs Naruto, which caught him by surprise. Hinata was shaking, which meant that she was crying. What's wrong, Hinata? Naruto asked, concerned. Naruto, I have a question? Hinata asked. Ask away, Hinata, I'll answer truthfully. Naruto answered. In Naruto's mindscape, Rias was watching the date unfold between Naruto and Hinata. Kyuubi was sleeping. This feels too familiar for me, Rias thought to herself as she watched this moment. Be careful, Naruto, something bad might happen, and I feel as if it's gonna happen now. She says to herself. Back with Naruto. Would you die for me? Hinata asked. Wait a minute, Naruto thought. Say that again, Hinata, I thought I misheard you. Naruto asked, hoping he heard what she said was not true. I said, would you, Shink, die for me, Demon-kun? Hinata asked again, but shaking him with a kunai. Naruto was shocked that she would stab him. His girlfriend. Shit. This reopened my wounds, damn it. I'm still not healed yet. Naruto thought in pain. He dropped to the ground, feeling the pain. Since he was still healing after his intense training, that stab kinda reopened his wounds. Hinata was laughing. My what a turn of events, Kurenai-sensei was right about you. You are a demon. All that power you showed at the bridge proved it all. I didn't believe the higher-ups of the village at first, but I did my orders, plus the acting was so stressful. Naruto was frozen, his hair was flashing green for a brief second. So, this whole time, you was playing with my emotions? Naruto asked with no emotion in his voice cause of heartbreak. Hehe, yep, I never wanted to date you in the first place. It was so easy to make you a puppet for me, but I decided your existence should end. Hinata said with a crazed grin. Well, Naruto spoke as he stood up. You mean nothing to me now. He flexed his muscles, making the kunai bounce out, and let his advanced healing take place. So you'll be eliminated, but at the Chunin exams. Before he went away, he decked her in the face. Pow! She crashed into a tree. That was for playing with my emotions, bitch. He activated his wings and flew away. Flashback end. Thinking about that made him angry. Soon his aura became from purple to pure darkness. He pointed his hand at the trees behind him, and shot a red destruction blast. The trees turned into red sparkles. He inhaled the air, absorbing the sparkles, powering him up. Soon the sun came, so he went home and got dressed. Couple hours later, Naruto waited for his team. His hair changed, while he dyed it. Now half of it was blonde, the other side was black. The black was covering his whole eye. And changed his eye color as well. His left eye was emerald green and the other was bright orange. He was wearing a dark blue vest with belts strapped onto the front, and a black tank top underneath. Black skinny fighting pants which are held up with a white belt, and high-top Vans. He was sitting on the bench, waiting for his team. An hour goes by and Sasuke and Sakura appear. Konoha. Naruto and his team went to the academy to take the first test. Of course Sasuke had to be an ass and comment about the genjutsu. They met Team 9, which consisted of last year's top rookie Hyuga Neji, the last year's Kunoichi of the year Tenten, a weapons specialist, and the dead last before Naruto. Rock Lee. Lee showed his incredible skills when Sasuke arrogantly accepted his challenge in the hallway. Naruto snickered as he remembered Sasuke getting his ass kicked. He quite enjoyed the show. Their first test was easy, a written exam where they had to cheat without getting caught. Anyone who knew how to sneak information without being caught easily passed. Naruto used his hidden intelligence to finish all 9 questions in the first 15 minutes. For the remaining 30 minutes he slept. Of course Sasuke's little fan complained, but Naruto just turned her out as always. Now they standing in front of a gate which leads to the Forest of Death, the location of their next test. Naruto was deep in thought when a kunai grazed his cheek and cuts a strand of hair from a Kusagakure, genin. Naruto cursed, "Kuso, I let my guard down." Mitarashi Anko, the proctor for this part of the exam, appears behind Naruto and licks his cheek. "Even guys like you must pay attention, Gaki." She took the kunai and licked the blood off it. Such tasty blood, it'd be a shame if you died in there." The other genin flinched. Sakura was scared out of her mind. Hinata was covered in a dark aura with her Byakugan active as she saw Anko licking her Naru-kun. Just then Anko quickly drew another kunai as the Kusa genin appeared behind her, radiating a massive killing intent. Her tongue was shockingly extended and wrapped in it was the kunai that went missing. "Your kunai, I believe you dropped it," the genin said in a dark feminine tone. Anko took her kunai back. "Thank you, but don't just stand there radiating bloodlust, or else it might get messy for you." "I apologize, but I just get so excited at the sight of blood, and I was already revved up from your kunai cutting some of my precious hair." The Kusa genin looked down at Naruto. The blonde shivered slightly. Naruto went back to his team, feeling the Kusa genin's stare on him. The Kusa Kunoichi licked her lips in a suggestive manner. Soon. Naru. An hour later, Naruto and his team were in the forest trying to avoid getting into another brawl. After a run-in with some ninja from AIM, they decided to make a password. Just as they were about to leave, a massive wind blew straight at them. Naruto cursed again, blocking his face. "Kuso. This wind is a jutsu." He and Sasuke easily defended themselves. But poor Sakura got blown away. Q spoke up. "Naruto-kun, someone who smells like snakes is near." But Q could also smell a hidden scent, as if the snake scent hid the person's actual scent. And this other scent was quite familiar to the Demon Queen as well. The Kusa genin and her team stood there. "Now let's begin the plan." She then created a Doden Bushin to handle Naruto and Sasuke. While she went after Sakura, she vanished in a poof of smoke. Naruto called out, "Emo, Banshee, you there?" Sasuke answered, "I'm here, Dobi." But I think Sakura was blown away. The two boys got up. "Oh, I'm impressed you withstood my jutsu." The Kusa nin came forward. "You're both stronger than I thought." She then held up her scroll. "You have the Heaven Scroll, and you'd just love to your hands on our Earth Scroll, wouldn't you?" She brought the scroll to her mouth and unhinged her lower jaw like a snake would and began eating the scroll. Both Naruto and Sasuke were more than a little sickened. Soon she had swallowed the scroll and held her hand over her face, showing a look of total insanity. "Well, now, we shall fight, to the death." She released a massive torrent of ki at them. Sasuke and Naruto received images of their own demise. Naruto actually saw himself being shredded by a hail of kunai, and Sasuke saw the same image but shivering and frozen. But Naruto, who had suffered much worse from the ninja and civilians in the village, easily snapped out of it. "Shit. She's way out of our league." He saw Sasuke struggling. "We have to get out of here." The Kusa nin then flicked a kunai at them. Now to test their strength. Hopefully Otokage-sama is watching. The nin thought, preparing the fight. Naruto growled and grabbed Sasuke, dodging the kunai. The Kusa nin watched and she licked her lips. You've grown so powerful, Naruto-kun. Hopefully you're able to fight more in the future, she thought. With Sakura. OWW. Sakura rubbed her head and slowly got up. Sasuke-kun, Naruto baka? Where are you? Just then she heard a loud sound and looked up. A massive brown snake was looking hungrily down at her. Sakura paled and then screamed loudly, "Snake! Ahhhhhhhh." The snake winced, annoyed, and wrapped its tail around her tightly to shut her up. It brought Sakura to its mouth and then ate her. Unfortunately, when it tasted her, the snake spit her back out. She was disgusting. The snake made a hissing scoff and disappeared in a poof of smoke. "My, you are so foul, even predators do not want you." A dark feminine voice spoke. Sakura shivered. Who's there? She was humiliated and covered in snake spit. The Kusa no Ichi suddenly came of the shadow of the tree. "It's just me, little girl." She had a sinister grin on her face and moved gracefully toward the younger, much weaker Kunoichi. Sakura whimpered in sheer terror, frozen by her enormous ki. Her inner was even more scared, hiding in the deepest recesses of her mind. The Kusa Kunoichi drew closer and closer toward the frightened pink-haired Kunoichi. Her eyes took on a sinister purple glow. "Now let's see what I can do with you." She smirked. "After all, I gotta repay you for what you did to my son." Sakura's scream was heard all over the forest. With Team 10, Sarutobi Osamu's squad, who were the second-generation Ino Shikacho squad, heard the scream. Ino gasped, that was Sakura. We had to help her." Shikamaru groaned. "Ah man, both you and Sakura are so troublesome, Ino." But the Nara and Akamichi heirs followed their Kunoichi teammate as she leapt through the forest to help her once best friend turned love rival. Little did they know what they'd find. With Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke was panting, exhausted. "Dobi. Shush." Naruto shushed him. "She's too strong for us right now, Imo. We had to get out of here." But they didn't see the massive snake coming for them. Naruto quickly leapt back. Sasuke freaked and threw shuriken. "Get away!" he screamed. Naruto sneered at him. "So much for the mighty and great Uchiha," he thought, as he activated his sacred gear. Sasuke was still recovering from the encounter with the giant snake. The Kusa nin crossed her arms while waiting for one of them to make a move. Soon a storm of not only blue but red, chakra, and magic erupted around Naruto's body. Rocks that were hidden well in the ground rose up around his body. Boosted dividing gear balance breaker. The combined voice of Drake and Albion called out. The blonde smirked and rushed forward, glowing with a bright purple chakra which took on a strange form of dragon-like armor. He grew a half a foot taller, half of the armor was red while the other side was white. The Kusa Kunoichi was surprised before she lowered into a defensive stance. She recognized the bloodline instantly. Q opened her eyes in surprise. "Naruto-kun has this much chakra even without using mine." Sasuke was completely shocked and jealous. Why does the Dobi have so much power? Sasuke thought. Naruto cocked one hand back and punched forward, sending a massive shockwave forward which created a mighty tremor throughout the forest, knocking down several trees. With Team 10, Osamu's team looked around the forest. They smelled blood, and a lot of it. They also felt what seemed to be an earthquake. Ino called out, worried, "Sakura?" Just then they jumped as they heard the rustling of bushes. Quickly they all drew their kunai and got into defensive stances, but then a certain pink-haired girl came out of the bushes, surprised to see them. "Ino? Shikamaru? Choji?" Sakura walked out of the bushes holding a bloody kunai in each hand. Her clothes looked normal for someone who had just been screaming earlier. Ino was shocked. "Sakura, you're okay? We heard you scream earlier, what happened?" Sakura smiled. "Oh, I just ran into an enemy shinobi and dealt with him." She turned to face something hidden in the bushes. The corpse of a Konoha ninja kunai littered the corpse's body. He also had several fang marks on him, like he had been attacked by a giant snake. His teammates were on the other side of the bushes. They were in no better shape. In fact, they were in worse shape. Shikamaru's teammates may be brain dead, but Shikamaru himself is not. He noticed Sakura's eyes seemed to have a strange, almost sinister glow to them. Sakura's acting strange. Nah, it's too troublesome to think about. Little did the lazy genius know that this time he would pay the ultimate price for his usual attitude. Sakura looked at Team 10. You know Ino, this forest is pretty dangerous for you guys. There's enemies everywhere. She looked down with her hair shadowing her eyes. You might get hurt. Ino was surprised. What do you mean, Sakura? If Ino looked into Sakura's eyes right now, she'd die from fright at the sheer sinister glow they had. Sakura placed her hands in a seal. Her eyes suddenly glowed. Instantly Team 10 felt the surrounding area beginning to spin rapidly, and soon they all collapsed on the ground from the genjutsu Sakura used. The pink-haired Kunoichi walked up to them with a sinister smirk. You three will be useful for my plans. She knelt down and went through hand seals. Then she placed her hands on their heads. A very sinister purple chakra erupted from her body, and some of it went into all of Team 10's bodies. Instantly Team 10 woke up, but their eyes were blank to reveal they were under her control. Ino bowed. Team 10 at your service, my lady. Her usual loud voice was softer and currently emotionless. The two boys also bowed as if Sakura was their master. Sakura ordered, now go find me an earth scroll. The mind-possessed Team 10 bowed again and vanished via ninja speed. Sakura then looked at herself in the water nearby with disgust. How can this little weakling call herself a shinobi? She is pathetic. The academy has sure lowered its standards since my genin days. Soon her now slaves arrived. Ino spoke in a monotone. Milady, we have retrieved an earth scroll for you. She held up an earth scroll they had stolen from another Konoha team. Sakura took the scroll. Thank you. Now leave this area and act like yourselves. I'll call on you if I need anything else. Yes, milady. With that Team 10 leapt away. Sakura watched them leave with a dark smirk. Soon 3 aimed genin landed in front of her. They all had dark grins, thinking this would be easy. Poor fools, they know not their fates. The leader smirked. Well looky what we got here. A little Konoha Kunoichi all alone. You shouldn't be here, girly. There's thugs like us around. Hey boss, let's have some fun with her. The left one said, licking his lip nastily. Sakura didn't even look at them. I don't have time for you 3 morons, get lost. The leader growled. What was that? You know, we were going to simply scare you, but now we'll have to get rough. They released their ki at the genin, expecting her to faint out of sheer terror. Alas, she did not. In fact, she wasn't even fazed by their ki. Oh dear, you call that pathetic attempt ki? Sakura turned her head to face them, and instantly the 3 aimed genin were filled with terror. Sakura's eyes went from a soft emerald to an eerie poisonous green. Her pupils had become slits like a snake. She smirked evilly, revealing long serpent fangs. Why don't I show you little rookies how it's really done? An evil purple-black aura rose up around her, changing her slightly. Her nails turned black and became razor-sharp poisonous claws. Her hair spiked and lengthened a little. Her ki was 1,000 times stronger than what anyone else could pull off. The 3 poor aimed genin were doomed as Sakura slaughtered them mercilessly and instantly killing them with her yuki and claws. The 3 were now utterly and completely dead. Sakura's features returned to normal and she disappeared into the forest to find her teammates and her clone. With Naruto. Naruto growled as he avoided another wind jutsu from the Kusa-nin. He aimed his hand at her and fired a blast of pure raw chakra, only to have her leap back, avoiding it. However, the blast destroyed the tree she landed on, forcing her to head to the next nearest trees not yet destroyed. His armor was slightly broken, revealing some his clothes he had on. The Kusa-nin smirked while waiting. No doubt about it, Naruto-kun has those sacred treasures all right. I wonder what other abilities he has stored in that body of his. She thought. Naruto blocked a powerful kick from the Kusa-nin and punched her in the face, sending her flying. Sasuke was helpless, just watching this battle of the titans with deep jealousy and resentment in his heart. With Anko was eating her dumplings and using the sticks to create the symbol of Konoha. Anko. The snake mistress turned to face the one who called her. It was another proctor. He looked frightened. We found several dead bodies. But there's something strange about them. Anko was interested. Strange? They led her to the place where they found the bodies. Anko was completely stunned at the bodies' damage. They were faceless and looked like they had been partially digested by a snake. Being a snake summoner herself, there was only one other person, her former mentor, the snake Sanin. Orochimaru. Also, she recognized the pink-haired girl from Kakashi's squad. She wasn't just faceless, that whole area was skinless. almost as if someone had torn her face completely off. Her body was broken in many places. There's no doubt a jutsu was used. Why would he be here? Anko went instantly into action. Tell Hokage-sama what you saw. I'm going in. She vanished via Shunshin, heading after who she thought was her former sensei. In the air, an unknown person had infiltrated the forest and was heading for the tower along with the other teams, more like flying in the air. The person turned out to be a female and she was a beauty. She had a black gi with dark sleeves and leggings along with white-heeled boots that rose to her knees. She has a heart-shaped face with beautiful plump lips that was covered in black lipstick. Spiky hair that seemed to be everywhere with a few bangs on her face, black eyes that is blacker than midnight. She has a earring that's gold on the top and green on the bottom. She has a well-toned body that told she has been fighting for years. Lastly, she has D-cup and a nice plum-shaped butt and wide hips. All in all, Anko leapt through the forest, there's no doubt in my mind. It's him. The snake mistress growled as painful memories rose up to the surface. She raised her hand and rubbed where the curse seal was on her neck. She planned to go after Orochimaru herself and take him down. Even if she was only a special Junin, she knew enough jutsu to possibly take him out. Unfortunately, she's a few years too late. With Naruto, the blonde and black-haired Jinchuriki shot toward his adversary with two kai blades in hand. But the Kusa Nin allowed him to strike her and then turned into a log. She used the art of the substitution to trick him. Naruto growled and closed his eyes to sense out his opponent. Soon the Kusa Nin tried to attack him from behind, but Naruto easily countered and the two of them traded powerful, intense blows. Sasuke was jealous. Why? Why does he have so much power? I need that power. Sasuke's fists were clenched so hard that they popped. Then he heard his brother's words in his mind. Foolish little brother. If you wish to kill me, then foster your hatred. Despise me. Cling to life without honor like the worthless coward you are. Sasuke growled. No, no. I will not fall for it. I must obtain power. His Sharingan activated with two tomo in each eye. But the two titans ignored the Uchiha prodigy and continued their match. They were fighting at high below rank levels. Sasuke snarled. How dare they ignore me? I'm an Uchiha elite. He went through hand seals, fire release, great fireball jutsu. He blasted a fireball at both of them. With Anko, the snake mistress landed on a thick branch when she sensed an evil powerful chakra behind her. Anko quickly reacted and used her jutsu, hidden shadow snake hands. Out of her sleeve appeared several small snakes which attacked her opponent. But to her shock, her assailant easily avoided them. A feminine voice spoke. Anko-chan, it's been a while. I see you've mastered our snake jutsu quite well. Anko was stunned. Who are you and how do you know my name? She was horrified and thought it was Orochimaru after all. Anko drew a kunai and held it in a threatening stance. Why don't you come out? Orochimaru. Sorry Anko-chan, I'm afraid Orochimaru is gone. Anko was shocked. Orochimaru was dead? How'd he die? She was about to get her answer. Soon a young girl with long pink hair appeared out of the shadows. She wore a red kipao dress with white circular designs. Tight dark green shorts, her eyes were an emerald green. Anko's eyes widened in shock. No. No way. You can't be alive. I saw your body. You can't be her. Anko couldn't believe it. She knew this girl was dead, then how was she standing here in front of her, and why did she get the same frightening feeling from her as she got from her former sensei Orochimaru? Sakura smiled. That's right Anko-chan. I'm the one who killed those shinobi. Now Anko-chan, you've been a very bad girl. She raised one hand and her pointer and middle fingers suddenly extended like spears, and bad girls must be punished. Anko was so shocked to see that happen that the strange technique struck her in the stomach and went out her back. Anko coughed up blood and blood pooled from her gaping wound. Her vision began to wane as she felt a sharp burning feeling go through her body. Why did you? Was the wounded special Junin question. Sakura spoke, because you never helped her son when he needed it. Anko-chan. Her son? Wait. You're not the Haruno girl or Kushina sensei at all. Anko's eyes widened at the realization. Sakura giggled. You're right. I'm not Haruno Sakura because, her eyes flashed a dark purple, I killed her. Let me show you my true form. The girl brought her hand up to her face and the false skin dissipated to show her true face, body, and outfit. The young girl now became an adult woman in her early 20s with long blood red hair which went down to her ankles with black highlights and streaks were visible in her hair. Her eyes were a dark venomous violet with reptilian slits for pupils. Her skin was an unnatural white and her nails were a blackish violet and razor sharp. Her lips were decorated with venom purple lipstick. Her outer clothes consisted of a long-sleeved black dress which went down to her knees. The top of the dress was low-cut to reveal her very ample cleavage and large tsunade, May size, which were accented by the mesh outfit she wore underneath. For the lower part of her outer clothes, she wore shinobi shorts in the same black color. All over the dress's sleeves and front and sides were several images of purple snakes. The kanji for snake princess could be read on the back. Anko whispered in disbelief before the venom took her. Who are you? She collapsed from the venom and it began to slowly change her body and the mark on her neck. Shukunashi looked at Anko with some regret. Anko-chan, you've disappointed me and I'll deal with Yugo-chan and Kurenai-chan soon enough. She looked up at the heavens and her eyes flashed a venomous green full of hate. Konohagakure, you will suffer for your crimes against her son. A dark purple snake-like aura surrounded her as she released the full brunt of her ki. With some of the other teams, most of the other genin teams all collapsed from sheer terror from the ki. Somehow teams 7, 8, 9, and 10 didn't feel it or were too busy to notice. With Gaara, the normally murderous Jinchuriki shivered and whispered, "She's angry, mother is frightened." His two older siblings both cowered, remembering who she was and knew that she was the only person besides two other people that made Gaara and even the Shukaku submit to her will due to her sheer power. Konohagakure Square. Several civilians, especially those with weak hearts or the elderly, all died from the sheer bloodlust emitting from the forest of death. Children all screamed and had to comforted by their parents. Hokage Tower. Hiruzen felt a monstrous ki from the forest of death. This terrible bloodlust. I haven't felt anything this powerful since the Kyuubi. Hidden chambers. Danzo could barely move from the murderous intent felt. His visible eye wide with surprise. This intent is inhuman. I must capture whoever released this much killing intent. He snapped his finger and summoned a squad of his agents. They bowed. What is your command, Danzo-sama? Go to the forest of death and capture whoever released this ki. I could always use a bodyguard. Also bring me the Kyuubi brat. I will not be denied my weapon any longer. Yes sir. With that the root forces vanished into the shadows. Danzo had a dark glint in his eye. I will capture this person and the demon brat and use their powers to take over as Hokage, then I'll conquer the elemental countries and rule the world. Danzo thought as he cackled to himself. In the forest, Shukunashi calmed herself down and her aura faded away. Soon her spy Kabuto arrived in a poof of smoke. Kabuto chuckled and adjusted his glasses. My Shukunashi, I see you used your venom on Orochimaru's former pupil. If she doesn't die from it then she will be mutated by it. You're even more cruel than Orochimaru-sama ever was. I mean our Otokage is cruelly sadistic, but close to her. He had to admit working for Shukunashi was way more thrilling than working for Orochimaru. Shukunashi looked at him with a dark shine in her eyes. Enough of the compliments, Kabuto-kun. You know how I am when people speak on Naruto's name. Besides, I sense that Naruto-kun is in trouble. She turned her attention in the direction where she sensed her son's chakra signature. Oh, don't worry, Shukunashi. Remember your clone is testing them. I'll take care of things here. Shukunashi nodded and vanished, heading for where Team 7 was fighting her clone as the Kusa Nin disguise. Kabuto then vanished a minute later. With Naruto had formed a giant barrier of chakra and protected the Kusa Nin too. He growled, "Damn it, I'm nowhere near as strong as her. My body still hasn't healed yet. Fuck, this hurts." He was exhausted and in pain. Putting up barriers was really tough work even for him. Naruto glared coldly. HMPH, puny mortal. He didn't even care, that was right in the line of fire, and where did the mortal line come from? Sasuke looked to see the damage by his fireball but was angered to see no damage at all. He snarled, "Damn it. Why didn't my jutsu work?" Soon the Uchiha prodigy was about to try again, but then an immense chakra was felt heading their way. Naruto passed out with his armor disappearing since he had just started training on Balance Breaker. Soon a person appeared, a woman. The Kusa Nin vanished in a puff of smoke, revealing her true form. Sasuke glared but then gasped at the woman's beauty. She's gorgeous. Way prettier than any of the pathetic girls in my class. And that chakra. It feels so powerful. I must have her. The woman had long blood-red hair and purple eyes. Her battle dress really showed her Y-form off. She vanished and before Sasuke could react knocked him out with a chop to the neck. Ketsuya turned her attention on the unconscious Naruto. Naruto-kun. You really are more handsomer than your father, and more prettier than your other mothers. She opened her mouth and out came a snake, and from the snake's mouth came the earth scroll she had swallowed earlier. Ketsuya picked up the scroll and placed it in Naruto's pocket. She lifted him into her arms and summoned a shadow clone to carry Sasuke. Instantly she vanished knowing where the tower is. A few minutes later, Shukunashi appeared via Shunshin at the tower and retook the guise of Haruno Sakura. 2 days later, Team 7 Feet mysteriously were at the tower. They were all currently asleep with Sakura sleeping next to Naruto. Naruto woke up and yawned. What a nice sleep. Wait, what day is it? He saw Sasuke still unconscious. Naruto smirked and kicked Sasuke. Wake up, Uchiha. Ow. Sasuke woke up from the kick and rubbed where Naruto hit him. He glared. Damn it, Dobi. What did you kick me for? The two got into each other's faces. Naruto sneered. Want me to kick you again? Do it, Dobi. I dare you. Sasuke and Naruto got ready to throw down here and now. Sakura woke up due to the yelling. Huh? What's up with you two? She looked confused on the outside but inwardly she was thinking, I see Naruto-kun has a deep resentment toward the Uchiha clan as well. She would be pleased at this as well. This will make it so much easier to turn him against the village. She smiled evilly inwardly. It seems these fools have a use after all. I'll surely be able to convince Naruto-kun to join me. Sasuke and Naruto both quieted noticing their kunoichi teammate was awake. Sakura suggested, I think we should open the scrolls now. Naruto felt something in his pocket and pulled out an earth scroll. Huh? Where'd this come from? Sakura smiled and explained, I stole it from an enemy team, Naruto-kun. Naruto and Sasuke both gaped as they stared at Sakura in shock. Naruto was more shocked at her use of his real name and adding the kun suffix. But they decided it was too much trouble to think about and they opened the scrolls. Naruto opened the earth and Sasuke unrolled the heaven scroll. But all they saw was a strange seal and smoke began to rise from it. Sakura realized, Naruto-kun. Sasuke. It's a summoning. Get rid of them. Both boys obeyed and threw the scrolls down as the smoke increased and soon a man was seen standing there. He had tanned skin, a scar on his nose, and brown hair tied in a ponytail similar to Anko's. This man was their former sensei from the academy, Amino Iruka, a Chunin instructor. He lost his parents in the Kyuubi attack, and at first he hated Naruto for it but teaching him over the years. Iruka learned not to blame the container for the tenant's crimes. Iruka smiled at his former students. Hello Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, it's been a while. Naruto was stunned. Iruka-sensei? What's going on? Why are you appearing from a summoning jutsu? Iruka chuckled. Well Naruto, we Chunin are messengers for you genin about this part of the exam and I was lucky enough to become the messenger for you guys. He checked his watch. You guys just made it here, it's almost over. He soon went on and explained about the scroll they found on the wall. Sakura was eyeing Iruka. He seems to like young Naruto, however he didn't admit it until the boy was nearly killed by Mizuki. Speaking of whom, I really should deal with him later, the fool thinking that I give him power for killing her child. You may be helping him now Iruka, but it does not excuse you from my wrath. Her eyes flashed purple before returning back to green. A few days of healing later. All of the passing teams were listening to the third as he explained about the truth of the exams. Soon he offered anyone a chance to back out of the exams after their third exam. Proctor Gecko Hayate arrived. He was a kind, sickly-looking man with a Junin vest, black pants, and a sword strapped to his back. Much to Naruto's surprise, Kabuto raised his hand. I'm out. What, Kabuto? The silver-haired man smiled. I'm sorry Naruto-kun, but ever since that encounter in the first exam with the Auto Nin, I've been deaf in my right ear. Hayate spoke. You're Yakushi Kabuto, correct? He wrote his name down on a clipboard. Alright, you may go. The Sandame along with the other proctors began talking about Kabuto's past. Kabuto turned to leave, and as he did a sinister look appeared in his eyes. If I stayed, my old blood might start rising again, and as a top spy that would not be appropriate for my mission. Besides, with you masquerading as their teammate, you've got everything under control, don't you? Katsua? He knowingly looked at Sakura. An image of Katsua appeared above her. Kabuto walked away. I look forward to seeing you again someday, Naruto-kun. Sakura looked at Kabuto's retreating form with a knowing, sinister glint in her eyes. She turned her attention on Team 10, who stood to attention at her gaze. She smirked evilly. Good, they're still under my jutsu. They're still my pawns, just as I planned. Next she turned a cold, hateful glare on the Sandame. Sarutobi, I will make you suffer for your lies, for what Kushina has gone through because of your actions. You shall suffer his pain 1,000-fold. Her emerald eyes began to glow and her fists clenched tightly. A faint dark purple aura began to seep from her body. Only Neji, Hinata, and the Sandame noticed it. Hinata noticed Sakura's actions and shivered. I don't know why, but Sakura frightens me so much now. She could sense something was very different about the pink-haired girl. She wasn't all over Sasuke and wasn't scolding Naruto like she used to. Also, she sensed a different presence than usual. The original Sakura was loud and annoying, especially when it came to her raven-haired teammate or talking down Naruto. But this new Sakura seemed to have a much more commanding, sinister presence. Neji activated his Byakugan and stared at Sakura. Her chakra, it's so sinister and evil, it's like she isn't even human. He could see her chakra pathways, but instead of them being blue, they were a dark purple, and her chakra was like a dark flame seeping throughout her body. Sarutobi remembered what Anko told him when he found her wounded in the hospital. Flashback: a day ago. Hiruzen was doing his paperwork with annoyance when a Chunin burst into his office. He looked like he ran all the way here forgetting about Shunshin. Hokage-sama. A random Chunin barged in. Hiruzen sighed. What is it? It's Mitarashi Anko. She's been attacked. Sarutobi's eyes widened. What? He yelled. Yes sir. She's in critical condition. Hiruzen ordered, take me to her. Yes Hokage-sama. Instantly Hiruzen and the Chunin sunshine to the hospital. The people recognizing their leader allowed him in and took him when asked to Anko's room. What Hiruzen saw shocked him. Many medic nin were standing around Anko's form trying to heal the deep puncture wound in her stomach. It looked like she'd been stabbed with a spear through the stomach. She had clad in nothing but her fishnet mesh making. Several of the males have nosebleeds from her assets. Hiruzen was horrified. What happened to her? One medic nin turned. We don't know Hokage-sama. We found her like this on our way back from the field and brought her in. Anko somehow woke up. Hokage-sama. She was in so much pain, it was difficult to talk. Hiruzen asked, Anko-chan, who did this to you? It was someone named Katsua. She's the one under the skin of the new Haruno Sakura, and looks like Kushina-sensei. Sarutobi was stunned. Who is this Katsua person? Anko-chan, is there anything this Shunashi wants? Yes, sir. She wants to retrieve the weird Naruto kid, the black and blondie girly Gaki, above anything else. Hiruzen backed up. She wants Naruto? Never, she won't get him. Anko whispered before going unconscious again. Hokage-sama, one last thing, Shunashi said. Kushina-sensei is very angry with you. Beware. She may come after you, sir. With that, Anko fell unconscious again. Sarutobi shivered. He knew how dangerous Kushina had been before, but who knew what happened over the years. Flashback end. Hiruzen had heard the reports that Haruno Sakura was one of the genin who died in the forest, and now she suddenly shows up alive but different. There was no doubt in his mind who's really hiding within the skin of Haruno Sakura. He could sense it. Soon Hayate announced, now, we will begin the preliminaries, look to, the wall above the statue. Everyone looked to see a panel open above the ram statue to reveal an electronic screen, and it began scanning through names. Soon it stopped and read Uchiha Sasuke vs Kado Yoroi. Sasuke smirked. I get to go first, huh? HMPH, how unexpected. The arrogance in his tone was so sharp you could cut it with a knife. Yoroi smirked under his mouthcloth. Ooh, I'm gonna enjoy beating you up, Uchiha. Naruto rolled his eyes as if he cared whether or not this bastard passed. Hayate commanded, will all, but the two competitors, report to the upper balcony? The rookies and their senseis all went up to the upper floor except Kakashi, who came to wish his precious Uchiha good luck. Kakashi spoke, "Sasuke, use whatever means to win. You're an Uchiha and you won't get in trouble if you kill anyone." Sasuke and Yoroi remained down on the floor. Sasuke smirked, "HMPH. Tell me something I don't know, Kakashi. Everyone shall soon fear the Uchiha clan as they should." Ino was silent along with her team because they were under Sakura's jutsu. They knew not to act up lest they anger their master. Asuma was surprised. Normally Ino would be cheering for Sasuke to win, and Shikamaru would say she's troublesome. What happened to my team? They've been acting strange ever since the second exam ended. Kurenai was looking coldly at Naruto. "Soon, demon, you will die by my student's hands. I managed to break Hinata from your mind control beast." Suddenly Kurenai felt a massive wave of ki aimed at her. She was shocked to see Sakura looking at her with the same dark hateful glare she was giving Naruto. What's with her? I thought she hated the demon too, and how is she releasing so much ki? Sakura glared at her former genin. "Kurenai, you're foolish to let my disappearance blind you to the truth. I'll make your students suffer for your crimes against Kushina's son." She was releasing cage-level killing intent more than enough to knock most of the other genin unconscious, yet Hinata was the only one to faint. The intent was too much for the poor Hyuga girl. She was instantly knocked out. Sakura smirked cruelly at the unconscious Hyuga. "She gives a bad name to all of us, Kunoichi. This girl is as pathetic as her mother was. She broke her Naruto's heart, and now he wants to take her out." Single quote dot. Her smile only seemed to grow more cruel, remembering how she killed the weakling Hyuga after she had given birth to her second daughter. Kurenai gasped when Hinata fainted. "Hinata." She tried to wake her up but couldn't. Hinata was in a death-like trance from the intense ki alone, so the medics had to take her away, saying she was out of the exam. Neji watched Hinata being carried off with a sneer. "TCH. Just as fate intended, she's a failure and always will be nothing more than a failure." Kakashi watched Sasuke's battle intently. "There's no way Sasuke will lose, he's the best of them all, no one can beat him." He sneered under his mask at Naruto, especially not a demon he will eventually control as the lowly beast that it is. Hayate spoke, "Cough. Uchiha Sasuke, Akado Yoroi, you both have been chosen as the first ones to fight in the preliminaries, cough. Any protests?" Sasuke shook his head, "No." Yoroi nodded, "None here." Hayate nodded, "All right, cough. The first match of the preliminaries, Hajime, cough." He raised and lowered his arm to signal the start of the match. Sasuke leapt back and went through hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique. He shot a fireball at Yoroi, who easily avoided it. "Ha, this'll be fun." Yoroi placed his hands in a seal and they began to glow. Sakura smirked, "Poor little Uchiha. Yoroi-kun's techniques are the absolute worst you could face. Unless you were born with a huge amount of chakra like me, Kushina, Naruto-kun, Shukunashi, and I were." Sasuke sneered, "Like your glowing hand is going to frighten me away. I'm an Uchiha, you scum." Yoroi smirked, "I'm gonna enjoy taking you down a peg or two." He rushed forward with his glowing hand aimed to touch Sasuke. The Uchiha began going through hand seals again, fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Sasuke shot multiple fireballs at Yoroi, but the older genin easily weaved around them, dodging them all. Yoroi soon managed to grab Sasuke in the forehead, then pinned him to the ground. He began absorbing Sasuke's chakra. Sasuke struggled, "My chakra. You're absorbing my chakra." Yoroi sneered, "It took you this long just to figure that out? How the hell are you the best genin the village has to offer?" He continued draining Sasuke's chakra. The Uchiha's struggles weakened until he fainted from the chakra loss. Yoroi let go of him and got up with a scoff, "TCH. He wasn't that hard to defeat." Hayate announced, "Cough, I'm stopping this before it goes too far, Shouza Akado Yoroi." Kakashi couldn't believe it. How could my best student lose?" The other Jonin were surprised as well. Neji shook his head. "I guess fate decreed Uchiha Sasuke to lose in the exam." Naruto smirked. "I guess the Uchiha clan ain't all godly, Kakashi?" Kakashi glared at Naruto. "Ooh. You just wait, demon. Soon you'll get yours. I'll avenge my sensei's death." He shunshined down to the floor and picked up his prized pupil before taking him to the medics, who scrambled over themselves to take their beloved Uchiha to the infirmary to be given the best medical treatment. Kiss-ups much? Kiba laughed. Oh man. I guess the Teme wasn't all that tough after all. He got smacked by Kurenai. Ow. Kurenai scolded. That's not very nice to say about your comrades, Kiba-kun. Kiba grumbled something about bastard Uchihas not being comrades. Ow. Kurenai smacked him in the head again. Akamaru snickered at his partner's dilemma. Soon the board began through names again and stopped at Aburame Shino vs Abumi Zaku. Zaku, the spiky-haired Otto Genin, smirked. Who's that loser? Shino remained silent as they both walked down. Sakura spoke. Naruto-kun, I have something to do, I'll be right back. She vanished quickly. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What's gotten into her? He thought, whatever game she is playing I don't like it one bit, but at least I'll enjoy her niceness. Rias finally spoke up. I don't know, Naruto-kun. I sense something strange about her. That you, Rias? Where've you been? I've been resting, Naruto-kun. Believe it or not, even I need to rest once in a while, plus I'm still trying to heal you after that extreme training and heal you after that training. I see, so what's so strange about Sakura now? Just keep a close watch on her, Naruto-kun. I sense the Sakura you once knew is no longer alive. Sweet, I never liked the bitch anyway. Ria's sweat dropped before cutting off the connection so she could rest some more. Still, why did Hinata do it? What did I do wrong? He pondered with a troubled face, but after a minute his face switched to serious. Never mind, she chose to stand by the villagers. There's no other choice. I gotta put her down, along with anyone else. Infirmary. Sakura appeared at the infirmary and met the receptionist. She read through the girl's memories and winced. I can't believe I had to demean myself like this. She put on her cutest pout for those who couldn't sense her true sinister power. Hi. I'm Haruno Sakura and I'm wondering if I could visit Sasuke-kun? I'm his teammate. The receptionist smiled. Of course you can, he's just got a case of chakra exhaustion. Sakura smiled back. Thank you. But inwardly she was disgusted and wanted to retch. She was led to Sasuke's room and entered alone, but she noticed there were a couple of Anbu-guard. The Snake Queen in disguise scoffed and then swiftly killed each one without any resistance. Injecting high fatal doses of her venom into them, they died instantly and painlessly. Shukunashi preferred to make a kill as clean as possible. Sakura stood at Sasuke's bed. The Uchiha looked so peaceful in his sleep, aside from his casual muttering of, Itachi, vengeance is mine. Sakura dug into her pouch and brought out a syringe with a strange black ink-like liquid inside. She smirked maliciously. So, you want power to gain revenge? I'll give you power, little boy. She stabbed the needle into Sasuke's arm and pushed the plunger. The liquid went into Sasuke's arm. Sasuke groaned in his sleep but didn't wake. The pink-haired girl turned and left to go see Anko in the hospital, using the old-style curse seal her predecessor gave Anko as a tracking beacon. Hospital. Sakura arrived in the hospital and searched for Anko's chakra signal. She found it and went into the room she was in. Sakura smirked as she studied Anko's vital signs. They were still strong and her venom was still in Anko's system. The fools had obviously tried to eject it, but her venom is no ordinary venom. It's a powerful demonic toxin that can change its structure to appear to be normal body fluid flowing through her victim's body to fool those who would try to remove it. Even her former sensei and mother-in-law Tsunade wouldn't be able to stop it. She walked over to her former pupil, and sat on her bed close to her. Anko-chan, I really hoped you of all people would know how her son felt. Out of Kushina's 3 former students I liked you the best because you two were so similar back then. Sakura said with some nostalgia. She reached out and stroked Anko's hair. You've disappointed me, Anko-chan. So you must be punished for your choices and I'll be dealing with Kurenai and Yugo soon enough. She sighed with some regret and stood up to leave. She vanished via Shunshin, not noticing Anko's chakra was beginning to change or her features becoming more snake-like. Tower. The battle between Zaku and Shino got really tough, but Zaku won by using his air cannons to destroy Shino's army and blowing the Aburame into the wall before Shino could even create a beetle bushin. Zaku sneered, "TCH. Like I said, just a loser." He walked back up to the balcony. Kurenai and Kiba couldn't believe their eyes. Shino lost. Soon Sakura reappeared at the bottom floor and walked back up where she stopped beside Naruto. She crossed her arms and gazed up at the board, wondering who was next. The board soon read Tsurugi Misumi vs Konkuro. This battle Konkuro won easily by using his mastery of his puppet known as Karasu to trick his opponent, who revealed his body's strange abilities to dislocate his joints. The board ran through names again before stopping Uzumaki Naruto vs Inuzuka Kiba. Kiba grinned, "Alright, I'm up against the Dobi, this'll be easy." He basically made a complete fool of himself, dancing around like a total moron. But Akamaru wasn't so confident. Something about Naruto had changed big time, and he had a feeling they were screwed. Sakura raised an eyebrow at Kiba. "Hey, so he assumes Kitty H looks as mangy as she does." Originally, according to the information Kushina passed to Shukunashi, she didn't like Sume. The Inuzuka heiress had always been hanging around her. Plus she didn't like how she smelled, so she pretended to be her friend. But gradually over the years she began to notice how similar they were in attitude, so she began to genuinely become best friends with her, until a few years ago when her spies told her Sume was one of the ones who attempted to kill her son. She considered poisoning Kiba. But why she should deny Kushina's son a chance to vent some anger out on the mutt? Naruto and Kiba walked down to the floor and faced each other. Or Naruto kinda limping down. Kiba spoke, "You know Naruto, I'll end this in one shot and make Hinata my demon." Naruto scowled. "You can keep her, she means nothing to me anymore, and learn when to quit. You're a warm-up. Actually you're more of an appetizer or something smaller than an appetizer." Unnoticed by everyone else and him, a seal appeared on Naruto's forehead. Kiba scoffed, "TCH. Akamaru, stand back and let me handle this. I'll get this beast back for what he said about Hinata." Akamaru shook his head and backed away. Hayate announced, "The fifth match, Uzumaki Naruto vs. Inuzuka Kiba, Hajime. Don't get too comfy Naruto, this will be over before you know it," Kiba said. Naruto stayed silent but was thinking critically. "I have to not let Kiba hit me where my body is injured, plus I don't think it was a good thing to reseal my power." Naruto thinking. Kiba got in a crouch on all fours. Imitation beast ninja art. 4 legs technique. Before Naruto's very eyes, Kiba's appearance began to grow even more animal-like than before. Something which seemed very similar to Naruto's own changed when he is influenced by the Kyuubi's chakra. After Kiba's transformation was complete, he suddenly launched towards Naruto, too fast for him to follow. "It's over," Kiba yelled, then he swung his clawed hands at Naruto's face. Naruto didn't know what happened. He saw Kiba directly in front of him, getting ready to strike him, and all Naruto knew was he had to react, and he let his instincts take over. Instincts he never knew he had, because he certainly never remembered possessing them. And now he was below Kiba, having widely ducked his attack. He dodged it, thought Kiba and the spectators collectively. Naruto, deciding that his body knew what it was doing, went with the flow, and did whatever felt natural. He quickly uppercut Kiba in his jaw, then hit him with a spinning kick in his stomach, launching his opponent back to where his canine partner was. Naruto was just as confused as everyone else. He never had enough skill to move like that, much less had enough where it felt natural to do it. What Naruto did know was that unlike the past few days, where his body felt weird, now he felt normal, like nothing was wrong. It was like his body knew that it possessed more skills, but he didn't know. His muscles had memories of something he doesn't recall gaining. Naruto didn't know what was happening, but he knew what to do, and how to possibly win. Go with what feels right. Lucky hit, it won't happen again, Kiba said as he was getting up off the floor, wiping his mouth of blood. Needless to say, everyone was stunned at Naruto because something amazing was happening to him. Naruto's eyes began to change into silver. His straight hair turned completely black, spiky, showing both of his different colored eyes. His expression changed from focused to blank. "Akamaru," Kiba called out. "Bark." Kiba and Akamaru started to come at Naruto with a barrage of hit-and-run attacks. Naruto, to the surprise of Kiba, avoided them all. "I'll admit it, Naruto, you're sure got better, but this is it ends now," Kiba said, pulling 2 red pills from his pocket. He gave one pill to Akamaru and he ate the second one. Akamaru turned red, then jumped on Kiba's back. Beast effect ninjutsu. Beast human Bushin. Now, where previously only one Kiba and his dog was, there was 2 Kibas. One on the other's back. Getsuga. Both Kibas suddenly launched themselves at Naruto, twirling at impossible speeds. To Naruto it seemed like it was two miniature tornadoes hurtling towards him at extreme speeds. But he let his instincts take over again. ND jumped in the air. The tornadoes then redirected themselves trying to tear Naruto to shreds. Naruto flawlessly dodging, showing his agility. This feels amazing, Naruto thought. All of my unnecessary emotions are being burned away, like all of my worries are disappearing. I like this, he thought. Kiba and Kabamaru stopped their tornado barrage and tried taijutsu in midair. Of course Naruto dodged, but this time, he countered attack. Sidelines. Everyone was shocked, especially Might Guy. I can't believe it, Naruto is using that technique, but it seems that he's using it without knowing. Guy told everyone. What is he using, Guy? Kakashi asked. Everyone had the same question. Lee seemed to know what he meant by that, given that he too is a taijutsu specialist. Guy-sensei, you mean that he's using the Ultra Instinct? Lee asked. Ultra Instinct? What is that? Tell me. Kakashi demanded. I was getting to that, Kakashi, geez. Guy answered. Ultra Instinct, or key of egoism, is a very rare and highly advanced mental state. It is notorious among the martial arts master for being exceptionally difficult to master, even for them. Users can automatically react to any threat without the need to acknowledge it and defend themselves. Their body can also move and adapt while in battle on its own, allowing them to attack and defend simultaneously without thinking. However, this ability is not an absolute guarantee against all danger. While dodging and moving is easy to master, attacking while in Ultra Instinct is difficult, as fighters are inclined to think about their attacks before making them, thus slowing them down and weakening their attack while performing the move. The user can only sustain the sheer power of the ability for only a minute or so before their body breaks down from pushing so far beyond their natural limits. The time limit ending is shown from blood rupturing from the user's body, as well as dark chakra electrical shocks that will cause them severe pain and eventually force them into unconsciousness. In more severe cases, it could potentially kill the user. Guy finished. All the Naruto haters were seething since the demon brat is getting stronger. Those who were not Naruto haters were surprised. Back to Naruto versus Kiba. Kiba and Kabamaru got knocked to the ground, bloody and beaten. Naruto, however, landed gracefully on the ground. He walked to a beaten Kiba about to see him off. This is the ENDD. He shouted, about to finish, until pain shot through him as a seal appeared and cut off his weird instincts as his hair and eyes went back to normal. What the hell was that? Shit, can't dodge this time. Kiba saw his chance and gutted Naruto. Naruto spat out blood as Kiba and Akamaru smashed his back from above with a quick, devastating Gatsuga. Naruto winced in pain, and then slumped on the floor. Haha, once a loser, always a loser. Why don't you stay down for your own good? Kiba stepped on Naruto's head, then laughed tauntingly, then moved on to ranting about how Naruto was always a failure, and would never become a Hokage. You know you're just bluffing. You cannot win against me and Akamaru. You're just a failure who's fooling himself. Give up, you clanless orphan. He mocked him as he grabbed him and threw him against the wall. A cloud of dust erupted from the wall as a body collided with it at high speed. Dropping to his hands and knees, Naruto was in pain. My body hurts all over. Damn it. What's wrong with me? Why does it feel like I'm gonna die? Naruto thought. Suddenly pain exploded in Naruto's head. Grabbing his head and stumbling forward a step, Naruto tried to figure out what was going on. But every time he tried to get a thought in, his head erupted with more pain. Looking on, many of the Leaf Ninja were shocked at what was happening to Naruto. The others, however, were just wondering what was happening, although one particular redhead looked on with interest and fear. Mother, this one frightens me. Gaara held his head. Be calm, cub. Watch and you may learn something interesting about him. Shukaku instructed Gaara. Yes, mother. When Naruto first grabbed his head, all the Leaf Jonin looked towards the Hokage to see what they are to do next. But before the aged Kage could decide what course of action to take, a wave of power washed over everyone. Turning all attention back to Naruto, they could see that he had stopped holding his head and screaming. Now he just appeared to be staring up at the ceiling, but this calm didn't last. Naruto's face changed from one of calm to one of frustration, and then to anger. He began to scream again as a green mantle of energy formed around his body. While this was happening, the ground around him began to shake violently. Kiba stumbled backwards away from Naruto only to trip and fall on his ass. And he wasn't the only one. Many of the unprepared genin had grabbed onto the railing in front of them to stop from falling over. Others had the sense to use their chakra to hold on, but it was doing little good. Bits of the floor were pulled up into the air by the sheer pressure of Naruto's power. However, that wasn't what the Hokage was looking at. He was staring at the seal that appeared on Naruto's forehead, which appeared to be glowing an odd purple color, and it looked more like a withering tree. Naruto's roaring was replaced by insane laughter as the lights dimmed and strange lighting like bolts formed from the power he was generating. Then, it all stopped. The laughter, the lighting and the power, it all just stopped. But that merely meant that the worst was yet to come. Green light suddenly shot up from his eyes and mouth as he roared at the top of his lungs. Then without warning the seal broke and Naruto's body exploded and was cocooned by a green light that expanded outwards, destroying the ground beneath it. All the power he kept sealing for training was gone, letting him at full power. The light soon faded, allowing everyone to see what happened. The crater from the explosion was roughly about 10 feet across and 3 feet deep. There was a figure crouching down in the center of the crater. The smoke cleared. It showed a figure with red hair, about shoulder length, that spiked in random patches, also covering his normal eye. His shirt and jacket was now gone, but his choker was still there on his bare chest, which had all the ladies drooling, even the ones that didn't like him. Naruto still had his pants and shoes on, but a red monkey-like tail was swirling behind him. The reason why is because of his clothes was still there because of his stretch seal he kept equipped to his clothes. A cruel smirk appeared on his face as he watched everyone's confusion. His one ice blue silted the room. "Who are you really? You're not the Dobi!" Kiba screamed. Clearly you are more pathetic than I first thought you were, if you don't even know who I am." Dog breath, Naruto retorted. Kiba and everyone's eyes widened in shock. It couldn't possible be Naruto? Hearing the name just caused the guy to laugh. "Got it in one go. Not bad Kiba, not bad." Naruto mock applauded Kiba. "Too bad, but you still have to die for that comment you made about Hinata, bastard," he declared. Laughter. That's right, Inuzuka. Kiba was laughing at the prospect of his own death. Naruto wondered if the boy had finally cracked. So did a lot of people actually. "So finally going to stop pretending, Kyuubi," he declared. Most of the Naruto haters had glee in their eyes. He was finally exposing Naruto for what he really is. The people who were not mean to Naruto, 25% of people are ninjas, narrowed their eyes and glared at Kibbles for saying that name. The genin looked confused, except for the people controlled by Ketsuya. Naruto, however, just scratched his chin and looked at Kiba with a sort of sideways glance, like he didn't have a care in the world. "Oh, you know about that now, do you?" The former blonde took on a thinking pose with chin tap included. "Who was it that told you him? Your mother?" "No, she never had anything against me, I hope." "You sister perhaps?" "Nope, no, can't be her, not the hateful type for me." "Mizuki?" "That's possible, but then everyone in our class would know." During this time Kiba was getting angrier and angrier. This demon was making fun of him and he didn't like that. Not after what that thing did to his father. Maybe it was the village elders. Those mummies have had it out for me for years. No, they don't have the spine. "Enough," roared Kiba, breaking Naruto out of his listing. "If you must know, demon." It was Kurenai-sensei. In his ignorance Kiba missed the smirk that threatened to engulf Naruto's face or his teacher's look of terror. "She told us about you and how Naruto never existed. About how you devoured his soul and took over his body. That was proven on that bridge when you showed that power. You shouldn't even be here. You should have been killed the day you were sealed." "Are you done yet?" That simple sentence caused Kiba to pause, "Because if you are, I would like to get around to killing you for breaking an S-rank law. Hell, I even got a chance to stretch out my muscles while you were barking. Oh, and let's not forget that you just got your entire team in trouble for that little outburst." "Wait, what?" Kiba was shocked. This isn't what Kurenai-sensei had told him would happen. She said he would get an easy victory if he said that. "Oh, what? She didn't tell you that speaking about the ceiling is forbidden?" "Wow, some sensei she is. She just got you all killed." "Shut up and die." Gatsuuga. Both Kiba and Akamaru dove towards Naruto, spinning like drills. However, their intended target didn't move a muscle, he just stood there not caring. When the two drills were within arm's reach of him, Naruto thrust his arms forward and caught both of them like it was nothing. And with the mainmast of effort tossed them back across the room. Kiba managed to stabilize himself by hooking his claws into the floor. Akamaru was not so lucky. He crashed full force into the wall, dispelling the Jujin Bunshin. Seeing his friend and partner hurt in such a way only infuriated Kiba more, but when he spun around to threaten Naruto he was met with a clothesline to the throat that took him off his feet. This was followed up by a punch to the back of his skull that forced him to the floor. But even this didn't prevent more pain as Kiba soon learned when Naruto's entire mass was driven down on his back. The Inuzuka's body dropped limply to the floor after receiving the single worst beating of his life. He knew that he had multiple broken bones, ruptured organs and massive blood loss. All this at the hands of the one-time dead last. Is that it? This all the fight you got? Pathetic, Naruto spat on the ground angrily as he walked up to the limp form of Inuzuka Kiba. A swift yet powerful kick to the ribs took the young dog user off the floor and up into the air, where a reverse spinning heel kick sent him on a one-way trip to the far wall. Sigh, but then you were the runt of the litter, so maybe hoping for a good fight was too much? Cough. I'm not done yet, D-Demon. Every nerve ending in his body was screaming for him to stop, but Kiba didn't listen and pushed himself back onto his feet. Reaching into his weapons pouch and took out a small green pill, which he wasted no time in eating, healing his injuries. With his injuries healed, he took his clan's battle stance. This is where you die, Kibbles, stated Naruto as he got in a different fighting stance. Both fighters was staring at each other so intensely. Hey, Naruto grunted as he appeared right in front of Kiba and buried his fist in his gut, making the Insunaka double over in pain, coughing up blood. But the transformed Saiyan didn't stop there as he brought his knee up, smashing it against Kiba's faces before sweeping his legs out beneath him and grabbing Kibbles' ankle and throwing him up into the air. Flying up after Kibbles, Naruto punched him higher and higher into the air before grabbing him by his leg again and spinning him around and launching him in a random direction. Vanishing and reappearing in front of and above Kiba, Naruto brought his right hand up and formed a green-black power ball before launching it at Kiba. Though it was nowhere near full power, it wouldn't do to vaporize Kiba. Kiba cried out in pain, never having experienced a pain like this, even the mental torture Kurenai put him through with Genjutsu training. The power ball sent Kiba flying back towards Hand's statue, where he was embedded into the stone's fingers, making his eyes roll into the back of his head. Naruto flew down to in front of Kiba with a smirk. So, Kibbles, how's it feel to be beaten by a superior opponent again? Said Naruto, as Kiba glared weakly at him, trying to call on Akamaru, who left the stadium. Shish, shut you up, yo-yo, you de demon ga. Kiba gasped as Naruto impaled him with his teal-colored violent fierce god slicer. Oh wait, I just realized I don't care for your opinion, Naruto said, pulling Kiba, still impaled on his blade, out of the statue and throwing him to the ground below. Naruto raised a brow, seeing Kiba still weakly trying to get up. He'd be a little impressed that he could still even move, that is if he didn't hate the arrogant fool. Stomping his boot on Kiba's back, getting another scream of pain, Naruto leaned down on his knee. Don't think I'm sparing your life out of some preconceived notion that we're comrades. I'm letting you live so that you can remember this moment as the moment when you realized you are nothing compared to me. No amount of training, power, or what shape your body can take ever match my power, because at the end of the day, Kiba, Naruto said, leaning in closely. You are nothing, whispered Naruto before stomping Kiba's head, knocking him out. Naruto walked off the fighting arena. Winner Naruto Uzumaki, called the ref. The medics came and took Kiba away. Naruto, who was leaning against the far wall ever since he swapped out with his clone, smirks and heads to the stairs. The medics collect Kiba and carry him away. Again, almost all the Konoha ninja are in shock. The demon won? But how? Kakashi is especially shocked. Where did he learn that move? I didn't teach it to him. I made sure that he was neglected during the training sessions. The Otokage smirks. Well done, my MSTE. You've earned your reward. I will finally tell you who I am. Once you join me, we will destroy Konoha together. Kakashi stops Naruto. Where did you learn that technique? Does it really matter, Kakashi? That's sensei to you, Genin. You will answer my question or I will charge you for insubordination. If you really must know, I learned it from the same place you betrayed me. Does that satisfy you? Kakashi is silent. That's what I thought. Naruto walks back to where he was before his fight was called. The matches continue on, skipping the rest since I am lazy ASF, but you'll see who's in. With that, the preliminaries are complete. Will the remaining examinees join me down here? The 9 finalists walk down to the arena floor. They stand across from the Hokage and the others again. The Hokage speaks up. Now then, as I told you before, in the main event, your matches will be seen by everybody. Each of you will fight to represent the strength of your countries. I'd like you to show off all your powers with no reserves. Which is why the exams will be held 1 month from now. The reasons are simple. We need time to get all the important visitors into the village. Also, none of you are at your full strength, so it wouldn't be much of a fight. Finally, it gives you all a chance to learn some new abilities to throw your opponents off guard. Now then, Anko will come around with a box. Reach in and take 1 slip of paper and call out the number on the paper. It's 8, says Dosu. I've got 1, says Naruto. 7, says Tamari. 5, says Kankuro. 3, says Gaara. 9, says Kin. 2, says Neji. 6, says Zaku. 4, says Yoroi. All right, now the final tournament lineup will be revealed. The lineup was as follows. Match 1. Naruto Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga. Match 2. Gaara vs Yoroi Akato. Match 3. Kankuro vs Zaku Abumi. Match 4. Tamari vs Sasuke. Match 5. Dosu Kinuta vs Kin. You are all now free to train or rest for the next month. One more thing though, winning the 3rd exam doesn't guarantee a promotion to Chunin. There will be judges, including myself, the Case Cage, the Otokage, and lords of various countries. Throughout the tournament, these judges will be evaluating your abilities. Those judged to have the necessary qualifications will be promoted, even if they lose their first match. So there is a possibility that everyone could become Chunin, but on the flip side there is also a possibility that no one could become Chunin. To advance in this tournament means that you will have more chances to appeal to the judges. Thank you for all the effort you've all shown up to this point. You are all dismissed until a month from now. As everyone starts leaving, Naruto notices the Otokage gesturing for him to follow Shukunashi and her team. The sensei leads the 4 to a secluded area of the forest. She turns to her team. I want you 3 to head back to our meeting room. I will start with your training tomorrow, but first I must give Naruto-kun here his reward. Dosu speaks up. We understand, sensei. The Auto team walk away, leaving Naruto alone with Shukunashi. Naruto-kun, do you know of the Kyuubi's previous host? Yes, it was my mother, Kushina Uzumaki. The Kyuubi informed me after our last talk. Well, the seal used to keep the Kyuubi contained originated from the Uzumaki clan of Uzushiogakure. There's a clan? Yes, they specialized in Fuinjutsu. They were masters in the art. They were also gifted with an extraordinary amount of vitality. It allowed them to live out longer lives than most people. However, they were wiped out during the last war. There are few survivors, including Kushina. But they've all gone into hiding. So, it's pretty much impossible to locate them. Anyway, the seal that was used on your mother to hold back the Kyuubi had one weakness. When the host is pregnant, energy is diverted to help with the development of the child. The seal is at its weakest at the moment the host gives birth. Your father tried to maintain the seal, but he couldn't hold it. The Kyuubi broke free and headed towards Konoha to get his revenge for his imprisonment. Thanks to the vitality boost, she survived. Your father then took you so that you could be used to contain the Kyuubi. Kushina didn't want for you to be used as a host. Heck, her idea was to pull the Kyuubi back into her body. That would have killed her, but the Kyuubi would have died with her. However, your father wanted to make another Jinchuriki, so that Konoha would have a weapon. So he sealed the beast inside of you. Naruto is shocked as he realizes what she's implying. Yes, Naruto-kun, your father was Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. Why was I never told? I already told you, they wanted to turn you into their weapon. A powerful force who could crush their enemies for them. Naruto is very angry, his hair flashed yellow for a second. But then he realizes what she hasn't told him. Where is my mother? Well, after the 4th took you away, she was attacked and knocked unconscious by people of Konoha. They then sold her to Orochimaru, a rogue ninja who was in the area to see if the Kyuubi would destroy Konoha. He took her away because he had special plans for her. You see, Orochimaru had contracted an illness. It had no cure. He spent weeks trying to find a way to avoid his impending death, but he had no success. So he decided to train someone to continue his work after he died. He chose Kushina to be his successor. A few years later, he established the village of Otogakure, a place where people with great and unique potential could live without the scrutiny of others. He was chosen to be the first Otokage. However, he soon succumbed to his illness, but he made Kushina promise to destroy Konoha for him as well as take down the rest of the major villages. As for Kushina, she was selected to be the second Otokage assistant and she is still the Otokage's assistant to this day. Naruto's eyes widen as the full implications of what she said hit him. That's right, Naruto-kun. I am Kushina Uzumaki. I'm your long-lost mother, and I've come back for you. Naruto stands frozen in shock. His head lowers. Why? He raises his head again. He has a look of anger in his eyes. Why didn't you come back for me sooner? Because, it was me versus an entire village. I didn't even have a chance at getting you back 12 years ago. So I had someone keep an eye on you while I gathered forces and waited for the opportunity to come in and get you. Also, you had a tracking seal placed on you, so the Hokage and the Anbu know where you are at all times. They would have known the moment you left Konoha. Just so I could be turned into their loyal weapon? That's right. Naruto lowers his head again. I don't know anything anymore. My whole life has been one big lie. I've been purposely isolated my whole life. I've had it. I don't want to be alone anymore. His power exploded, roaring violently like red fire of darkness. I am done. I am done with this world, these puny humans, and that village RRRAAAAAA. His energy grew and grew. With the Otokage, she sensed Naruto's power. Kukuku, my mate's power is growing stronger and stronger by the second. Hey, I'm glad that he'll destroy the mortals on this pathetic planet. This time Goku Black won't be alone this time with the Zero Mortals plan. She powered up as well with the aura color of pure black. Zamasu was a wonderful man, but his downfall was thinking he can rule the world himself. I on the other hand need someone to fight me on equal terms. Good thing I got rid of his existence. She powered up more, knowing Naruto is reacting to her power. Back with Naruto. Naruto was still enraged and, sensing Black's power only made him grow more powerful. Kushina had to shield herself knowing what's happening. He was reacting to her Otokage and turning into a Super Saiyan. Naruto-chan released that anger now. Kushina screamed, RRRGGHHHH. Raw og HHH. A bright glow formed and caused to appear covering the area. With Goku Black, it seems he turned into a Super Saiyan. He already as strong as me in my base form at 15% and it's still growing. Goku Black was impressed. With Naruto, the dust cleared showing Naruto with golden hair, golden aura, with some bangs covering his eyes. He dismissed the aura, but turned to his mother with tears streaming down his face. I am alone in this world. You don't have to be alone anymore. I'm here for you, Naruto-kun. And, I'm never going to leave you alone ever again. You were taken away from me 12 years ago and I've worked hard to get you back. This is the real reason I want you to join me. It's because you're my son. There is no ulterior motive for me wanting you to join Otogakure. I just want my son back in my life. Kushina starts crying. Please Naruto-kun, join me and together we will make Konoha pay for destroying our family 12 years ago. Naruto looks up at Kushina. Now he is also crying as his glowing hair turned back to red. You're really here, Mom? You really came back for me? Yes, Naruto-kun, I'm really here. She extends her arms. Come here, Naruto-kun. Come give your mother a hug. Naruto can't take it anymore. He sprints forward into Kushina's arms. The mother-son duo just stand there in their embrace, crying on each other's shoulder, reunited at last. Sometime later, Kushina returns to one of Orochimaru's old hideouts in Konoha, where she is meeting with the Otto team, the Tsunade team, and Kabuto's team. Only, she doesn't return alone. Welcome to our secret hideout, Naruto-kun. You should be familiar with everyone in this room. Naruto raises an eyebrow at the presence of Kabuto and his team. You guys were spies, weren't you? Kabuto nods at Naruto. That's right, Naruto-kun. I was sent to not only gather information, but keep an eye on you. It was hard to do, especially when you had to keep up with Konoha Anbu. Kushina speaks up. Now then, the Suna team will be trained by their sensei, while I will train my team, along with Naruto for the exams. We will launch our attack during the exams, when all the attention is focused on them. Everyone nods their heads in agreement. Kushina grins evilly, and her eyes change to the yellow, serpent ones. Good. In 1 month, Konoha will burn for their transgressions. And no one will stop us. A very happy Naruto leaned back in his chair and belched loudly while an awestruck chef and his disgusted daughter stared at the mountain of ramen bowls laid out on the counter in front of the Saiyan. Ayame slowly turned to her father, fearing that if she moved too quickly she would throw up after watching the sickening display she just witnessed. He ate every ounce of ramen in the shop. We are completely out of ramen. The poor girl had to sit down as that statement finally hit home. That's never happened before, not even when. Ayame lowered her voice and leaned into her father's ear. When we served both his parents at once. I know what you mean. However, one good thing will come from that, Tucci said while eyeing the mountain of bowls. The money we'll make from this will more than make up for our supply losses 10 times over. Ayame stared incredibly at her father who could so easily disregard the stomach-churning sight for the option of large amounts of money. Completely oblivious to the discussion between two of his precious people, Naruto simply cracked his neck and turned to address the two. That was the best meal I have eaten, Tucci. I bowed to your skill. Now how much do I owe you for this meal? The brunette waitress had to smack her father in the head before he could inflate the already outlandish price. That will be 500.000 Ru Naruto-kun. Retrieving his frog wallet, Naruto handed a wad of Ru notes to the young woman and left the store. The crowds in the street gave Naruto a wide berth as he walked back to his apartment. Many of them heard about what he did to Inuzuka Kiba in the preliminaries, the others did it for the same old reason, and the boy could easily hear the mutterings of demon and finally showing its true nature. But he ignored them all as they were of little threat. Unlike the 3 drilling forms coming towards him. Grabbing the one coming from the left, Naruto sent it into a wall. The right one he backhanded into a fruit stand, and the one coming down the center Naruto jumped onto and kicked off it, sending it into the ground and catapulting the Saiyan towards the triple twister's owner. Hello Hana. Standing before him was Inuzuka Hana, eldest child of Inuzuka Suma and older sister to Kiba. So if you're here, that means, looking back, Naruto sees that his 3 attackers were the Haimaru Sankyodai or Haimaru 3 brothers, Hana's nin dogs. Turning back to the female Chunin, the Saiyan quickly bent backwards to avoid the kunai blade that Hana swung at him. Bastard. Because of you Kiba may never use his hands again, explained the enraged Inuzuka as she continued to swing the knife at Naruto. The little shit got what he deserved. Be lucky he isn't dead, cause that's what I was aiming for. Hana froze, not wanting to believe what she heard. Behind Naruto, the 3 dogs had recovered from their first failed assault and were getting ready to attack again. Seeing this, Hana backed away from the boy in preparation to join her dogs in the attack. What, giving up already? Mocked Naruto, who was clearly not aware of what was going to happen. However, Rias was, "Na-kun, when I tell you to, you're to expel your energy from the very core of your body until it completely surrounds you." What? Why? Do not question me, just do as I told you. Rias retorted. No, I'm not giving up. I'm putting you in the hospital, Gatsuga. Hana and the 3 dogs jumped forward and twisted their bodies until they turned into 4 swirling twisters of claws and chakra. Do it now, Na-kun. Naruto nodded and focused on expanding his energy. What happened next would have caused the Hyuga clan elders to have heart attacks. Energy exploded around Naruto, forming a protective shell that repelled the 4 chakra twisters, similarly to the Hyuga clan's Kaden, only without the spinning. Hana slammed into a shop wall, cracking it, and slumped to the ground. Walking up to her prone form, Naruto ran his tail up along Hana's face and down the center of her body. Him strong, aggressive, fearless. 3 things I like in a female. Smirking at the sight of the Inuzuka heiress squirmed under his touch. Naruto squatted down until he was face to face with her. You and every other female I like shall be mine. And I will destroy anyone who tries to keep you all from me. By now the full moon was starting to raise, and not wanting to find out what happens if he were to look at it, Naruto stole a kiss from Hana and vanished. Why? Hana tried to pull herself up, but the pain in her back was too much and she collapsed back to the ground. Why do I feel this way? Because you know he's right. What? Startled by the voice, Hana looked around for its origin. Hee, don't bother looking Hana-chan because you won't find me. Who are you? Who me? Why I am your primal desire, every Inuzuka woman has one. Oh, and you also have a concussion, so I could also be a figment of your imagination, hee. Hana welcomed the dark of unconsciousness when it came, as it removed her from the pain her body was in. The team of Anbu that arrived at the scene a few minutes later found Hana and brought her to the hospital, unaware that they were being watched the whole time. Kyubi, what did you do to her? Nothing much, just used a little kitsune seduction to awaken something inside of her. Something you will enjoy immensely, Kukuku. Great, I realized I've got a flirty dragon and a perverted demon inside my head. Do you think I should check myself into a mental home? No, okay then. Later, Naruto sits in the middle of his apartment, shirtless. Intricate markings are drawn on his body, all circling a seal on his back. Kushina, who had drawn the markings on Naruto, takes a deep breath. Okay, Naruto-kun, this will destroy the tracking seal. It took me years to develop this. I will warn you, this will hurt. Are you ready? Naruto nods. Kushina does some hand signs and touches the tracking seal. Naruto screams in pain as the intricate markings seem to be absorbed by the tracking seal. The seal vanishes. Kushina helps Naruto to his feet. Let's go. They will have noticed the disappearance of the tracking seal. Naruto takes only enough time to slip his shirt and jacket back on before they leave. Scene change. The Hokage is sitting in his office, doing paperwork when he suddenly looks up. Someone has done something to Naruto's tracking seal. His life could be in danger. Anbu. 4 Anbu appear in front of the desk. Investigate the last known location of Naruto Uzumaki. I fear someone is trying to kidnap or kill him. Yes, sir. The Anbu leave. The Hokage puts his head in his hands. Please be alright, Naruto. Man, I'm getting too old for all this stress. Scene change. The Uzumaki duo arrive back at the hideout. We'll have to wait a few hours before the training can start, Naruto-kun. Long enough for the Anbu to give up looking for you. That's okay. Scene change. Sir, we looked everywhere near his apartment. Naruto Uzumaki has just vanished into thin air. The Hokage looks worried. Is there any indication that he's left the village? No, sir. According to the gate guards, no one has left the village within the last hour. Did anyone see him between the Chunin exam preliminary and when he vanished? Not many people pay attention to him, sir. However, someone did say they saw him with a red-haired woman heading to his apartment. This was about a half an hour before he disappeared, sir. Well, considering that no one has left the village in the last hour, he must still be somewhere in Konoha. Begin searching for him, immediately. Yes, sir. Also, Jiraiya has been spotted in the village. Really? Tell him to report to me, and if he doesn't show up in 10 minutes, I'll have his traveling rights revoked. Yes, sir. The Anbu leave. The Hokage sits back to ponder. A red-haired woman? Who would be interested in Naruto? No, it couldn't be, could it? But, she's dead. Then again, her body was never found. If it is her, why did she leave Naruto 12 years ago? And why did she come back now? Hey, sensei, you wanted to see me? The Hokage looks up to see that Jiraiya has entered his office. Yes, Jiraiya. We have suspicions that Orochimaru has returned to the village. What? Why would he come back? We think he is after Sasuke Uchiha for his Sharingan. Do you want me to train him? No, Kakashi has that handled. I was hoping that you would train Naruto, but someone disabled the tracking seal, and he's vanished into thin air. Naruto? Who's that? The Hokage stares at Jiraiya in shock. What are you talking about, Jiraiya? I don't know anyone named Naruto. Naruto. Minato and Kushina's kid. Your godson. The godson you abandoned 12 years ago in your little quest to track down Orochimaru. Oh, him. Why should I care? What? You should care because he's your godson. So what? He's Minato's kid. You know, your favorite student. Doesn't mean I have to care about his kid. All that matters to me are Tsunade's boobs, my research, and my secret wish that Orochimaru was a woman. Wait, what? Nothing. You heard nothing. The Hokage stares at Jiraiya. Okay, just get out of my office. You are not to leave the village until the threat passes. Is that understood? Yes, sensei. Jiraiya leaves. Fortunately for Kushina, Sarutobi is too distracted by Jiraiya's disturbing desire to remember his thoughts that Kushina might be alive. Scene change. Kushina and Naruto return to the hideout throne room. Naruto is enjoying the fact that his spiky, blonde hair is now spiky, red hair. Kushina sits down on the throne. Naruto, in order for me to train you and my team at the same time, you need to know the secret to it. Is it because that they transfer their knowledge back to the host, so you will know the progress of all four of us? Exactly. It doesn't take long for Kushina to learn it. Now, we can get to work. Kabuto. Kabuto enters the throne room. Yes, Kushina-sama? Summon my genin team. Training can finally begin. Kabuto leaves to perform his task. Kushina gestures for Naruto to come to her. He walks over to her and sits on her lap while her arms wrap around him, not wanting to let go. Scene change. Sir, we have searched the entire village. There is absolutely no sign of Naruto Uzumaki. I was afraid you were going to say that. Are you absolutely sure Naruto couldn't have left the village? 100% certain, sir. Very well, you're dismissed. The Anbu leave. The Hokage sighs. This is just great. Naruto has vanished. Minato would be pissed at me. Well, all I can do is hope he turns up for the Chunin exam finals. The sooner he can become Hokage and free me from this job, the better. He spins his chair to face the window. All I can do now is wait. Sasuke and Kakashi are training hard outside Konoha. Training, so that Sasuke can defeat both Itachi and Naruto. Sasuke was just taking a break away from Kakashi when he hears a noise. Who's there? Show yourself. Out from behind a tree, steps Kushina. You're that woman from the second exam. Good, I wanted to talk to you anyway. Kushina raises her eyebrow. What would you want to talk to me about? As the last Uchiha, it is my duty to restore my clan, once I destroy Itachi. I'll need a powerful woman at my side. I have chosen you to be given the great honor of being the new matriarch of the Uchiha clan and for you to be my wife. Kushina stares wide-eyed at Sasuke for a few seconds before she bursts out laughing. Are you serious? Of course, I'm serious. Uchiha don't joke about these matters. Kushina's immediate response is to reject him, but then comes up with an idea. Tell you what, I actually came out here to help you in a different matter. You want to learn how to tap in that curse seal's power, don't you? Yes, I would do anything to use that power again. Kushina grins. She has Sasuke, right where she wants him. Good. Before I become your wife, I want you to master the seal. Of course, you don't know how to use it. I'll show you how to use the seal, but you will have to prove that you will do anything to gain the power. What do you want me to do? Sometime later, Sasuke returns to where he left Kakashi. Kakashi looks over at him. Yes, Sasuke? Kakashi, I need to return to Konoha. I forgot about the Uchiha scrolls on the Sharingan and their fire techniques. Very well, Sasuke. Kushina watches the two leave, before she disappears in a puff of smoke. Scene change. Kushina is sparring with Naruto when she pauses. This allows Naruto to land a blow on her. He immediately knows something is up. Mom, is something wrong? I'll explain later, Naruto-kun. Let's just say my plans for disposing your former team are already underway. Scene change. Sasuke and Kakashi arrive back at Konoha. Kakashi, there's something else I need to do. Go get the scrolls from the Uchiha compound, while I go do what I need to do. Sure. Kakashi heads off to the Uchiha compound, while Sasuke walks off in another direction. Scene change. Sakura is home alone, doing her usual thing of daydreaming about her god. Oh, Sasuke-kun, if only you would make me your bride, we would be so happy together. There is a knock at the door. Sakura opens the door to see Sasuke standing there. Can I come in, Sakura? Of course, Sasuke-kun. You are always welcome here. Sasuke walks into the house and closes the door behind him. He proceeds to lock the door. He turns to give a dark look at Sakura. She backs in fear. What are you doing, Sasuke-kun? I'm doing what needs to be done for me to get what I want. He chopped her neck, knocking her out. Sometime later, Sakura stirred a little from her sleep. Something definitely wasn't right. Her skin was cold and exposed. She was somewhere dark and damp. She was still in a sleep-like state. She reached for something believing it was just a dream. She reached about a few inches when her hand stopped mid-air. Sakura was most definitely not in her bed. This realization hit her hard. She stopped and listened for clues. She could hear laughter coming from her left. She froze with fear. She tried to move but her legs and arms were bound. She wanted to scream, but no words would escape her lips. "What's the matter, Sakura-chan?" asked a familiar cold voice. Sakura's eyes widened. She knew the voice, but it couldn't be? There was no way it was him. It couldn't be Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, she whispered. Sasuke stepped into a shard of light. Half of his face was just barely visible, even though her eyes had begun adjusting to the darkness. It was then it hit her. A violent blush swept her face. She was still naked. Never mind the fact that she was kidnapped. At that point all she felt was embarrassment that her longtime crush could see everything. She struggled trying to cover herself, but it was futile. Sasuke-kun, please don't look at me. Sakura blushed even more violently than before. Don't worry, I've already gotten a good look when I bound you like that. He replied with a smirk, watching her for her response. Sakura didn't know what to say. Her mind went blank for a second, trying to comprehend what he'd said. She must have heard him wrong, right? Sasuke looked at the kunoichi's face and smirked as watched the wheels turning in her head as she took in his words. Any second he would see her face fall in realization that he'd done this to her with the intent to harm her. He waited in silence, savoring it. She couldn't believe her Sasuke would do something like this. It must be a genjutsu, she thought. She put her hands together as best she could. She could just barely touch them together, but it was just enough. She concentrated. Kai, she shouted frantically. Sasuke couldn't hold back the laughter welling up within him. He admitted to binding her naked to the wall, and she still doubted it was him. He shook his head. She'd always hung around him, bugging him, claiming she loved him. He couldn't believe she had the gall to confess to him, when she knew nothing about him or his life. It made him cringe whenever she'd follow him around like a puppy. He wanted to show her what he was really like. He was not this cool elite type to be fawning over, he was dark and deadly. He would make her see. Let's put your love to the test, he thought. Too bad for you, this is very real. He spoke from the shadows. Panic spread through her body as she realized she couldn't manipulate chakra anymore. She was so panicked she couldn't move her body. Her eyes darted up to his and she stared at those dark red orbs. His eyes seemed to paralyze her. Her muscles tensed as she sensed his ill intent for the first time. She was clearly aware of his darker side, and it scared her. She watched as Sasuke stepped closer to her and into the light from the moon. His eyes met hers and she could see the darkness. He wasn't the same Sasuke she remembered. She tensed again as he reached for her hair. He gently ran his fingers through her hair. The soft locks felt like silk between his fingers, and he smirked. He smelled her hair and caressed her face, but the feeling was cold and unwelcomed. Sakura closed her eyes tight. Why would he do this to her? Had he ever shown interest, she would have gladly given herself to him, but why like this? Was it really Sasuke? No, it couldn't be her Sasuke-kun. It just couldn't. She tried to convince herself it wasn't really Sasuke. Tears slipped out from the kunoichi's closed eyes. Deep down she knew it was him, but she tried to ignore this. She didn't think she could handle knowing it was really him right now. Stop, please Sasuke-kun, please, I don't understand why you're doing this. She screamed. Because I love you, Sakura-chan, he said with an evil grin. Isn't that what you've been waiting to hear for years? He asked coldly. Sakura felt her gut retch as he spoke. How far had Sasuke fallen to treat her this way? The man she'd loved forever is using it against her. She whimpered into her own shoulder, refusing to look at him. Haven't you been waiting for the day I'd take you? His voice sounded cold, but he grinned at her like it might be joke. What happened to make you this way? Sakura asked through tears. I've always been this way. He responded, watching her for her reaction. No, you haven't. I loved you back then, but now you're completely different. Sakura, I'm the same as I was then. You just never noticed past my looks and name. He hissed. He held her chin as he kissed her hard on the lips. She squirmed and tried to get free. He kissed lower down her neck, stopping to bite here and there. Sakura winced in pain. She just wanted him to stop. She wished someone would find her, wished someone would save her. Just earlier in the night she inwardly complained about not wanting people to save her, and now she desperately wanted someone to save her. Sasuke's eyes stared directly into hers. He smiled, seeing the fear they held. Come on, you know you've wanted this all along. The more you struggle, the longer I will take with you. If you keep quiet, I won't even make you relive it with my Sharingan. Maybe I'll just screw with your head until you're near dead and dump you naked to Konoha's doorstep. I bet the village loved to have you naked and hog-tied with cum all over you. Sakura couldn't imagine being found that way by anyone. The thought sickened her and she couldn't believe it was real. Her tears flowed in streams down her cheeks, which only turned Sasuke on more. "Just stop it already. I won't struggle," she cried loudly. Giving up as usual. Upon hearing these words it felt as though she was struck with a kunai to the chest. She knew he was right. She always gave up on everything. She hadn't changed at all. He removed his clothing. Sakura looked away, not wanting to see his 3-inch Punisher. He grabbed her head and made her face him. She closed her eyes tightly like it wasn't real if she didn't see it. "Keep your eyes open. I want you to watch as I use your body. Please don't do this." "Why are you doing this?" "Because I can," he replied with a sick smile on his face. Sakura cried as his hand wandered freely over her body. "Who knew you had such a nice body?" "Well, I guess if you can get past your face." He repositioned her. He dragged his member over her face. She closed her eyes. Her face cringed with disgust as he rubbed his member across her face and lips. "Let's see how good you can be." Sakura's eyes began to flow with more tears and she felt like she'd vomit. Why was he doing this to her? He shoved himself into her mouth and began thrust. Sakura just wanted to die. "What's the matter, Sakura-chan? You suck at everything else," he said, slapping her, growing angrier by the minute. He withdrew himself from her mouth. She just stayed still, wondering if it would ever end. He began hitting her on the face with his member. She winced and whined as he shoved himself back into her mouth. He quickened his thrusts and hit the back of her throat, causing the kunoichi to gag. He laughed and continued to thrust, ignoring her pain, or rather enjoying her pain. Soon Sasuke's face contorted with pleasure as he was close to release, and with 2 more thrusts he pulled out of her mouth quickly. He moaned as he came painting her face. Sakura couldn't move. She was so disgusted, so humiliated, so ashamed. She did the only thing she could do in the situation and cried. She cried loudly, only causing Sasuke more excitement. Please, stop." She sobbed loudly. Sasuke smiled wickedly at the sight of her crying and covered in his juices. He stepped closer to her and she knew what he'd do to her next. Her sobbing increased dramatically as she felt him at her entrance. He lingered there for a moment to watch the fear course through her body. She closed her eyes tightly as he slammed into her and pulled out quickly, moaning. "Sasuke-kun, stop please," she cried, struggling, but it was no use. "Oh Sakura, that's not being very good, is it? I'll have to teach you a lesson," he said in a teasing tone. Sakura's eyes widened as he thrust as hard as he could inside her. She screamed and cried, which only seemed to excite him more. The pain she felt was unbelievable. Her face contorted with pain and she felt warm liquid running down her legs, which she figured to be blood. It felt like he was tearing her apart. His laughter and moans of pleasure echoed in her mind. She felt like she'd pass out, but unfortunately she remained conscious the whole time. Sasuke was coming closer to release and quickened his pace, causing her more pain. Her face scrunched and she bit down on her lips until she tasted blood. Her tears rolled down her face in thick streams. How much more would she have to endure before it was over? Sakura had nothing left. Who could ever want her now? She wanted to die. "Sakura-chan, should I come inside you or on your face again?" he asked cruelly. Sakura hung her head in shame. He smiled, having seen the look in her eyes. She was close. Soon she would be broken. The thought pushed him over the edge, and with one intense moan he came inside her. Her eyes widened as the warm liquid shot inside her. She whimpered and sobbed. Sasuke struck her hard to the back of her neck, causing her to black out again. Sakura was still unconscious. The restraints had been removed. Her arms and wrists were rubbed raw and bloody. She was thrown into a dark, cold room. She regained consciousness as her body hit the hard floor with a thud. There was a loud bang as the door was slammed. She winced as she sat up wearily. She couldn't see, the room was black. All she had to go on was touch and her hearing. She listened into the darkness. There was a click, and then silence. She was all alone. She felt her way through the darkness, but there was nothing. The room was completely empty except for her. She still couldn't manipulate chakra due to whatever he drugged her with. She sat on the cold floor completely naked and shivering. She wrapped her arms around her knees and rocked slightly. Tears flowed freely down her face. Her face was still sticky with his juices. She could still taste and smell him. She cringed and vomited. She tried to stand only to fall back down due to her shaking. She felt her wrists that had been bleeding, and there was a blood trail down her arms. Her other injuries were minor. She sat wondering when she'd be released, well, if she'd be released. The room was deadly quiet and there was nothing for her to drown out her thoughts. Her mental state further deteriorated as she relived his torture over and over. Hours passed and she continued to relive everything. She curled into a ball hugging her knees. Her body shook violently. She wished he'd just killed her. He had broken her. Sakura just lay there waiting for death. She stayed like that for hours, maybe even days. She'd lost all track of time. She hoped for death at every second. She let the darkness consume her. The door opened. Sakura didn't even move. She knew it was him. You always were weak. I guess nothing's changed. Sasuke smirked. He grabbed her by her hair. After he didn't get a reaction out of her, he lifted her by it. She just hung motionless. Sasuke looked angrily into her eyes and slapped her hard across the face. She didn't even blink. Sakura gave up. It was over and she no longer cared what he did to her. He felt the anger welling inside him. Why wouldn't she cry or scream? His eyes were full of hate as he threw her back to the ground. Sasuke raised his foot and stomped down on the kunoichi's gut. His anger grew as he kicked her, and her face showed no signs of being hurt. Sasuke's blood began to boil. He kicked her in the face, knocking her head to the side, but still, even with blood gushing from her nose, nothing. She was as good as dead. But she was still alive. Sasuke then grabbed a kunai and slitted her wrist, next proceeded to hang her. Sasuke-kun. Why? She struggled to say as the ninja rope was crushing her throat. Because Sakura. He laced her name with venom. It was needed to do this. In order to gain power, you and the dope was scapegoats to that. He explained with his curse mark expanding, covering half of his body. You're not worthy to be having my children, you useless slut. I'll take your miserable existence out of this world. He walked up closer to the broken girl. Sasuke-kun, please. I'll do any request, just let me live, please. I beg you. Any request? Yes, any request. He untied the rope around Sakura's throat and she was coughing. Sakura, here is my last request. Sakura looked up only to see Sasuke's cold, dead Sharingan staring into her soul. Die, Chidori. He plunged his purple lighting-covered fist into Sakura's gut with blood spilling all over Sasuke. Good riddance, you useless whore of a teammate. Sasuke declared as he saw the life in Sakura's eyes signaling that she is dead. Sasuke stumbles to the Haruno's bathroom. He looks at himself in the mirror. His clothes are covered in blood. He snarls, damn it, now, I'll need to change my clothes, too. He washes off his hands, watching the blood go down the sink. As he is preparing to leave, he notices a scroll sitting near Sakura's corpse, somehow clean of blood. He picks it up and opens it. Congratulations, Sasuke. I didn't think you would actually do it. Enclosed in this scroll is a fresh set of clothes and the instructions on how to use my curse seal. Have fun. Sasuke smirks as he channels chakra to the 2 storage seals on the scroll. He burns the scroll with a fire jutsu as he switches clothes. He then burns his old clothes. He takes the scroll with the instructions on the curse seal and leaves the house. No one notices him. Scene change. Kakashi returns to the gate with the scrolls in hand. Where is Sasuke? We do have training to get to. It's been 2 hours. Aw, damn it, I hope he didn't pick up my late habit. Fortunately for him, Sasuke walks up a moment later. Are we ready to go, Sasuke? Yes, Kakashi. We can go resume my training. The two leave the village. Scene change. Naruto can't help but grin when Kushina explains to him her exact plans for the death of Team 7. And, you're saying Sakura is already dead? That's right, Naruto-kun. Raped, tortured and killed by the hand of the man she loves and worships. The man who she honestly believes that can do no wrong. It's the perfect death for her, don't you think? And honestly, using her as a puppet was fine, wasn't it? He nods in agreement as he leans into her again. Training had finished for the day. Kushina had returned to her throne and Naruto was in her lap again, with her arms wrapped around him. Naruto notices that they do this often, but he knows that they are doing this to make up for 12 years of lost time. Ah, I just remembered. There is one more thing I need you to do, Naruto-kun. Come with me. Kushina leads him outside. She pulls out a giant scroll and unravels it. Okay, Naruto-kun. This scroll is a summoning contract. Sign your name on this one, and you'll be able to summon snakes. You'll have to sign with your blood. Naruto nods, bites his thumb, and signs the contract. The name next to his was his mother's. The scroll is rolled up again. Okay, Now you just have to perform these hand signs. She shows him. Channel as much chakra as you can and slam your hand onto the ground. Naruto does the hand signs. Summoning technique. There is a large puff of smoke and Manda appears. Who summons me? Oh, hello Kushina. What do you need? I didn't summon you, Manda. He did. Manda turns to look at Naruto. Say hello to my son, Manda. So this is Naruto? Your mother told me all about you. It's a pleasure to meet you, Manda. I look forward to working with you. Well, the boy knows respect. That's something that makes the two of you better than Orochimaru. I was just a tool for him. I approve of you being my summoner, Naruto. I can't wait to see what destruction we'll cause. Manda disappears in a puff of smoke. Kushina grins at Naruto. Well done, Naruto-kun. Manda on the first shot. You did say channel as much chakra as I can. Let's go celebrate. The two walk off to celebrate. Scene change. Sarutobi stares at the scene in shock. Mrs. Haruno had reported that her daughter had been murdered, but this was just gruesome. First Naruto disappears, then Sakura is killed. Are they connected? Sir, we have found traces of semen on her body. She was raped, sir. Have the semen analyzed. We might be able to determine who raped and killed her. Yes, sir. The men go back to work on the investigation. Sarutobi sighs. This month keeps getting worse and worse. 1 month later. Hiruzen sighs to himself in his seat at the arena. Over the last month, Naruto disappeared and Sakura was raped and murdered. A semen sample was taken to identify the rapist. However, the results and sample disappeared, while the scientist who looked at the sample was found murdered. Then, both the bodies of Sakura and the scientist vanish. The Harunos begged the Hokage to search the village. Neither body was ever found. Due to the state of the second murder, the Hokage speculates that someone else killed the scientist to cover up who killed Sakura. A witness did say they saw an Anbu with an odd mask that had a symbol had been at the building that the scientist was found before he was found dead. The Hokage knows that Danzo is covering up the identity of the rapist and has done something with the two bodies. He can't figure out why, nor can he prove Danzo's involvement. He sighs again. This has been one crazy month. Scene change. This has been one crazy month. Dosu shakes his head at Naruto. Did Kushina-sama train you too hard? Not at all. It has definitely been worth it. After the training was complete, Kushina left the village, so that she could arrive officially as the Otokage without raising any suspicions. By the way, what do you guys think of the new look? All three members of Team Dosu smile at him. The look suits you, Naruto. It's great to have you on our side. Naruto smiles at them. Now then, let's go kick some ass. Scene change. Two people join the Hokage in his private booth. Cage, it's good to see you. Likewise, Hokage. The Cage takes his seat. The Hokage looks at the other person and is shocked. The person is a woman, dressed in cage robes that are violet. The symbol for Oto no Kuni can be seen on the hat. But what shocks him the most is the woman herself. Kushina? It's been a while, old man. What are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? I'm here to see how well Otokage-sama ninja perform in the finals. I'm just the temporary Otokage. But I thought you were dead. Never assume someone is dead when you don't find a body. Then why did you abandon Naruto? I did no such thing. I'll explain while we watch. Very well, but I want the full story. She sits in the remaining seat. The Hokage then turns to the Cage. You were the one who recommended Otogakure. Did you know of Kushina being the Otokage? Of course, but she swore me to silence. The Hokage sighs and leans back in his chair. I thought Orochimaru was in charge. What else have I been mistaken about? While he is thinking, Naruto and the three Sound Genin arrive and join the other finalists. The Hokage stands up to address the crowd. Welcome all to the Chunin selection exams. We are gathered to witness the third and final part of the exam. The remaining finalists will face off in a tournament-like fashion for your enjoyment. Now, sit back and enjoy the fights. I now turn this over to the proctor, Genma Shiranui. The Hokage sits back down as a man down in the area speaks up. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Now then, will the contestants enter the arena? The 9 finalists enter the arena. Everyone is surprised by Naruto's new outfit and hair. He has an obsidian headpiece on his head with a sapphire in the middle, sapphire jewelry, and a red sash around his waist, black combat pants, and obsidian boots. His hair was cut a bit short but it was spiky. On his arm, tied by a black cloth, is his Konoha headband. All in all, everyone couldn't help but think that Naruto looks a lot more badass now than he did before. Hell, even his new hair he got from a month ago looked cooler. Genma speaks up. Now, then, there has been an adjustment to the tournament lineup. Please study the new lineup to see if anything has changed for you. The new lineup was as follows. Match 1. Naruto Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga. Match 2. Gaara vs Yoroi Akato. Match 3. Kankuro vs Rock Lee. Match 4. Temari vs Sasuke Uchiha. Match 5. Dosu Kinuta vs Hinata Hyuga. This surprises everyone, considering that Sasuke was eliminated in the preliminaries. The Hokage shoots up from his seat. What? I didn't make that adjustment. Genma, who authorized the change to the lineup? It was the council, sir. The Hokage slams his fist on his chair. Damn those two for going behind my back. Well then, the response to this is quite obvious. He is about to call for Sasuke to be disqualified, when Kushina stops him. Wait a minute, old man. Let the Uchiha participate. He did not earn his spot in the finals fairly. According to the rules he must be disqualified. Hear me out, this is an unexpected twist the finalists have to face. It could test how they perform when an unexpected element throws them off guard. You don't have to promote him. Hell, the arrogant prick doesn't deserve it. But he can provide extra entertainment for the crowd. The Hokage sighs. Very well. He then addresses the crowd. I have decided to allow Sasuke Uchiha to participate in the tournament. However, due to the fact that he didn't earn his spot in the finals, he will not have the chance to be promoted. This is my decree. The crowd roars in outrage. Silence. My decision is final. He will participate for your enjoyment and he'll have to wait to go for the promotion in the next exams. The Hokage sits back down as attention is drawn back to the arena. Elsewhere in the audience, the two elders stare angrily at him. Now then, the first match is between Naruto Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga. Those whose names have not been called must go to the participants' booth. 7 of the finalists leave the arena, leaving only Genma, Naruto, and Neji. Neji sneers at Naruto. You should give up. Even with your new wardrobe, you are still fated to lose. Really? What makes you so sure? I am the Hyuga prodigy. Due to my status, it is my destiny to win. You are a nobody, with no family and no status. It is the destiny for all nobodies like you to lose. Naruto bursts out laughing. Oh? You think you are destined to win just because you're a Hyuga? Wow, I didn't think you guys would be as arrogant as the Uchiha clan, but you've proved me wrong. Besides, I do have family and status. Everyone is surprised at his declaration. Hiruzen looks at Kushina. You told him, didn't you? Of course I did. Why would I deny him the knowledge of his family? He was taken away from me 12 years ago. When I saw my chance to get him back, I took it. Something clicks into place in Hiruzen's mind. You were behind Naruto's disappearance a month ago, weren't you? Of course. Kakashi would never train him, nor would Jiraiya. Besides, it gave Naruto and I time to catch up. Back to Naruto. I am the son of Konoha's precious 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his now, ex-wife, the super awesome, 2nd Otokage, Kushina Uzumaki. The whole crowd is stunned into silence. Everyone who knew Kushina look up at the cage booth to see the Otokage lift her hat, so that the whole crowd could see her face. She then calls out to Naruto. Did you have to introduce me, Naruto-kun? Why wouldn't I, Mom? I'm proud that you're my mother. Well, I'm proud that you're my son. Now make me more proud, by kicking the Hyuga's ass. In the meantime, different people are having different thoughts. Kurenai is overjoyed. Kushina Senpai is alive. Oh, I can't wait to talk to her. She'll be happy to see me. Both Yugo and Hana are also ecstatic. Kushina Sensei is back. I can't wait to show her how much I've accomplished in all this time. Danzo is angered. Damn it. Orochimaru was supposed to dispose of her. And now the boy knows who she is. This will make my attempts at turning him into my weapon much harder to pull off. Well, I still have the Uchiha as my backup idea. Ibiki shakes his head. She's just as unpredictable as ever. Everyone else is shocked that the demon child is the son of their greatest hero. However, even with all the obvious proof, most of the villagers go into denial. He can't be the 4th son. It's a trick. He's a demon. The Hokage stands up. Silence. What Naruto has said is the truth. He really is the son of Minato and Kushina. I can confirm this, as my deceased wife was asked to deliver Naruto when Kushina went into labor. I also have Naruto's birth certificate. With the Hokage's declaration, some of the villagers realize how foolish they've been and fall silent, looking at Naruto with regret. The rest, however, refuse to accept the truth and settle for glaring at Naruto. Neji sneers. It matters not. Even if you have family and status, you are the dead last in your year. Therefore, you are still fated to be a loser. Give up and walk away. Naruto rolls his eyes. You know something? You can't trust academy records these days. The teachers have a way of sucking up to the clans, by giving them better grades than they actually got. In reality, all they want is to end up in bed with a clan member. They also sabotage people they don't like, making them the dead lasts. Well, actually they try to fail them, but other people stop them. For example, they didn't like Lee's enthusiasm. But Maida Guy interfered. Lee was able to pass as the dead last. Another example would be me, hated by the entire village since the day I was born. The only ones who actually cared were the Hokage, Iruka-sensei, and the Ichiraku family. When Mizuki went traitor, I took him down with the shadow clone technique, which I learned from the forbidden scroll that Mizuki tricked me into stealing. Since Iruka-sensei didn't hate me, I was allowed to graduate. It could also be that I took down a Chunin without even being a genin, but we can discuss this after the fight. Neji growls at him. Genma speaks up. Begin. Genma jumps out of the arena. Neji quickly activates his Byakugan. Naruto raises his eyebrow. Using the dojutsu right off the bat, huh? Well, let's turn up a bit. Naruto declared as he powered up, giving him a purple tint. His power wasn't increasingly rising, so it made it bearable to stare at him. He did wince from the amount of energy just flowing off of him though. Like I said, commoner. No matter what change you go through, fate has decreed that. He didn't get to finish as Naruto moved with such speed that he didn't notice, with his fist entering his gut making him gasp out in pain while also forcing his Byakugan to turn off. You really gotta learn to stop talking so much, Naruto said before smirking and elbowed his chin up before stepping to the side to knee his chest, making Neji gasp for air. Naruto quickly moved for a left hook that was strong and made his jaw rattle before Naruto began moving his body faster. His fists were slight blurs as he punched Neji from each side of his face and body. His legs weren't idle either as he performed a flip kick and moved into a handstand before spinning his body to drive a heel kick towards his ribcage. He could both feel and hear one of them crack before spinning again and kicked Neji in the jaw, sending him into the sky. Jumping up, Naruto punched him in the back, sending him further flying into the sky. As he landed on the ground, he wasn't finished as the crowd watched the redhead jump again before kicking him even further into the sky. Neji's gasp of pain and need for air lessened as he couldn't think properly to counterattack the red-haired Saiyan from how much pain he was receiving now. I'm not finished with you yet, Naruto said as he appeared above the so-called prodigy before slamming his fist down like a hammer, sending Neji like a missile to the dirt with a crater appearing. Landing on the ground, Naruto watches Neji weakly pull himself out of the ground and glare at him. He couldn't believe this was happening to him. He was assured he had victory as Naruto was the class Dobi. He may have made it all the way here, but he knew he wouldn't defeat him. Neji straightens himself and ignored the pain his body was in so he could charge towards Naruto. Smirking, the blonde waited patiently before dodging each strike Neji tried to hit him with. He danced around each strike while keeping his smirk on his face, making Neji growl as he tried harder to hit the red-haired idiot. He was mocking him. Man, I can't believe I was hoping to have a challenge. Your movements are slow and predictive. Naruto mocked while the Hyuga prodigy that was his opponent glared heatedly and roared as he moved his body faster to try and land a hit on the enigma of a red head. If this is all you got, Neji, then I'm done toying with you. As he said that, he caught the boy's hand by the wrist and tightened his grip on it, making him wince from the pressure. Smirking, Naruto moved his other hand and grabbed Neji's whole arm before spinning and throwing him across the arena. As he flew, Naruto tensed his legs before running after him to finish this battle. I like to call this little move demonic rush, he said before powering up, increasing his speed till he became a blur. Neji landed on the ground before standing, shaking his head. When he looked up, all he saw was Naruto appear right in front of him before hitting him with a left hook. He could feel a tooth fly out of his mouth from the power behind the hit. Then Naruto moved fast, hitting him with a hard straight to the chest before doing another punch with his left. He wasn't finished yet as he moved his knee, striking his abdomen before using the momentum to spin into a spin kick before going into a high kick that brought Neji into the air. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he threw it into Neji's gut so hard he thought he would pass out from the pain right then. Blood and spittle flew from his mouth before Naruto gave him one last punch to the face that sends the Hyuga flying until he crashed into the wall. When the dust cloud cleared, everyone could see that Neji was unconscious as his body fell out imprint he made into the wall. Naruto smirked before turning and walking away. This battle was over. Winner of the first round, Naruto Uzumaki. Genma shouted while having his own smile on his face. That was definitely a surprise for the century. He would personally make sure this kid got a promotion, as that was the best battle between genin he has seen. To think the class clown of his generation was holding so much back from everyone that not even their own Hokage had an idea that he was like this. Chuckling, he motioned for the medics to go pick up Neji's body while he watched Naruto walk off the arena. The crowd was silent until there were a few cheers from multiple individuals that got louder. Most of the applause was from those who weren't from Konoha, as most of the Konoha civilians were afraid of what this could mean for them. The demon brat that a good couple of them always hated and sneered towards was now a powerhouse monster. No more would they be able to push him around like before. The fire daimyo that was present for the matches was also cheering and had his eye on that boy. He looked very familiar to him, like he was reminded of a certain someone with similar features. When this was over, he would be investigating the boy to find out where he had come from. He would also like to personally congratulate the boy for putting on an amazing show and showing that he was more than meets the eye. Kushina is ecstatic at Naruto's victory. I'm so proud of him. The Cage nods. I have to admit, your son has proven himself. He'll probably face Rock Lee Kid next in his next fight, then my son. It will be exciting to see. The Hokage is silent. While the fight had been going on, Kushina told him about her kidnapping. Damn that Danzo. I should have known he would do something like this. However, I can't help but feel that something isn't right here. There is more going on with Kushina than meets the eye. I just hope I can figure it out in time, before it can spell doom for this village. Naruto walks back to the participants' booth, where the others all congratulate him on his victory. Dosu, Zaku, and Kankuro pound fists with him and or pat him on the back. Kin and Tamari both give him a thumbs up and a smile. Yoroi shakes his hand. Gaara just nods his head. Well, your match is up next, Gaara. I wish both you and Yoroi luck. Over the last month, Naruto took the time to learn about Gaara. When he found out how similar they were, Naruto befriended Gaara, helping him to fix the void between him and his family. Gaara now considers Naruto his first true friend. Thank you, Naruto. I'll fight to get through to the next round, so that we can face off. Looking forward to seeing you there, Gaara. No offense, Yoroi. None taken, Naruto. Even I know that I probably won't win. You Jinchuriki are in a league of your own. Naruto and Gaara both smirk at him. Genma brings everyone's attention back to the arena. The next match is between Gaara and Yoroi Akato. Will the two of you come down? The two leave the booth and head into the arena. Begin. Yoroi charges fast at Gaara, hoping to suck his chakra out before he can call his sand. However, Gaara's sand is faster. The sand wraps around Yoroi's hands and begins to spread up his arms, preventing him from forming hand signs. In just a few minutes, Yoroi is covered in sand from the shoulders down. He can't move any of his limbs and knows he can't defeat him. I surrender. Winner. Gaara. Gaara releases the sand. The two walk back to the booth. The crowd boos at how short the match had been. The Cage looks at the Hokage. Well, except for young Naruto, this tournament is now dominated by Suna and Autogenin. Didn't have a good batch this year? No, I did, it's just that your teams proved to be better. This is one of these times I'm glad we're allies. The Hokage misses the look that passes over the Cage's face. Yes, I'm glad we're allies too. The Cage shares a look with the Otokage before they focus on the arena, where Genma is announcing the next match. Kankuro vs Zaku Abumi. Will the two of you come down? The two walk down to the arena. Begin. Zaku does some hand signs. Earth release. Earth flow river. The ground under Kankuro turns to mud, throwing him off balance. Zaku wastes no time. He charges at Kankuro and does some more hand signs. Earth release, earth fist. His arm is coated in a layer of solidified earth. He punches Kankuro, sending him flying back, sending him crashing into the wall. When the smoke clears, it reveals that Kankuro pulled off the same trick he did in the prelims. Lying in the crater is a puppet. Zaku quickly whirls towards the bandaged object, to see the real Kankuro burst out of the bandages. Kankuro quickly makes his move, lifting his hands to reveal the chakra threads. Zaku realizes what Kankuro is doing and quickly jumps out of the way to avoid the poison kunai, shot by the puppet. He then thrusts his arms toward Kankuro. Decapitating airwaves. The blast hits Kankuro and his puppet, sending them back into the crater, making it deeper. The smoke clears, to reveal the puppet is still there, with a shredded log next to it. Zaku then feels a prick and turns to see Kankuro, holding one of the poison kunai. If you want the antidote, all you have to do is surrender. Zaku chuckles. You've beaten me, Kankuro. I surrender. Winner. Kankuro. Kankuro hands Zaku the antidote and the two return to the participants' booth. As they are leaving, a swirling mass of leaves appears in the arena. When it clears, it reveals both Kakashi and Sasuke. Are we late? You're just in time, Kakashi. Sasuke Uchiha's match is next. Will Temari please come down? Well, good luck Sasuke. I'm sure you'll make Chunin. Kakashi. Apparently, the decision to have Sasuke put in the finals was made behind the Hokage's back. He is allowing Sasuke to participate, but he can't be promoted. What? I am an Uchiha. I have every right to be promoted. You lost in the prelims. By all the rules, you shouldn't even be participating in the finals. If you want to complain, take it up with the Hokage. Kakashi looks up at the cage booth and his eyes widen when he sees the Otokage. Kushina? You weren't here, Kakashi. Apparently, your other student Naruto, who kicked Neji's ass earlier, revealed that he is the son of the Otokage and the fourth Hokage. Kakashi stares at Genma in shock. Naruto is Minato sensei and Kushina's son? Impossible. He's the Kyuubi. He killed Minato sensei and Kushina's son. Sasuke is surprised. She is the Dobi's mother? Yet, she's so powerful. This could be perfect. I'll make her my wife and the Dobi will be my servant. It is the proper place in society for him, after all. Kushina stares darkly at Kakashi. Kakashi, you are one of the worst offenders of all. You purposely shirked your duties to protect Naruto when he was younger. You also did everything in your power to make sure he would end up as a pathetic ninja. I have something special planned for you. Kakashi is startled when Naruto calls out to him. Hey, Kakashi, get out of the arena so that we can watch the fights. Kakashi turns to yell at Naruto, but stops when he notices Naruto's new look. Kakashi, you do need to leave the arena. The match is about to start. He turns back to glare at Genma, before he teleports into the audience. Genma looks at both Temari, who entered during the whole thing, and Sasuke before he announces the match. The next match is Temari vs Sasuke Uchiha. Begin. Sasuke activates his Sharingan and does some hand signs. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Temari dodges it. Are you just a one-trick pony? Sickle weasel technique. Sasuke avoids the attack and prepares another one. Fire release. Phoenix Sage fire technique. Temari uses her fan to blow away the attack. Is that all you got? Sasuke smirks. Not even close. The curse mark pulses and black marks begin to spread all over his body. Naruto smirks. So, he's mastered my mom's little gift. This will probably ensure he makes it to the final match. He turns to Gaara. After the fight, the winner will probably have to face him. How do you feel about kicking Uchiha ass? Gaara shrugs. It doesn't matter to me. The upcoming fight with you will be far more entertaining. Naruto laughs and he turns to focus on the fight. The Hokage moves to stop the fight, but Kushina stops him. Why? Let him dig his own grave. If you stop him, those two elders and Danzo will do everything to make sure Sasuke gets away with just a slap on the wrist. Sasuke charges at Temari, moving much faster than before. He starts hitting her. She can't even defend herself. He kicks her, and she flies into the crater made by Neji earlier. He charges at her and just starts pounding the crap out of her. The cage stands up in alarm. He's going too far. Stop him. The Hokage nods to Genma and he jumps in to restrain him. Anko, Kurenai, and Asuma all join him to restrain Sasuke, until he calms down and the seal shuts off. Winner: Sasuke Uchiha. Despite the fact he was brutally beating the crap out of the Kage's daughter, the crowd bursts out in cheers and applause. The Hokage sighs. I give up on them. The Kage, Otokage, Naruto, and the other participants are disgusted at the crowd. Sasuke points at Naruto. Mark my words, Dobi. I will defeat you in this tournament and prove my superiority over you. Naruto rolls his eyes as Sasuke walks to the participants' booth. The medics come and collect the battered Tamari. The Kage wants to go check on her, but gets a look of reassurance from the Otokage. He trusts her, so he remains in his seat. Genma call the next match. Dosu Kinuta vs Kin. Will the two of you come down? The two look at each other and then both walk to the arena. Good luck, Dosu. You too, Kin. Begin. Dosu does some hand signs. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Sasuke is angered that someone else uses an Uchiha technique. Kin quickly counters with her own hand signs. Water release. Gunshot. The two attacks collide and create steam. Before the steam dissipates, they two begin fighting hand to hand. They fight like this for a few minutes before Kin jumps back and tries her belt genjutsu move. But Dosu slips in some earplugs, protecting him. He decides to go for a risky movie. Fire release. Phoenix Sage fire technique. While the attack is heading for Kin, he does more hand signs. Fire release. Mist blaze dance technique. He blows a gas from his mouth. It comes into contact with the previous attack, just as it reaches Kin. The gas ignites and causes a big explosion. When the smoke dies down, it reveals Kin inside a sphere of water. Water prison technique. She releases the sphere and does more hand signs. Water release. Snake's mouth. A huge column of water appears. It takes on the form of a giant snake, with its mouth open. Dosu tries to escape, but the snake swallows him. The snake collapses into a river, which sweeps Dosu into one of the craters in the wall. Genma goes in to check Dosu and finds him unconscious. Winner: Kin Tsuchi. Dosu wakes up and realizes what's happened. Great job, Kin. When you first came on this team, you were the weakest of us. Look at you now. You've beaten me. Now, help me back to the booth. Kin smiles and helps Dosu to stand up. She walks him back to the booth where he sits down to rest. Genma addresses the crowd. With the first round of battles complete, we will take a break. This will allow the participants to recover and to give us time to clean up this water. Use this time to go to the bathroom, or get something to eat or drink. When we start up again, we'll go right into the next round of fights. The crowd start to get up. Naruto shares a look with Gaara. Their fight was up next. The son of the Kage versus the son of the Otokage. The Shukaku Jinchuriki versus the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. This will be a fight for the ages. The audience returned to their seats for the semifinals. With the water all cleaned up, the fights are ready to continue. Genma speaks up. Welcome back. We will proceed immediately with the semifinals. Due to the odd lineup, this first fight will determine the first finalist, while the remaining fights will determine the second one. Now then, the first match is between Naruto Uzumaki and Gaara. Both of you, come down. Naruto smirks as he unties the headband on his waist. No one notices that he covers the metal part with his hand. He pulls off his coat and reties the headband to his waist, again covering the metal part. Hey, Kankuro, look after my coat for me, will you? Sure thing, Naruto. Naruto walks down to the arena, where Gaara is already waiting. Good luck, Naruto. You too, Gaara. I'm just glad Mom fixed your seal, or I might be stuck fighting Shukaku. Gaara smirks. Genma calls the start of the match. Begin. The sand pours out of Gaara's gourd. Naruto does some hand signs. Wind release. Great breakthrough. He applies fire chakra to turn it into a flamethrower. Gaara's sand forms a ball around him. The flames heat some of the sand, until it turns to glass and shatters. More sand quickly refills the hole that was made in the ball as a result. Come on, Naruto. You had to get through my sand defense to beat me. More sand shoots out from the sphere, forcing Naruto to dodge. You can do better than that, Naruto. Naruto keeps on dodging the sand. He does some hand signs. Wind release. Drilling air bullet. The blast blows another hole in the sand, which quickly refills. Sand is still shooting out at Naruto. He decides to use more hand signs. Water release, water gun. He fires off enough of them to cover the entire sandball, soaking it. He then pulls off another move. Wind release, spiraling wind ball. He shot a few of them at Gaara. They made holes in his sand, but the holes were taking longer to fill up. Naruto takes advantage of this. Wind release, drilling air bullet. A bigger hole is formed in the sand sphere. Naruto can now see Gaara. Wind release, great breakthrough. The powerful gust forces Gaara through what's left of his sand sphere. He lands near the far wall. Naruto takes his advantage. By the time Gaara recovers, Naruto is standing above him, with another spiraling wind ball directly in front of Gaara's face. Surrender, Gaara, or this will go right through your head. Gaara nods his head in defeat. Very well, I surrender. Winner. Naruto Uzumaki. The crowd is silent. They don't want to cheer for Naruto, due to the Kyuubi, nor Gaara, due to the stories they heard from Suna civilians. Naruto whispers to Gaara, good thing we held back. If we were to go all out, we would destroy this arena along with some of the village. Naruto and Gaara walk back to the booth. Once there, Naruto retakes his coat and puts it back on, tying the blank headband, so that it circles around the coat again. In the cage booth, the cage looks at the Otokage. It seems congratulations are in order. Your son defeated mine. I'm proud of him, but you should be proud of your son, too. He's a powerful fighter. So true. Back in the arena, Genma speaks up. Due to the lineup, the next match will determine the opponent for Kankuro. The match is between Sasuke Uchiha and Kin Tsuchi. Come down, you two. I forfeit. Genma looks at Kin. Are you sure? Yes. After what he did to Temari, there's no way I want to fight a psychopath like him. Very well. Kin Tsuchi forfeits. Winner. Sasuke Uchiha. The crowd boos at Kin for not fighting and cheers for their precious Sasuke. This next fight will determine who faces Naruto Uzumaki in the finals. The match is between Kankuro and Sasuke Uchiha. I forfeit. Same reason as Kin. Genma sighs. Very well, Kankuro forfeits. Winner. Sasuke Uchiha. The crowd has the same reaction as before. We will now move on to the final fight. Naruto Uzumaki vs Sasuke Uchiha. Will the two of you come down? Naruto and Sasuke walk down to the arena and face off against each other. You'll pay for what you did to Temari, Sasuke. You think you can stop me, Dobi? I find it humorous that you threaten your future father-in-law. For you see, I will have your mother as my wife and she will sire me powerful children to reform the great Uchiha clan. As for you, I think I'll make you my personal slave and concubine. I will forcefully take you each night and enjoy it, just like I enjoyed Sakura. The crowd goes silent. Naruto, on the other hand, already knew about Sasuke's attempts to make Kushina his wife, as well as the fact he killed Sakura. Plus, he already suspected Sasuke was gay. But he didn't know that Sasuke was gay for him. But he knows he can't look or say anything suspicious. You sick bitch-ass fuck face. You think you can rape and kill Sakura, make a cage your wife, and say that you want to actually have with me like these old bitch-ass villagers tried to do? Oh hell no, I'm going to bring you down, Teme. The elders are shocked. We were supporting a rapist? What have we done? Danzo is pissed. I go to all the trouble of covering up his crime and he admits it gladly. My backup idea is falling apart. Mrs. Haruno is crying. It's my fault. I told Sakura to pursue Sasuke and get him to be her husband. But he turns around, rapes her, and kills her. It's my fault. Mr. Haruno is pissed. He turns to look at his wife and they both have a silent agreement. He stands up and calls out to Naruto. Boy, this will probably be the only time I ask something of you, so don't mess it up. Kick the Uchiha's ass. In the cage booth, Kushina is surprised. Well, it seems Naruto inherited not only my temper but my way of being creative when I curse, but also I never would have expected them to call for Sasuke's death. Naruto looks at them in surprise, but nods to them. I was going to kick his bitch ass anyway, but I'll be extra hard on him. Mr. Haruno nods and sits back down. The other people in the crowd are conflicted. To them, Sasuke was their god who could do no wrong, yet he just admitted to raping and killing the daughter of a well-known and loved merchant. They choose to stay silent. Genma starts the match. Begin. Sasuke activates his Sharingan, calls on the power of the curse mark, and does some hand signs. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Naruto decides to not hold back as much. He coats his hand in wind chakra and easily smacks the fireball aside, sending it into the wall. Is that all you got? Sasuke snarls. Fire release. Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Naruto coats his other hand in wind chakra and uses both hands to smack away all of the fireballs. Sasuke is enraged. Was all my training for nothing? He smacks my attacks aside so easily. No, I am an Uchiha. I am stronger than him. I will defeat him. Sasuke jumps back to the wall and does some hand signs. Everyone notices the sound of birds chirping. The Hokage looks in horror. I can't believe Kakashi taught him that technique. The Otokage is also surprised, but is still confident in her son. Chidori. Kakashi looks on in glee. Yes, Sasuke will use my technique to destroy the demon. Finally, Minato-sensei, Rin, and Obito can truly rest in peace. Sasuke charges at Naruto. Naruto sighs and blows some wind chakra into his hand. Wind release. Spiraling wind ball. He throws it, hitting Sasuke, who can't stop in time. He is sent into the wall and the Chidori fades away. He gets up and snarls. I need every ounce of power from this seal. He draws upon it all. The marks now cover 90% of his body. All that can be seen is a little bit of his face. His Sharingan seem to also be warping. This power is amazing, but it's not enough. I need more. The marks continues to spread until they cover 100% of his body. He is now looking very demonic. Sasuke gives an insane smirk on his face and laughs like a maniac. Ha 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 ha. Yes, this is power. Now loser? What can you do now? He shouted. Sasuke increased his power even more, gaining a purple hue similar to Naruto's at the bridge, only more darker. I am a god. He screamed. He swiped his hand, causing the wall behind him to turn into dust. I have been holding back your power, but today everyone will realize the power we possess. You ready, Rias? Naruto asked his dragon mate. Yes, let's not humiliate but destroy this so-called wannabe god. Rias replied, hype over her power being used. Naruto's beautiful hair was swaying in the wind, overshadowing his eyes as his bangs whooshed. He raised his left hand, covering his face. You think you are a god? He asked Sasuke. He started giving off a similar aura like Sasuke, except it's blood red with poison green lightning sparking every second. I'll show you why. He opened his eyes, showing a reptilon silted eye glowing jade green. You don't fuck with a god. He roared with his voice mixed with Rias. Sacred gear. Boosted gear balance breaker. He roared as he transformed into his dragon armor without the helmet. He does a familiar hand sign, summoning 5 clones into existence, surrounding him with their hands out at him. With Goku black. Oh my, it seems have another wannabe Zamasu. But this mortal is just disgusting. Declaring himself a god. Let's see how this Uchiha likes it when I give him a boost. She thought as she held out her hand, forming a black ki blast that reeked heavy malice, madness, and hatred. She shot the blast at the arena at Sasuke. In the stands, Kushina senses the large blast of energy heading for Sasuke. So it starts now, she thought. She activated her communication seal on her hand that is connected to Naruto's thoughts. With the battle, Naruto felt his mother trying to contact his thoughts and answered. He asked, it seems the test from the Otokage starts now, try not to die. Kushina giggled and cut the connection. Well, here we go, he thought. Everyone else had one single thought going through their head. What is this pressure? Back to the battle. The blast hits Sasuke, but instead of blowing up, the Uchiha inhaled the dark power. Once he was done, a great dark power emitted from him. Then once again he exploded his power but transformed again. Ha ha ha, this is the end for you. I am the greatest and strongest in the world. He was too busy gloating to not notice what Naruto was doing. Now if I'm correct, 5 Saiyans should be enough, he thought. Alright, focus on our hearts and turn that into power. Yes, boss, his clones shouted in response. The clones formed into a circle around the original Naruto. The original closed his eyes and focused on the good in his heart along with the clones. He reminisces about his friends, family, and his goal. All that sparked the Super Saiyan's god's fiery flames. A white ball of energy surrounded Naruto, it slowly turned red. When the light died down, it showed Naruto completely different. Naruto slimmed down, his hair bright red along with his eyes, a reddish-orange aura flowing off him. His armor gained an orange tint. Just because you made your hair brighter doesn't mean that you're stronger than Midori. I can't wait to strip you of your armor and take you like the little whore you are, Naruto-kun," declared Sasuke as he makes an insane sadistic face. The crowd was disgusted and Naruto, well, he just didn't care. He took a stance of the dragon-style taijutsu. Instead of saying what you want to do to, how about you prove it, God? His face was passive. Sasuke took his Uchiha Interceptor fist as well and waited. Then on an unseen signal they charged at each other, exchanging blows with each other before Naruto sent a spin kick at Uchiha's head only for him to bend backwards to avoid the hit and grabbing the Saiyan's legs and throwing him aside. Righting himself in the air, Naruto sent a volley of ki blasts at Sasuke, who raised his arms to block the attacks. The resulting explosions created a cloud of smoke which Sasuke flew out of looking for his opponent. So, he can also hide his presence, damn it, thought Sasuke, keeping his head on a swivel. Just then his sensitive hearing picked up movement behind him, turning just in time to avoid a chop from Naruto, though Sasuke's eyes widened when he saw a cut on his arm. Looking again, he saw Naruto's right hand coated in teal ki. That weird attack again, huh, and a strong one too. This just got more contemplated. Sasuke thought as his wound healed. Come on Kami-sama, I was hoping from challenge, were you not gonna take me out? Taunted Naruto, Sasuke scowling in anger. Just wait buddy. I was holding back before to get a feel for your power, now you'll see what I'm really made of, huh? Yelled Sasuke, powering up shrouded in bright purple ki, making Naruto grin. Mom was right, this is going to be a challenge, he thought. Once again they charged at each other and exchanged blows, Sasuke being noticeably faster and his hits being stronger. Naruto slashed his god split cut repeatedly at Sasuke, who dodged before flying back to get some space and launching dozens of Phoenix Fireball, all of which missed Naruto. You should work on your aim, you missed every shot. Naruto smirked. Did I? Fire style. Dance of the Phoenix. Sasuke announced, commanding the still-present Fireball's balls to converge on Naruto. Damn it, thought Naruto before creating a powered shell protecting him from the explosions. Sasuke kept his guard up, doubting his opponent was down. He was correct when Naruto instantly appeared behind him and slashed him across the back with his blade, getting a cry of pain from the Uchiha, who flew away. Gotta say that's the closest anyone ever got to hurting me. I think I'll actually start trying. Ha, Naruto said, powering up, shocking Sasuke. What? He's been holding back the entire time, that little brat, thought Sasuke as he sensed Naruto's power kept rising until he stopped. Now then, shall we begin? Said Naruto. Not giving Sasuke time to respond, Naruto vanished, reappearing in front of him and buried his fist in his chest, knocking the wind from his lungs. Clasping his hands together, Naruto slammed them down on the Uchiha's back, sending him falling to the ground, though he didn't stop there, reappearing below Sasuke and delivering an uppercut, sending him back into the air. Quickly regaining his momentum, Sasuke barely had time to react to a left hook, raising his arm to block it. Sasuke sent a punch of his own only for it to be blocked as they entered a stalemate. Grinning widely, Naruto's eyes glowed before firing eye beams at Sasuke, who pushed back as the attack grazed his side. Well, as fun as this has been, let's get serious so I can kill you. Without warning, Naruto and Sasuke charged at each other, Sasuke throwing the right hook which Naruto blocked. Without breaking stride, Sasuke delivered a spin kick, knocking Naruto away. Righting himself, Naruto charged back towards the Uchiha, giving palm thrust to his chest before appearing behind Sasuke and smashing his elbow into his head. Growling, Sasuke gained some distance before launching a volley of fireball blasts, Naruto responding with his ki blast. With Goku Black. With both fighters obscured by the smoke, Black could only listen to the sounds of fighting and sense their ki. Would you look at little Sasuke, this guy's keeping up with Naruto. That power boost I gave him really is strong, stated Goku, barely containing her excitement for when she can get her turn to fight Naruto. Lady Goku. Huh, oh hey guys. Goku Black greeted three cloaked figure. We sensed the target's energy flaring along with another. We can as quickly as we could, said one short cloaked figure before looking down, seeing two blurs colliding against each other, creating several shockwaves in the arena. Hey, isn't that Naruto-kun? Said another figure taller than the previous figure, recognizing Naruto's energy and faintly seeing him and his opponent despite their speed. Yeah, and the guy he's fighting is our experiment, but Naruto is a Saiyan just like us. Goku revealed. Whoa, another Saiyan. Cool, I can't wait to fight him myself, said the third figure. Back to the fight. Raw, roared Naruto and Sasuke, both punching the other in the face at the same time. Jumping back, both stared the other down. I must say I'm impressed, it's been a long time since someone actually made me bleed. Naruto complimented, feeling his blood pumping in excitement. Behold the full power of a Uchiha and the last thing you'll ever see. Sasuke roared before seeming to teleport in front of Naruto with a chakra-covered fist aimed at his head. Though before his punch could make contact it was stopped, much to Sasuke's surprise. What? Said Sasuke before seeing Naruto's changed appearance. His hair now being blue, his eyes now were cyber blue glowing, and had a smirk. You didn't think I couldn't do that too? Said Naruto rhetorically before burying his own ki-covered fist into Sasuke's stomach. Doubling over, Sasuke coughed up spittle and blood, feeling the wind knocked out of him. Continuing his assault, Naruto flipped and brought his leg up right into the Uchiha's head, sending him flying to the side, teleporting ahead of him and delivering a quick series of kicks and punches, ending with a jump kick. Teleporting ahead of Sasuke once again, Naruto had his back facing him before bringing his fist up, smashing it against the Uchiha's face, stopping midair before he dropped to the ground. Flying down, Naruto stood over Sasuke holding out his palm. Well, you did put up a better fight than Gaara, but I was expecting more. Oh well, I suppose it's time I ended this, said Naruto, preparing to vaporize Sasuke. However, before he could, the Uchiha's hand suddenly shot up and grabbed his wrist in a vice-like grip. Getting up, Naruto saw Sasuke's aura now gained a black flame-like appearance. His hair became more rigid, his eyes glowing red, and electricity was sparking off him. Sasuke ascended into villainous mode. Naruto couldn't help but grin in excitement, seeing the defiant look in Sasuke's eyes. With a roar, Sasuke drove his fist into Naruto's face, launching him into the air. Following after him, Sasuke kept punching Naruto higher and higher until they were above the clouds. You should learn better to keep your mouth shut, roared Sasuke, firing the large purple energy sphere straight at Naruto. The attack hit dead on Naruto, trying to push it back, but Sasuke wasn't having that and poured even more power into it. The attack soon overwhelmed Naruto, driving him back to the ground. And to make sure you stay down. Chidori impact, Sasuke shouted, aiming his index and middle fingers, and thumb firing the high-powered and speedy Chidori blast. Naruto gagged and coughed up blood, feeling the attack pierce straight through his chest, but it still made him excited at the challenge. To think he'd managed to wound me this much. I suppose I should stop holding back then, thought Naruto. You should stop wasting time and use my power already, spoke Rias before Naruto impacted the ground and the attack detonated in a large explosion. And stay down, Sasuke panted from all the energy he used as lowered himself back to the arena. Now that should teach you to not disrespect not only a god but your father-in-law as well, Kukakuku. Sasuke sneered, looking at the crater. Call the match, he's due. Before he could finish his sentence, he hears a strong female voice which unknowingly belonged to Rias. Boosted gear, maximum boost. In the stands, what's going on? Hiruzen and the Kazakage exclaimed as they saw a scene of destruction before them. Now is not the time, my guards set up a barrier, we need to contain their power now, Kushina ordered, her happy-go-lucky attitude disappearing. The two Kages were shocked, they had never seen Kushina so serious. On the fight, Naruto rose to his full height. Before he raised his arms, dozens of green orbs began appearing and circling him. Sasuke's eyes widened. It's happening, the voices spoke with excitement. They succumb, always succumb, the voices. I, who am about to awaken, am the heavenly dragon who stole the principles of domination from God. I laugh at the infinite, and I grieve at the dream. I shall become the red dragon of domination, and I shall sink you to the depths of the crimson purgatory. Juggernaut Drive. The world once again exploded in green as the full might of the Red Dragon Emperor was unleashed. They watched Naruto appeared to start transforming into a great ape dragon hybrid with dragon wings and armor before he stopped partway and shrank back down. His hair now back to red, only reaching his neck with two pointed bangs on either side of his neck. Gold-colored shadowing around his now solid cyber blue or now jade green eyes with silts. His presence screamed bow down. His clothes remained except they are his scale mail armor. HMPH, I'm impressed Sasuke, if I was a normal human that attack would have been the end of me, but I'm anything but normal. Tell me, what do you think? Said Naruto, crossing his arms and floating into the air. His voice was no longer the same, it was replaced with a soft female voice. He knows it changed due to Rias and Q-chan's influence. Think of Shinobu's dub voice. What the hell? Sasuke said in disbelief that there was yet another transformation. Now then, I believe we were fighting, Naruto said. Both fighters met in the middle with their fists colliding in midair, creating a shockwave. Reacting quickly, Sasuke spun in the air, sending an axe kick towards Naruto's head. Crossing his arms, Naruto blocked the attack though still felt the impact of it. Retaliating, Naruto grabbed Sasuke's leg before he could move. Spinning him around, Naruto threw him off to the side, quickly using Substituten to appear in front of him with a jump kick aimed at his head. Though Naruto managed to right himself in time to avoid the kick and flew up. Oh my! Naruto muttered. He appeared in front of Sasuke, making the man's eyes widen at his speed. I didn't even sense him again. Naruto kneed him in the face, sending him flying backwards fast. Skidding back across the ground, Sasuke gritted his teeth as he stopped his flight, righting himself back up. Sasuke gave a growl as he flew at Naruto top speed, pushing all his speed enough to vanish in a loud boom. Naruto, however, did not look the least bit. His eyes moved from left to right, as he was able to keep track of the Uchiha's movement and follow his chakra. He crossed his arms as Sasuke appeared in front of him to lessen the damage. Naruto gave a grunt as he was sent skidding back. Sasuke did not let up, as he appeared behind him in a blur, and kicked Naruto in the back, sending him flying forward. Appearing above him, Sasuke punched down at him. Naruto once more shielded his face with his crossed arms, as the punch sent him crashing through the ground hard, causing a large crater to form. Sasuke threw a mass barrage of punches. The ground started to crack and break from the force of the attack as he buried Naruto deeper and deeper. Naruto smiled with a tick mark forming before he pushed his feet into Sasuke's stomach, booting him off. Naruto vanished and reappeared in front of Sasuke, crashing right past his guard and giving a gut-wrenching punch to the stomach, making the Uchiha cough up blood. Smirking like the Saiyan he was, a ball of black ki appeared in Naruto's hand and proceeded to slam it into Sasuke, sending him flying. Appearing behind the airborne Sasuke, Naruto grabbed him by his shoulders and slammed his knee into his spine. Sasuke shouted in pain, feeling his spine nearly snapping. However, he would not lose. And so, giving a yell, he exploded his chakra out, sending Naruto flying away. Before Sasuke could even blink, he was sent flying before crashing into a mountain, staying embedded in the wall. His eyes rolled into the back of his head as he gurgled from pain, shock, and likely a collapsed lung. Kukuku, oh my. Look at you, almighty Uchiha. Unfortunately, it's time for you die. Naruto stated in a matter-of-fact tone. Sasuke got up and was about to attack when he suddenly cries out in pain. My body. What's happening to me? Naruto walks up to him and whispers in his ear. You shouldn't have been so eager to use that curse mark and power up so much. You see, it was infused with some of the Kyuubi's chakra. Tell me, do you know why I was chosen to be the host as an infant? And yes, I know Kakashi told you. Sasuke looks at him in shock, but manages to shake his head, despite the pain he's feeling. Naruto continues to whisper. Well, normally demonic chakra can't be properly used by humans, due to the conflicts that arise between human and demon chakra. Also, the chakra coils must be adapted to use the chakra. I was chosen as an infant because my coils hadn't been fully formed yet, so they could still adapt to demon chakra. In other cases, the Uzumaki had designed a special seal that helps already formed chakra coils to adapt, by putting a special safety feature in their seals, as it was in the case of my mother, who was the previous host. In fact, that was how the Kyuubi chakra got in that seal. She still has some in her body. Anyway, getting back on track, that safety feature I mentioned isn't in your seal. Sasuke's eyes widen. That's right, your body is being fed too much demon chakra for it to handle. The curse mark's power is eating you from the inside out. Plus, with the power boost the Otokage blasted you with, this is the price you pay for constantly craving power. The very power you crave will kill you, painfully. Enjoy dying, Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke is horrified. This can't be. I was supposed to rebuild the Uchiha clan using the Dobi's mother. I can't die, yet. I haven't killed Itachi. I need to avenge the great Uchiha. I can't die. I'm the god of Konoha. I can't die. Sasuke screams as the dark power bursts through his chest. The audience watches in horror as the dark chakra burns him alive. It takes less than a minute before Sasuke drops to the ground, dead. No one notices the dark power transfer to Naruto, due to the fact the demon chakra is drawn to its source, the Kyuubi. Also Black's power returned to her. Naruto turns away from Sasuke. Winner: Naruto Uzumaki. Medics come to collect the corpse, as the Hokage, Case Cage, and Otokage talk for a few minutes, before teleporting down to the arena. The remaining contestants in the booth are called down. With the fights finished, all that's left to do is reveal the people who will be promoted. When I call your name, step forward. The genin nod. Kin Tsuchi. Kin steps forward with a smile on her face. Dosu Kinuta. It's hard to tell Dosu's expressing, due to the fact you can only see his right eye. Kankuro. Kankuro smirks. Gaara. Gaara's face is impassive. And last, but not least, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto smiles. The crowd grumbles at the fact Naruto was promoted. Thank you all for participating in these exams. For those who weren't promoted, I can only wish you better luck next time in the exams. I officially declare these exams complete. Suddenly, a genjutsu is cast on the crowd, putting them all to sleep. At the same time, an explosion can be heard over at the village walls. Kushina speaks up. I forgot to tell you one thing, old man. Before me, Orochimaru was the Otokage. He taught me everything he knew and I promised him that I would complete his dream by destroying Konoha. This village will be destroyed. Hiruzen quickly jumps away from Kushina. He looks at Naruto. Naruto, protect your Hokage. Naruto doesn't move towards Hiruzen. Instead, he moves his hands to the two headbands he's wearing and dispels the henges on them. The Konoha headband on his head is revealed to be an Auto headband. The blank headband on his waist is revealed to be his real Konoha headband, but there is a scratch mark through the symbol of Konoha. Hiruzen's eyes widen. Naruto then walks over to stand at the side of Kushina, who wraps an arm around him. Kushina grins evilly at Hiruzen. Sorry old man, Naruto stands at my side, where he belongs. Her eyes turn serpent yellow and she pulls off the Otokage robes, to reveal the violet battle dress she's wearing. Hiruzen looks at the Case Cage, who also stands near Kushina. You are betraying our alliance? The Case Cage snorts. Your village has been stealing all our missions. This is my revenge. Kushina laughs. Face it, old man. This is the end of Konohagakure, and you can't do anything to save it. The ninja in the audience quickly break free of the genjutsu, just in time to hear Kushina's declaration, shocking all of them. Kakashi, Kurenai, Yugo, and Hana quickly jump down into the arena, while the Case Cage begins fighting with the Hokage. Kushina looks at them and smirks. Well, if it isn't the traitors to my family. They are shocked at what she just said in her eyes. Kurenai speaks for the group. What are you talking about, Kushina-senpai? We're not traitors. We're happy to see you alive. Why would we be traitors? Kushina can't believe what she is hearing. You mean, you really don't know? Have you all not been listening through these exams? Or have you all forgotten the things you did to my son, Naruto Uzumaki? Kurenai, Yugo, and Hana immediately realize what she's pissed at them about. Kakashi, on the other hand, lashes out. He is not your son. Your son died on that night. He is the Kyuubi, the monster responsible for killing Minato-sensei, as well as so many others. Kushina focuses her glare on Kakashi. And what makes you so knowledgeable in the subject? Who told you this ridiculous story of Naruto being the Kyuubi? The wise elders and the great Uchiha. That means they must be right. You would trust the words of two of the biggest assholes in this village, as well as a clan of petty thieves over the word of the Hokage? Keep in mind that neither group knows anything about sealing. Of course. And don't disrespect the elite clan of Uchiha. Naruto giggles. The so-called elite clan are all dead, except for a traitor. Shut up, demon brat. It's your fault Minato-sensei, Rin, and Obito are all dead. I'll make you pay. Everyone looks at Kakashi in confusion, until Kushina realizes what's going on. He's been utterly consumed by his hate and his obsession over those three. I know just what to do with him. Kushina grins at Kakashi. I think it's time for you to have a reunion, don't you think, Kakashi? A barrier springs up, preventing anyone from interfering with whatever Kushina has planned. The Konoha ninja looked to see the Sound 4, maintaining the barrier. She does some hand signs. Summoning. Impure World Resurrection. 3 coffins rise from the ground. The lids spring open to reveal 3 people Kakashi never thought he would see again. Minato-sensei? Rin? Obito? Kushina laughs. If the 4th Hokage had actually sacrificed his own soul to the Shinigami, I wouldn't be able to summon him. However, he was a coward, and forced another Konoha ninja to give their life instead. However, he was still too injured to live after the fight. Minato, Rin, and Obito look around. Minato notices Kushina. Kushina? What's going on? And what happened to your eyes? Kushina laughs again. It's been a long time, my dear husband. Rin looks at Minato. Minato-sensei, what's going on? I think we were summoned from the dead, with that technique the 2nd Hokage created. However, what shocks me is that I think Kushina here did it. Oh, don't be shocked. I did summon you. Why, Kushina? What's going on? Why don't you ask Naruto? Minato notices Naruto. Naruto? You look well, son. Don't call me that. You're no father of mine. You condemned me to a life of hell. If it wasn't for my mom, I would still be in that hell. He stated calmly. Minato looks at Kushina in confusion. You should ask Kakashi and the others. Ask on how Konoha had treated Naruto, as if he was the Kyuubi incarnate. He is the Kyuubi. He must die. Minato stares at Kakashi in shock. But Naruto was supposed to be treated like a hero. They all failed at that, miserably. They couldn't see that he was just a boy. He's been beaten, tortured, isolated, and he might have possibly been raped. He's even attempted suicide multiple times. If I hadn't intervened, Naruto might be dead. Minato looks at Naruto to see him looking at the ground. Kakashi lashes out again. It was what he deserved. He is a demon. Demons deserved to be punished. This is what you did, Minato. I warned you about what would happen if you went through with sealing the Kyuubi. But no, all you cared about was making Konoha look good. All you cared about was power. This is the price you paid, 4th Hokage. Your precious village will be destroyed, and you will help destroy it. The resurrected trio are in shock. But first, I'll have you 3 kill the one who threatened my son the most. The only remaining member of your team. The one who refused to move on with his life, after your deaths. You 3 will kill Kakashi Hitaki. She flings 3 kunai, with a special talisman on each, directly into the heads of the resurrected trio. They feel the loss of control over their bodies as the full color to their bodies is restored. The barrier is dropped. You 3 heard me. Destroy Kakashi Hitaki. After that, destroy Konoha. We're sorry, Kakashi. The trio charge at Kakashi and begin to fight him. The Sound 4 restore the barrier around the fight, so that no one can interfere. Kushina turns her attention to the 3 women. As for you 3, I'll deal with you myself. Naruto, Gaara, you 2 have your targets. The 2 nod and jump away. Now then, it's time to face your punishment. Scene change. The 2 elders ran from the arena the moment they broke free. They don't get very far, when a familiar blonde with a fan stops them. Weren't you beaten up by the Uchiha? Asks Homura. I had a very good healer fix me up. Scene change. Jiraiya is rushing over to the village walls, to assist with the invasion, when a fist hits him in the face. He is sent crashing into a building. He gets back up to see the last person he expected to see. Tsunade? Scene change. Kakashi is having a hard time, defending himself from the 3 people that mean the most to him. The trio press up their attack, but still have their personalities, so they can talk to Kakashi. Why, Kakashi? Why did you treat my son like shit? Minato-sensei, that thing isn't your son. He's the Kyuubi. Do you honestly think that I would seal the Kyuubi in my own son, if it meant that it would gain his body? If that was the case, it would have just simply destroyed Naruto's body and retaken its own form. Kakashi doesn't get to ponder that as he dodges a strike from Obito. But the elders and the Uchiha clan told me that the Kyuubi had taken over the body and the original soul was dead. They are always right. Then why didn't the Kyuubi just burst free of its human shell? Because the seal prevented it. Was it cause the elders and the Uchiha clan said so? Of course. Obito speaks up. What happened to you, Kakashi? You weren't like this when I was alive. You never praised my power-hungry clan. Hell, I would always complain about how they were obsessed with gaining power and status. I always constantly refused to use my Sharingan. After you died, I realized how wrong you were about the clan. They are the greatest clan, with the holy Dojutsu, one which I am proud to have, the Sharingan. You forget one thing, that is my eye in your socket. While I am being forced to kill you, I don't think you should have that eye anymore. Kakashi is shocked to see Rin nod in agreement, as they continue fighting. What no one realizes, is that Kushina established a mental link with the resurrected trio, allowing her to hear their thoughts. She grins as she lessens the hold she has on Rin and Obito. They will still kill him, but they can control the method of killing him. So, if Obito wants to rip his eye out of Kakashi, he can do so. Obito grabs onto Kakashi. Rin makes her move and removes the Sharingan eye from Kakashi. Kakashi screams in pain as the blood pours out of his empty socket. Kushina decides to improve Obito's ability to fight. Put the eye back where it belongs, Rin. Rin receives the mental command and implants the eye into Obito's left eye socket. Kakashi watches in horror as Obito activate his Sharingan eyes, now that he has both again. Kushina retightens her hold on the two, so they have no chance of escaping her command to kill Kakashi. Kakashi manages to break free of Rin and jumps back a distance, a hand over his empty socket. The trio charge in again. Kakashi isn't able to hold them off for long, as he's in pain from the loss of the Sharingan eye. They begin cutting him up. Blood spurts as Kakashi falls to the ground. Please, stop. The trio pause, but a mental command from Kushina has them speak. I'm sorry Kakashi, did you say something? Rin uses a move to paralyze Kakashi. Obito uses a fire technique to set Kakashi on fire. Kakashi screams in pain. Minato silences him with a Rasengan to the head. Kakashi lays dead, killed by the very people he constantly mourned. The Sound 4 drop the barrier and the trio turn to begin their other mission, to destroy Konoha. Scene change. While the resurrected trio were fighting Kakashi, Kushina faces down Kurenai, Hana, and Yugo. You three realize that I will kill you. You might as well let it happen. We didn't know he was your son, Kushina-senpai. If we knew, we wouldn't have treated him like we did. That's no excuse. You shouldn't treat anyone like that. Let me tell you three a secret. Before Naruto was the host for the Kyuubi, the beast was sealed inside me. That was the reason I was brought to Konoha in the first place. To be the second host for the Kyuubi. All three women are in shock at what she said, until Hana notices something. Wait, you said you were the second host. Who was the first? Another member of the Uzumaki clan. Her name was Mito Uzumaki. You all knew her as the wife of Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage. That's right. The Kyuubi has always been a captive of Konoha since the fight against Madara Uchiha. Sealed within members of the Uzumaki clan, all connected to at least one of the Hokages. The three find it hard to digest what Kushina has said. Now that you understand, it's time for you to die. Kushina does two hand signs. Hidden shadow snake hands. She thrusts her arms forward, and snakes shoot out from them. Kurenai and Hana dodge the snakes. Yugo cuts them with her sword. Oh, so you want to use swords, huh? Very well. Kushina reaches into her mouth and pulls out the Kusanagi sword. Let's do this. She charges at Yugo. Unfortunately for Yugo, she didn't recognize the Kusanagi. The sword slices through her katana and through her neck. Yugo's lifeless body and severed head fall to the ground. Kurenai and Hana stare in horror. Kushina takes advantage of their distracted state. She shoots more snakes from her arms and they snag Hana. Hana screams as the snakes crawl all over her and bite her. Her flailing to get them off allows the venom to spread quickly. She drops to the ground, paralyzed but still alive. Kurenai is terrified as Kushina turns to look at her. Kushina's yellow eyes glare deep into Kurenai's red ones. What's wrong, Kurenai? Afraid? Kurenai can't help but nod. Ah, poor little Kurenai. I'll have to fix that. Kushina charges at Kurenai, fast. The next thing Kurenai knows, she is screaming in pain as her left arm is severed above the elbow. What's wrong, Kurenai? Does it hurt? Kurenai is clutching the stump, where her arm was. Don't worry, I'll make it better. She charges in again and Kurenai screams out as her other arm is severed. Kushina charges at Kurenai again, severing her legs above the knees. Kurenai's torso falls to the ground, still alive. How does it feel, to have your limbs severed? You're only feeling some of the pain that Naruto has felt his entire life. But I can be merciful. I'll end your pain now. She slices her sword through Kurenai's neck, decapitating her. Kushina licks the blood off her sword, letting out an erotic moan. Delicious. She turns her focus onto the paralyzed Hannah, who is watching her in horror. I almost forgot about you, time to end this. She stabs the sword right through Hannah's heart and leaves Hannah to bleed to death. She turns her focus to the resurrected trio, who are still fighting Kakashi. A few minutes later, they kill him and the Sound Four drop the barrier. As the trio prepare to carry out the destruction of Konoha, Kushina stops them. She tightens her hold on Rin and Obito to the point in which their personalities fade away. She leaves Minato as he is. Considering these two were dead by the time of the Kyuubi attack, I'm sparing them the memories of destroying Konoha. You, on the other hand, will be forced to remember in death as the shinobi and civilians die at your hand, 4th Hokage. But, I'll give you some extra help. She does some hand signs. Summoning. Impure World Resurrection. 2 more coffins spring out of the ground. Their lids open to reveal Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, the 1st and 2nd Hokages. Kushina throws 2 more kunai into their heads. Their personalities fade and they move to stand next to the other 3. Now then, all 5 of you will go out and destroy Konoha. Kill any Konoha shinobi and civilian you encounter. You can spare the children, though. The 5 leave the arena to fulfill their orders. Minato has a sad look on his face. The Sound Four go with them. Kushina turns and notices Anko is still in the audience. She clearly broke the genjutsu, but she was just sitting there. Kushina jumps up to her. Aren't you going to defend your village, Anko? Anko looks up at Kushina. It isn't much of a village. Besides, you're going to kill me, right? Hurry up and get it over with. Kushina is surprised, but can tell there is more going on. What happened? Those damn elders found notes to the curse seal that Orochimaru gave me. They've been controlling me via the seal. They force me to do their dirty work, always threatening me with a slow and painful death. I know you also hold hatred for Naruto, and I can't find a reason for it. Care to explain? The elders and Danzo wanted to turn Naruto into their weapon, but in case that didn't work, they were going to have him procreate a child with me. They thought if they couldn't have him, they would have his child, who would be made the next host of the Kyuubi. That way, they could guarantee that they get their weapon. I couldn't help but have hatred for Naruto, even though I don't see him as the Kyuubi. No, that's wrong. I didn't hate Naruto. I hated the fact I would be used as breeding stock. Kushina has a look of anger in her face. She remembers when Kumo tried to kidnap her when she was younger. She knew that if they had succeeded, they would have used her as breeding stock. She can't help but feel a little sympathetic towards Anko, and decides to give her a choice. She lunges forward, biting into the curse mark on Anko's neck. Anko screams as the mark begins to warp and change. Kushina withdraws from Anko as the curse mark takes on a new form. I'm giving you a choice, Anko. That new curse mark is different from the old one. It's more powerful and better. Also, the elders can't affect this seal, as it's one I created. You can either die here, at my hand, or join Otogakure and help me destroy Konoha. What will you do? Anko rubs her neck over the new curse mark as she thinks. Her life since she returned has been nothing but scrutiny and suspicious looks. People always refer to her as the snake whore and treat her horribly. For her, the choice was clear. I'll join you. Good. Then go forth and destroy this pathetic village, Anko. Anko leaves the arena. Kushina turns back to where the case cage is still fighting the 3rd Hokage. Time for me to help the case cage. Jiraiya stares at Tsunade, surprised that she was even in Konoha. It's been a long time, Jiraiya. Tsunade? What are you doing here? Never mind, it's good you're here. Konoha is being invaded. Help me defend the west wall. Jiraiya turns to leave, but notices that Tsunade is not moving to follow him. She shakes her head at him. Sorry, Jiraiya, I'm on the other side. What? You heard me. What are you talking about? You're a loyal Konoha ninja. Not anymore. Explain. Well, after I left when Dan and Nawaki were dead, I went from town to town with Shizune, drinking and gambling. A month later, I heard about the Kyuubi attack and how my last, living cousin and student, Kushina, and her son had been labeled as deceased. Naturally, that didn't improve my drinking and gambling habits. 11 years later, I was surprised when I was tracked down by Kushina, who was supposed to be dead. I was also surprised to learn that her son was still alive. She told about how Naruto was taken from her, about how she was sold off to Orochimaru. About Konoha's plans to turn Naruto into a weapon. About how Naruto was beaten, tortured, among other things, about how he was denied the basic knowledge of his family for a bullshit reason, about how he had no one to help him while he was growing up. About how you abandoned your own godson, to go chase after a sick, twisted traitor. Why should I care about him? Just because he's my godson doesn't mean I have to care. Him being your godson should be reason enough. It isn't to me. Now, can we get off of this? Tell me why you switched sides? Isn't it obvious? Konoha betrayed the last of my family. Family is always important. Isn't that what your toads always say? So, what? The toads don't know what they're talking about. Family is meaningless. They think of me as a part of their family. I only think of them as tools. That's the only thing they're good for. Serving me in battle. Tsunade smirks. You shouldn't have said that. Why not? Simple, I had the slugs contact the toads. When they last called you there, the toads placed a listening device in your pocket. They just heard everything you said. Jiraiya's eyes widen in horror. He hears the sound of a summoning behind him. He turns around to see Shima, Fukasaku, Gambunta, and the great toad sage glaring at him. Jiraiya boy, when we heard from the slugs about how you had turned your back on our beliefs, we found it hard to believe. Now after hearing what you just said, it's obvious that you are unfit to be our summoner. Therefore, after much deliberation with Shima, Fukasaku, and Gambunta, we have decided to cast you out. Your name will be removed from the scroll. The knowledge of how to find Mount Myoboku, how to summon us, and how to use your sage mode will be taken from you, never to be given back. This is our decision. You can't do this to me. I am the great Jiraiya. Two toads appear and grab onto Jiraiya. He tries to break free, but their grip is too strong. The great toad sage places a hand on Jiraiya. Jiraiya screams in pain as the knowledge of the toads is ripped from his mind. When he is done, the two toads let go and disappear. Jiraiya falls to the ground. The toads then summon the scroll. The great toad sage wipes his hand over Jiraiya's name. The scroll catches on fire, but when the fire fades away, the scroll is unharmed, except Jiraiya's name has been burned off. Gambunta turns to Tsunade. Thanks for telling the slugs to inform us about this. It's obvious Konoha is no longer worthy of us. We would help you, but that involves working with the snakes, and you know how we feel about working with the snakes. Tsunade nods. We will depart now, never to return until we deem a summoner worthy of us. Goodbye. The toads vanish. Jiraiya manages to get to his feet. He angrily turns to Tsunade. What have you done? You've taken away my most powerful weapon. You have truly turned your back on Konoha. I will kill you, you traitor, says the man who was a traitor to the toads and to Kushina's family. You're the one who's going to die. When Kushina recruited me, she gave me the privilege of taking you out. Plus, unlike you, I have the slugs to assist me, and I think of them as family, unlike what you did with the toads. Jiraiya snarls and jumps at her. Scene change. Danzo sits in his rude base, after having run there from the arena when the attack began. Damn it, I should never have given that woman to Orochimaru. Now, it's come back to bite me in the ass. One of his rude Anbu runs up. Sir, what should we do? Prepare to evacuate. Konoha is too far gone. Once the fight is over, we'll rebuild it the way it should have been built. I will take on the role of Hokage and remake the village so that it follows my regime. Once Konoha has been restored, we will launch an assault on the other countries until they are all under my control. I will stand as the ruler of this world, and no one will stop me. Yes, sir. The rude Anbu leaves to do his master's bidding when he suddenly screams, and he is thrown back through the door, dead. Danzo stands up as Naruto walks into the room and gives him an eye smile that promised endless amount of pain. Why leave so soon, you bandaged bastard? Scene change. At the west wall of Konoha, the ninja moved to fight back the forces from Suna. Suddenly, some of the men are shot with poison kunai. The remaining men turn to see Kankuro with his puppet next to him. They move to attack him when they are struck by a powerful wind attack. Kankuro looks to see Tamari. Hey, weren't you supposed to deal with those two old bats? They were both old and neither had trained in years. They were so out of shape that it was too easy. Where's Gaara? Preparing to awaken the Shukaku. Scene change. Gaara sits in the center of the village, in a meditative position. He finds himself in his mindscape, shaped like a ruined desert palace. The Shukaku stares at him from his prison. Is it time? Gaara looks at him. Yes. Outside, Gaara's body begins to float in the air, as the sand emerges from the gourd and surrounds him. It begins to merge with him, transforming him into a giant one-tailed beast. Yahoo! I get to destroy this village. Fun time. The Shukaku begins to lay waste to Konoha. Scene change. At the north wall, Kabuto, along with the Auto team, are killing the ninja there, so that the Auto forces can enter the village. They all turn when they hear the Shukaku. Well, now the party's really started. Scene change. Danzo stares down Naruto in the root base. You think you can defeat me, boy? It would be wiser for you to surrender to me and become my loyal weapon. You honestly think I would join you? My loyalty is to my mother, and no one else. He stated calmly. Danzo laughs. That can change easily. All I have to do is capture you. A few years as my prisoner will change your views. My Danzo, that is if you can capture me. Danzo laughs. Root, come to me. Danzo laughs at the knowledge that his root Anbu will take down the Kyuubi child, when he notices that none of them are coming. He looks at Naruto to see him with a bigger smile. They're all dead. I killed them all before coming to this office. We are the only living people in this base. Danzo's eyes widen. Now that you understand, it's time for you to die. Scene change. Tsunade and Jiraiya are locked in a taijutsu battle. Jiraiya is pissed. Thanks to this bitch, I've lost just about all of my techniques. How the hell can I beat her? He barely manages to dodge a kick. When Tsunade gets him with one of her chakra-enhanced punches, he is sent flying through some buildings until he comes to a rest inside of a clothes shop. He stumbles back out, and pulls off the bra that somehow got stuck on him. At that moment he feels a fist in his gut, courtesy of Tsunade. He falls to the ground, coughing and clutching his gut. Face it, Jiraiya, you can't win. Without your toad abilities, all you have left are your hair ninjutsu and the Rasengan. Just surrender. Never. Jiraiya leaps at Tsunade, but she punches him in the face. He flies back into the store. He gets back up on his feet and charges a familiar attack. Rasengan. He charges at Tsunade. Tsunade sighs as she dodges the attack and strikes Jiraiya with her hand. Jiraiya gasps as he falls to the ground. I've disrupted the signals from your brain to your nervous system. Basically your body is now responding wrong to what your brain tells you to. If you want to move your right arm, something else will move instead. Give up, Jiraiya, you can't beat me. Never. Very well. Since you can't move properly, I'll just end this now. Goodbye, Jiraiya. I hope you enjoy burning in hell. Tsunade jumps into the air. Painful sky leg. Jiraiya tries to move out of the way, but all he succeeds in doing is turning his head to the left and raising his right arm. Tsunade's heel crashes onto Jiraiya's head, destroying him instantly. Blood and guts fly everywhere, as what's left of Jiraiya stops moving. Tsunade shakes the bit of Jiraiya's brain off her shoe and turns to look at an explosion that came from a different area of Konoha. Looks like Naruto is having fun. Scene change. Danzo jumps out of the remains of his base, having used the Izanagi to avoid death. His bandages are gone, revealing a Sharingan, and his right arm is exposed, revealing 10 Sharingan embedded in the arm. Damn it, when did the brat get this powerful? Naruto jumps out of the wreckage with his sword and stands facing Danzo. Is that all you got, Danzo? No wonder you're so desperate to make me your slave. 'Cause then you would have some actual power at your disposal. Danzo growls as he does some hand signs. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Naruto smirks as the attack hits him. He vanishes in a puff of smoke. A shadow clone? Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. What? Danzo turns to see a water dragon charging at him. He doesn't have time to dodge, but quickly triggers Izanagi again. The attack passes through him. How did you do that technique? Naruto smirks. I first saw the technique when Kakashi and Zabuza fought. With help from my mother, I was able to perform it. As for where the water came from, did you forget you had an underground lake in your base? Danzo growls in anger. You can't go on for too long, can you, Danzo? Repeatedly using that Izanagi of yours really eats up your chakra. Danzo is angry because Naruto is right. With the way his Sharingan are set up, he could use the Izanagi for a full 10 minutes. The problem was that he didn't have the chakra for it. Naruto smirks again. He blows wind chakra on his sword, making the sword look more like a makeshift shield. He charges at Danzo with his wind-enhanced weapon. Danzo triggers the Izanagi again, but he doesn't have enough chakra to maintain it. He falls to one knee as Naruto reaches him. Danzo screams in pain as his right arm falls to the ground, cut at the shoulder. Blood pours onto the ground from the wound. Oh, sorry. Did that hurt? Then again, you didn't deserve that arm of yours. I mean, really? 10 Sharingan in the first Hokage's DNA? You should be ashamed of the atrocities you've committed, Danzo. I took the measures needed to secure Konoha's future. My way is the only way the world can be at peace. No, your way is the only way you can have the power you desire. You're a lot like Sasuke Uchiha and Orochimaru. Always craving power. Always thinking that power is all that matters in this world. In a way, you're right. Power will help you go a long way, but you need to earn the power, not steal it. You can't properly use stolen power. That's why you can't use the Izanagi for the full 10 minutes. That's why you've failed to beat me. You are pathetic, Danzo Shimura. You're a man who honestly believes that war is the only way to peace. All your ambitions have resulted in, is that you will die by my hand. However, I'm going to have some fun with killing you, then maybe your sins will be forgiven in your next life. He jumps at Danzo with a normal kunai and stabs Danzo into his right eye. Danzo screams as his last Sharingan is ripped right out of his socket. Naruto holds the Sharingan in his hand. So this is the Sharingan? The dojutsu that this entire village worships? I don't see what's so spectacular about it. I mean, it's so easily destroyed. He crushes the eye in his hand, covering it in blood. Naruto raises his hand to his mouth and takes a lick of the blood. He spits it back out. Oh my, Uchihas have disgusting blood. And the women of this village wanted to produce children with this blood? If any of the Konoha 12 were watching this, they would be shocked at the sadistic side that Naruto was showing. But Kushina had already gotten to work on Naruto, twisting and corrupting him. Danzo glares at Naruto with his normal eye. Damn you, brat, you won't get away with this. I will become Hokage and destroy you. Naruto looks at Danzo. Oh, you're still talking? I guess I need to shut you up. Naruto charges at Danzo again. Danzo is too tired to stop Naruto as he reaches into his mouth. Using a bit of the Kyuubi's chakra, Naruto rips Danzo's tongue out of his mouth. Danzo screams in pain as his mouth is flooded with blood. That's better. Now I won't have to put up with your damn speeches. Naruto charges with the enhanced katana, cutting off Danzo's remaining limbs and cutting up his body. Danzo lies on the ground, in constant pain. Naruto looks down at him. You should never have taken my mom from me. This invasion is the result of what you did. Danzo looks at Naruto's eyes and is horrified by what he sees. Naruto's eyes are no longer the normal, blue eyes that everyone knows him to have. His eyes have turned a very familiar shade of red, and they have taken the shape of a certain demon's eyes. You know, I used to declare that I would never use the Kyuubi's power, but now he and I have come to an understanding. I'm no longer afraid to use his power. Hell, the Kyuubi has declared me to be his favorite host, due to my new sadistic side. And now he's given me a good idea of how to kill you, right now. Naruto shoves his hand into Danzo's chest and rips something out. Danzo is horrified to see that it's his own heart. Naruto channels the Kyuubi's chakra into the heart, burning it to ashes. He then pours the Kyuubi's chakra into the hole in Danzo's chest. Danzo screams as the demonic chakra destroys him from the inside, burning all of his organs and destroying his flesh. When Naruto is finished, there isn't much left of the corpse. Naruto takes a moment to destroy the Sharingan arm he cut off earlier. Now then, where did the rest of the Konoha 12 run off to? They were probably assigned to evacuate the remaining civilians to the bunker inside the Hokage monument. I can wait to deal with them. Right now, taking the village is the most important thing to do, but first my bloody blade. Naruto then proceeds to get the blood off of his blade by swinging it. Naruto jumps off to help with the takeover, leaving behind a mutilated corpse. Konoha. Minato fails to hold back tears as he uses the Rasengan to destroy a building. He still can't believe that Konoha basically said, "Fuck you," to his last wish regarding Naruto. He also can't believe how much Kushina has changed. He turns and cuts down a Konoha ninja. He can see the second Hokage drowning another group of ninja with a water technique. Tayuya speaks up. Well, that takes care of this fucking area. On to the next one. Before they can leave, they are surrounded by the heads of all the clans. None of you are going anywhere. Sakin sneers at Hiashi. You really think you can take down 3 Hokages? Destroy them. The three Hokages step forward. Minato looks at the clan heads. I'm sorry. The Hokages charge at the group. Scene change. While most of the civilians have been evacuated to the bunker in the Hokage monument, there are still some in the village. At the ramen stand, Tucci and Ayame are packing up everything in their shop, trying to save it all before the stand gets hit. Anyone home? The two turn to see Naruto enter the stand. Are you here to kill us, Naruto? Why would I do that? He tilts his head in confusion. Because you've turned against the village. Naruto closed his eyes and sighed. Let's face it, it would have happened eventually. We won't go down without a fight, Naruto. Tucci declared, only for Naruto to giggle. Who said anything about fighting? You're not here to kill us? Ayame asked in confusion. Oh my, of course not. You two are special to me. I'm here to help get you guys to safety. Then you'll set up a new shop in Otto. Why would we go with you? 3 reasons. 1. You guys love me and wouldn't turn against me. 2. You're disgusted, just like me, with how the people here are. 3. While having me as your customer reduced the number of customers you got here in Konoha, due to the Kyuubi, the number will increase over in Otto, due to me being the Otokage's son. Tucci and Ayame look at each other. You know he's right, Dad. Yes I do, Ayame. Keep packing. We're moving to Otogakure. Naruto smiles at the two. Well, welcome aboard. Scene change. The third Hokage has been locked in a fight with the cage for a while now. Hiruzen quickly dodges a gold dust wave. Damn, even though he can only use his gold dust attacks, he's really good at using them. Come on, Hokage. You're supposed to be strong. I think age has gotten to you. Hiruzen snarls and dodges another attack. He then quickly jumps to the left to avoid the Kusanagi sword. Mind the extra help, cage? Don't mind it at all, Otokage. Even though I don't think I need the help, I'll take it anyway. Kushina lowers her head to the ground. Formation of 10,000 snakes. Countless snakes pour out of her mouth. They rise up and sword blades extend from their mouths. They all charge at Hiruzen. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Flames spew from Hiruzen's mouth. They take the shape of 3 dragons, which attack the snakes from different sides. All the snakes are turned to ashes. He then throws a shuriken at the pair. Shuriken shadow clone technique. The shuriken multiplies into 1,000 shuriken. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The gust of wind from Kushina causes the shuriken to be blown away. Earth release. Earth flow river. The ground near Hiruzen turns to mud. Earth release. Earth dragon bullet. A mud dragon head rises from the mud that Hiruzen created moments ago. As it starts to fire mud projectiles at the 2 other cages, Hiruzen pulls off one last move. Fire release. Fire dragon bullet. Hiruzen shoots more fire from his mouth. It ignites the mud projectiles the dragon head is shooting, turning them into flame projectiles. However, the cage thought ahead. Gold dust wall. A wall of gold dust rises in front of the duo. The projectiles hit the wall and do no damage. Hiruzen bites his thumb and does some more hand signs. Summoning technique. The Monkey King Enma appears in a puff of smoke. What's going on, Hiruzen? The cage and a red-haired woman? Wait, isn't she the 4th Hokage's wife? It's a long story, Enma. Right now, those 2 are trying to destroy Konoha. We need to defeat them. I need the staff. I hope you know what you're doing, Hiruzen. Transformation. Adamantine staff. Enma transforms himself into a staff. The Hokage charges at the 2 other cages. They both jump to dodge. The cage constricts some gold dust together to form a club. Kushina readies the Kusanagi sword. The 3 charge at each other again. Scene change. Shikaku jumps back to assess the damage. He looks in horror at the corpse of Choza, impaled by wood everywhere on his body. Shibi and his bugs had been drowned in a powerful water technique. Inoichi's body lays on the ground with a hole in his chest from a Rasengan. The only ones left are himself, Sume, and Hiyashi. This is troublesome. No matter how hard we hit them, their bodies repair themselves and they come back for more. You're supposed to be smart, Shikaku. Got any bright ideas? Unfortunately, no. Minato walks forward towards them. Why? Why did you guys treat Naruto the way you did? Why did you disregard my last wish? Hiyashi sneers. In this society, he is at the bottom. It would sully the Hyuga's reputation if we were to help that little demon. Minato looks at Shikaku. What about you? Shikaku shrugs. My wife thinks he's a demon. I never go against her. She's too scary to defy. Minato looks at Sume. The little brat is a demon. I can smell the scent of foxes on him. Therefore, he is the Kyuubi. All Jinchuruki smell like the biju they contain. The scent of the biju is stronger than the natural scent of the host. Using just scent to judge him is foolish. So what? Minato looks at the three. Those are the most idiotic and bullshit reasons to let Naruto suffer. At least my reason for sealing him was justified. Hell, I was planning on living so that I could raise him. If I hadn't died, Naruto would have been raised properly. I would have made sure of that. He charges at the three. Scene change. Iruka is helping another group of villagers to get to the bunker, when they are cut off by Anko. Sorry, Iruka. You and these villagers are going to die. Why? Similar reason as Naruto. This village treated us both like shit, even with anything either of us tried to do to change that. Whose side are you on, Iruka? Even though I care about Naruto's welfare, my loyalty to my village comes first. I have to stand against you. Very well, Iruka. Scene change. Hiruzen has been trading blows with the case cage, while dodging the sword strikes from Kushina. However, he is at a disadvantage. The case cage and Kushina are both still young, while Hiruzen is past his prime. He knows it's only a matter of time before Kushina strikes him with the sword. Give up, old man. Your village is on the verge of death. You can't win. As long as one person survives, the will of fire lives on. The will of fire died out years ago, when the fourth Hokage took office. Other than you, there isn't a single person in this village that believes in it anymore. Damn you. Hiruzen jumps away from them. Damn it. Now that Kushina has Orochimaru's abilities, it's really hard to beat her. I can defend myself from the ones I knew he had, but what else can I do? He holds out the staff. Adamantine prison wall. The Enma staff duplicates himself until all the staffs surround Hiruzen in the form of a cage. Good luck getting in. Kushina starts laughing. What's so funny? It's amusing. You decided on your defense while thinking of Orochimaru's techniques. You've forgotten something important. What's that? My own techniques, including my adeptness at controlling water. As you should remember, my control over water rivals the second Hokage. So I can do things, such as controlling the little bits of water in the air and in the ground. Hiruzen's eyes widen as water shoots up from underground, causing the cage and Enma to dispel and shooting Hiruzen into the air. Suddenly, he is ensnared by chains. He looks to see the chains are coming out of Kushina's back. I'm sure you forgot about my chakra chains as well. The chains lower Hiruzen so that he is in front of the other two cages. The case cage starts beating the crap out of the Hokage. Kushina just sits back, letting the case cage vent his anger. Eventually, the case cage steps back. Kushina winces a little. Hiruzen has been beaten to a pulp. His left eye is popped out of the socket and just dangling. He's bleeding from every orifice on his face. Wow, I didn't know you were this pissed, case cage. The loss of missions to Konoha has been going on for over a year, Otokage. The anger builds up. Stop this, please. Kushina glares at Hiruzen. Why should we stop? It's too late for this village. We intend to go through with this. Someone will stop you eventually, Kushina. I don't think so. I've been holding back this entire time. Let me show you my true power. She releases the chains and Hiruzen falls to the ground. The chains retract into her back. She begins to concentrate. The ground starts to shake as a chakra cloak forms. However, it's not normal blue, nor Kyuubi red. The chakra cloak is black and even Hiruzen can feel the dark power Kushina is emanating. He watches in horror as tails start to form. 1 tail, 2, 3, 4. Hiruzen can barely sit up while feeling Kushina's power. A 5th tail forms, then a 6th. Hiruzen looks at Kushina in shock. This is Kushina's true power? She's right, she doesn't have much to worry about in terms of people matching her power. Only a few people can, and the one who has the best chance will never turn against her. Kushina, I can tell that I have no chance against you. For Naruto's sake, I have to warn you about a terrorist group known as Akatsuki. Their goal is to collect all the biju. They will come for your son. Kushina blinks. She then speaks in a demonic voice. I appreciate that, old man. But I already know about the Akatsuki. Orochimaru was a former member of them. I'll deal with them later. Right now, what matters to me is this village's destruction. There's nothing I can do to convince you to stop. Nothing at all. Then, at least spare the children. Please, they don't deserve to die. You take me for a barbarian, old man. I was going to spare the children anyway. Thank you. Tell me one last thing. What is it you intend to do after this? The chakra cloak fades away. Kushina walks up to the battered form of Hiruzen Sarutobi. I intend to bring the world under my control. Once that is done, there will be no more wars, because the world will be united. All of them will be serving me. Orochimaru really changed you, didn't he? Actually, it was both Orochimaru and the fourth Hokage. They both made me realize that power is all that matters in this world. It's time for you to die, old man. This is goodbye. She raises her sword. Hiruzen just closes his eye and accepts his defeat. Goodbye, Kushina. It's good to know that Naruto will have a parent's love. The sword swings down. Hiruzen falls to the ground, dead. The cage looks at Kushina. Why didn't you make him suffer more? Because he actually tried to make Naruto's life more bearable. He deserved a quick death, at least. The cage nods. Kushina looks behind her to see Kimimaro walk up. He bows to her. You're looking better, Kimimaro. Thank you, Kushina-sama. Tsunade-sama's treatments have helped me and I will soon be back to full fighting capability. Good. Now, what's the status of the invasion? I have confirmed that the Suna and Oto forces have made their way into the city. The Sound 4 have reported that the resurrected group have taken down all the clan heads and just about all the clan members. Tsunade-sama has taken down Jiraiya. The Shukaku has destroyed 75% of the village so far. We currently have about 50 wounded. Shizune or the rest of the medical staff are treating them. And Naruto? Naruto-sama has killed Danzo and the entire root force. He is currently on his way back here from evacuating 2 civilians. Ah, the Ichiraku family. The only enemy ninja we haven't confirmed to be dead are the most recently made genin. We think they evacuated the remaining civilians to the bunker inside the Hokage monument. Good. Once Naruto joins us, we will go to the bunker and end this. Yes, Kushina-sama. Scene change. Inside the bunker the civilians are huddled together. The remaining members of the Konoha 12 are standing together, near the door. Well, all of them are standing, except one. Hinata is sitting in the corner, shivering in fear. Fear of the invasion force and Naruto. When Kurenai broke her of her crush for him and convinced her that he was a demon, Kurenai made one huge mistake. Naruto was Hinata's reason to stand for herself. By getting her to let go of him, she let go of whatever courage she had. She's been reduced to a whimpering coward. Ino looks at Shikamaru. What do we do now? There's nothing we can do. We wait until we're told it's safe. Scene change. Outside, the large invasion force, with Kushina and Naruto leading, march up to the bunker entrance. Gaara has retaken control of his body by this point. Kushina looks at Naruto. Would you be so kind as to open the door, Naruto-kun? Of course, mother. In the case of invasion, all ninja who pass the genin exam given to them by their sensei are given the code to the bunker doors, so that they can evacuate the civilians. They change the code every year to throw spies off. Naruto types in the code and the doors open. Everyone inside turns to see the invasion force entering the bunker. They now know that their ninja have lost. Naruto takes a moment to look at the remaining members of the Konoha 12. Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Shino, Kiba, Hinata, and Tenten. They're the only ones left. Kushina steps forward to address them. People of Konoha, your village has fallen. Your Hokage has been killed along with all of your ninja. You won't have a chance to beg for mercy or to plead with me to spare your lives. You will all die here. You all know why I'm going to kill you. Fear not for your children, I will spare them. Let them come forward, so they can be taken from here. The parents, thankful that Kushina is letting their children live, say goodbye to their kids and tell them to go to the invasion force. Some of the parents refuse to let go of their children, so Oto Ninja have to forcibly take the children away. One of the parents speaks up. Please, let them be raised in a home. Let them have a normal life. Kushina nods. The children are taken away from the bunker. Shikamaru looks at Naruto. Is this what it's come to, Naruto? You turn against us and help destroy us? I remember that you told us that you hated people who forcibly separated children from their parents. Isn't that what you're doing, right now? We have people who will take them into their homes and raise them like they were their own children. They will be loved and cared for. That never happened with me. I was alone from day one. No one wanted to take me in. Everyone was happy with letting the demon boy suffer. I was denied everything a child should have growing up. Why don't you ask all of these villagers of the things they did to me? They'll even tell you of the things your own families have done. I've suffered so much from this disgusting village. If I go to hell, then hell for me would be my childhood all over again. The mask that he used to cover his emotions of the abuse he suffered finally breaks. Naruto starts crying. Kushina quickly steps forward and pulls Naruto into a hug. Shush, it's okay. It's okay, Naruto. It takes almost 5 minutes for Naruto to calm down. Minato watches from where he is standing, now truly realizing the depth of what's been done to Naruto. Kushina looks at the crowd, eyes brimming in hate. I will never forgive any of you for what you did to him. None of you will leave this bunker alive. The invasion force leaves the bunker and seal it shut, trapping the survivors inside. Naruto, are you sure you can do this? I'm okay, Mom, I can do it. Kushina turns to the resurrected group. She sends them all back to death, except for Minato. Fourth Hokage, what you will see next is the final punishment I'll force upon you before sending you back to hell. You will watch as Naruto kills everyone inside that bunker using the power of the Kyuubi and his sacred gear. Minato's eyes widen. Naruto sits into a meditative position. Scene change. Inside his sewer mindscape, Naruto faces the Kyuubi and Rias. I'll warn you now, Nakun. This will be the only time you'll be able to use my full power, until your body is truly ready to handle it without problems. I understand, Q-chan. May I be able to use Rias' power as well? He asked. Sure, Ruto-kun, let's start. Rias said. Scene change. Naruto's body begins to float into the air. A red chakra cloak appears around him and tails start to form. Once all 9 tails appear, Naruto is then engulfed in green flames. The flames get larger and larger, until they fade away to reveal a giant 9-tailed fox 8 with his dragon armor, standing facing the bunker. Kushina looks up at him. Do it. What looks like a black Rasengan with green outline and red on the inside forms inside his mouth. Minato's eyes widen, as he realizes what attack is being used. Tailed Beast Dragon Shot. He fires the attack at the bunker. There is a huge explosion that destroys the entire bunker as well as part of the Hokage monument. When the smoke clears, all that's left of the Hokage monument are the heads of the first and second Hokage. Kushina laughs. How convenient. I was going to have the heads of the third and fourth Hokages destroyed anyway. This saves some trouble. Naruto turns back to his normal form, exiting his Super Saiyan God mode and Kyuubi form. Kushina faces Minato again. This is your punishment, fourth Hokage. Your precious village has fallen, its people dead. You'll have to carry the memories of what happened here, as well as your own involvement, back with you to hell. Enjoy your afterlife. Kushina sends him back to death. She turns to address the invasion force. Konoha has fallen. They all begin to cheer. Kushina turns to Naruto and hugs him again. They all go to celebrate their victory. 5 years later, with the fall of Konoha, it doesn't take long for the rest of Hai no Kuni to fall as well. Shortly after that, it spread into all the countries that were allied to Konoha, including Nami no Kuni. Kawa no Kuni, due to its location between the former Hai no Kuni and Kase no Kuni, also fell. Oto no Kuni has gone from being a small country that had just formed, into being the most powerful country of the elemental countries. Kabuto walks down the hall of the Otokage mansion, heading towards the throne room. Upon entering, he bows down to the person sitting in the throne. You summoned me, Kushina-sama? Yes, Kabuto. An opening has appeared that will allow us to take out Kirigakure. What is this opening? Kushina shares a glance with Naruto, who is standing to the right of her throne. The current Mizukage wants an alliance with Otogakure. She wants to set up an arranged marriage. The marriage would feature herself and Naruto-kun. What? Why would she choose Naruto-kun? Because he's my son and a marriage between the two would certainly cement an alliance. I laugh at the fact that she honestly thinks I would give Naruto-kun away in an arranged marriage. Love you too, Mom. Kushina smiles at Naruto. Though, I can't blame her for wanting to choose Naruto. He's grown up nicely. Those nice muscles, that Y-body. Stop it. You shouldn't be having such thoughts about your own son. Kushina sighs to herself. Ever since a hot springs incident, where the two saw each other naked, she's been having these kind of thoughts about Naruto. Kushina-sama? Kushina jumps in surprise. Sorry about that. Anyway, Kabuto, we plan to use the marriage to get into Kirigakure. The wedding will provide the perfect distraction to throw the Kiri ninja off guard, allowing us to take them out and gain control over Kirigakure. You and Kimimaro will begin planning the number of forces we'll need to ensure complete takeover. Bring me the report when you're done. Yes, Kushina-sama. Kabuto rises and leaves the room. He wonders if she's wearing underwear under that violet dress. Naruto shakes his head. Stop it, this is my mother. I shouldn't be having these kinds of thoughts about her. He sighs. Damn that hot springs incident. Ever since I saw her naked, I can't keep her out of my thoughts. What's wrong with me? He decides to distract himself. Hey, Mom, out of curiosity, why do you seem to hate Kiri? She looks at him. I never told you? Kiri was responsible for destroying the Uzumaki clan. Most people think it's Iwa who was responsible. But it's impossible. The Iwa force would have had to cross through Hai no Kuni, destroyed Uzushio, and then crossed back through Hai no Kuni, without alerting Konoha shinobi the entire time. Kiri has a much better opening to attack. Uzu no Kuni is located between Hai no Kuni and Mizu no Kuni. Everyone feared the power of Uzu no Kuni. So it was destroyed. Naruto growls as his aura envelopes him. Those bastards. We'll make them pay, Naruto-kun. He nods at her, but thoughts of Kushina naked enter his mind again. He knows he needs to get away from her a while. I'm going to go train for a while. I'll see you later. He walks out of the room. Kushina watches him leave, but blushes when she realizes that she's staring at his ass. Damn it, it's probably a good thing he left. Who knows what could have happened if he stayed. Kushina sighs as she gets up, feeling very tired. She retires to her chambers, hoping to get some rest and to get her mind off of Naruto for a while. She walks over to the window and looks out, and she immediately regrets doing so, for her view includes one of the training grounds, which just happens to be the one Naruto chose to train at. He has taken off his overcoat, jacket, and t-shirt, leaving him topless. She unconsciously licks her lips as she watches Naruto's muscles flex, as he's training. She realizes she's staring, but she can't look away. She hangs her head as she feels a familiar ache between her legs and knows that she can't escape from what she's about to do. After experiencing her fantasy, Kushina gets off the bed and goes into the bathroom. She turns on the shower and steps inside, sighing. There's no point in denying it. I'm falling for Naruto, my own son. I can't ever let him know. He'll hate me. He'll never want to be around me again. I must make sure he never finds out I want him like that. No matter how much it hurts to do so. She sighs as she lets the water wash away the sweat on her body. Scene change. The next day, Kushina is sitting on her throne again. Kushina-sama. She looks up to see Kabuto kneeling before her. What is it, Kabuto? Here's the report you asked for. He hands it to her and she looks over it. Excellent. Begin gathering the necessary forces. Once that's done, I'll take Naruto-kun to meet his bride. Yes, Kushina-sama. Kabuto quickly leaves the room. Kushina smiles. Soon, Kirigakure will fall, and I'll be one step closer to bring all the elemental countries under my control. In the office of the Mizukage, Mei Terumi sighs as she listens to her advisors. Mizukage-sama, please reconsider. They will destroy us. Mei sighs. Will you too stop? I'm not going to change my mind. It's the best chance we have to have peaceful relations with Otogakure. They have no interest in peace. All they want is to conquer. Just look at what happened to Konohagakure. You have no way of knowing that. Besides, Konoha's destruction was due to the things they did to the Otokage's son. We've done nothing like that, so we should be fine. The advisors shift nervously. Okay, what are you two not telling me? Well, in the last war, we just might have been responsible for destroying the Otokage's homeland. What? Why did we do that? Well, the Uzumaki clan was feared by all the villages. They had abilities and techniques that surpassed many of the ones found in other villages. The Mizukage, at the time, chose to strike them down. Why wasn't I informed of this when I took office? She asked. We had convinced the rest of the villages that Iwa was responsible. We thought we could let the knowledge die away. Mei sighs again. Get out, you two. I'm not going to change my mind. Why? Because this might be the best way to show that we want to rectify that. Now, get out. The two advisors leave. Mei sits back to do more paperwork. Scene change. I hate having to dress in formal clothes. I do too, Naruto. But you don't hear me complaining. So put on the damn kimono. Naruto grumbles at his mother, before grabbing the kimono and walking into the bathroom. He comes back out, dressed in the kimono. Kushina smiles at him. You look so cute in that kimono. Moom. Kushina laughs as she and Naruto travel to the cart that will transport them to Kiri. Scene change. Mei looks up as there is a knock on her door. Come in. The door walks in and one of her ninja walks in. Mizukage-sama, we've confirmed that the Otokage and her son are on their way here. Very good. Return to your post. Yes, ma'am. The ninja leaves. Mei sits back to think. Oh, I can't wait to meet my future husband. From everything I've heard and seen, he sounds like a hot stud. She giggles perversely, before getting back to her paperwork. Scene change. Achoo. Naruto whipped his nose. Someone must be talking about you, Naruto. The Uzumaki duo are riding in their cart, on the way to Kiri. So, what's the plan, Mom? Well, we'll arrive in Kiri, pretending like we want to go through with the wedding. We'll use the wedding as an excuse to sneak in some of our forces. The rest will wait outside the village until the invasion. I understand, Mom. Kushina smiles, before pulling Naruto into a hug. You really are into giving me hugs, Mom? Can you blame me? I've missed out on 12 years of hugs. Naruto rolls his eyes, before relaxing in his mother's embrace. The convoy from Otto continues on its way. That's all for now. If you enjoy, then please like, share and do comments.